Sports TV, man. That's my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what the man said. It's Flight Sports TV.
Flight Sports TV, that's where it's at.
Flight Sports TV.
What's going on, people? It's Flight Sports TV. I appreciate y'all for checking with me. I already know what it is. We back with another one of them things. Listen, you already know what it is. It's draft lotto time. We all know what time it is. The Charlotte Hornets. Listen, we got big ramifications in this. Let's be very clear, y'all. I think it's about that time for us. The ping pong balls, hopefully, things come our way. We're going to get all into it, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to get into the mock drafts. Obviously, this is the Cooper Flag sweepstakes. We're going to get into a numerous amounts of teams, trade rumors. We all know Giannis Antetokounmpo. That's all brewing as we speak. There's a lot to get into, y'all. We ain't gonna waste no time with the people. It's draft lotto time. I got my man Sam Dracula in the house with us. You already know what time it is when Sam got to come through. It's big business. Sam, what's the deal? It's draft lotto time. How you feeling tonight?
You know what? I feel good, man. I feel good. I was nervous about it this morning, but as long as this thing doesn't bottom out, that's all you could hope for. That's all you could hope for, really, for me at least.
Right. Now, speaking about bottoming out, obviously, the Charlotte Hornets, it's time for us to do something. How big would it be if, Charlotte got the ping pong ball, tonight, they get the number one pick? How big would that be for the city? How big would that be for you? Talk to us right now.
Yeah, I mean, getting the first overall pick would be massive. For the Hornets, Cooper Flag is exactly the type of player they need. It's rare where the best player available would also fit a need. Like sometimes you have to pick between the two. This isn't the case, right? You can slot right into the starting five. The Duke connection, the ownership connection to Duke and Cooper Flag, a lot of it makes sense, and it could be the real real beginning of momentum of the Hornets grabbing headlines when it's really football's not going on right now, right? But the Panthers just wrapped, I think, camp. So the Hornets have a chance to steal headlines away from the Panthers this time of year, which is super rare. And for me, I think we fire. I had to watching the tournament and Duke play this year in general. It was really hard to not think about the potential of Flag coming to Charlotte because it's not in the Hornets' hands. No matter how hard they try to be bad, it's not up to them, right? It's up to the odds. And so, yeah, get it for everything to fall their way after another really bad season would be incredible.
Speaking about being incredible, what if they don't get the number one pick? How devastating would that be? What would be the ramifications? I don't want to put any negativity in the air, but this is the draft lottery. We all know they have fixed this thing up not too long ago. It's different now. It's not like how it used to be. We could all thank Sam Hinkie and the Philadelphia 76ers for that. How devastating would it be if Charlotte gets the seventh pick in the draft? Because the way things are chalked up, Sam, that could very well be the case. So we gotta discuss all areas here. Talk to us, Sam.
Yeah, so last season the Hornets what was the number? They had the third best odds and they fell to sixth. That was brutal, right? This isn't as bad. If the Hornets fall to seventh, this wouldn't be as bad, even though it's a spot worse because this draft is that much better. So if the Hornets end up being in that zone, you're kind of in the same neighborhood of drafting a Malawak from Duke or someone like that. Like or a Knipple or someone like that. Like there are guys at that level, not the franchise, there are no franchise guys at that level, obviously, but there's still quality starters or role players in that zone where the Hornets when the Hornets were in that position last year, they went with like a real lottery ticket type of selection when the draft kind of emptied out around them. So yes, it would be brutal, and I'd be very disappointed. I don't want to overstate it, but this draft, there is opportunity to strengthen this roster through the draft around that 5, 6, 7 range. Now, that just may be me just like as a talking like this is a defense mechanism in case things go poorly. But I think realistically, the Hornets can address some needs in that 5, 6, 7 range. If hopefully not, but if it goes that poorly for them, like I would not be the end of the world in my opinion. But it would be brutal for the evening. It'd be the end of the world. But thinking about it long term, it wouldn't be the worst thing imaginable.
Right. Like I said, this is crazy, but I'm gonna be honest with you. Outside of the Hornets, not even outside of the Hornets. If you just was an outside looking in at that season that just went, and the Hornets are included in this, who needs the number one pick the most? There's a lot of teams that's hurting.
Yeah.
You got Washington still out there, going through their turmoil. A lot of people are hoping and crossing their fingers tonight. Who needs the number one pick the most?
I think you nailed it, Washington. They have the least amount of talent in the league, and they like Utah. They have guys, plus they have draft picks. Right, New Orleans have guys and draft picks. The Hornets have guys, but their own draft picks. So, Philly, that's another kind of wild card as well because the Embiid situation is such a mess. You don't know what you're getting out of Paul George. Adding Cooper Flag with Maxey and whatever you get out of those two, that could be insane and probably the best situation for Flag. Of the guys, of the teams in the top 5 or the bottom 5, however we want to look at it in the lottery. But yeah, Washington need the talent badly. Philly need like an out badly because they're in a rough spot roster construction wise.
Speaking of Philadelphia, do you think it's a possibility that a team could just out of nowhere get the number one pick? Because I'm a firm believer in ticket sales, business. I think all of these things mean something. Maybe nobody has to agree with this, but it's just my opinion. I look at Cooper Flag. This guy has the potential to sell out arenas, ticket sales to galore. The NBA might want to put him in a specific city. I'm looking at Utah. I see Slim Can Hoop. Shout out Slim Can Hoop in the chat. Utah, I don't know how the ticket sales are moving out there. Could you imagine if Cooper Flag go out to Utah? Them ticket season ticket holders is going to start to shoot up. So I'm looking at that. I'm not saying he going to Utah, but what do you think about city and preference and maybe even the NBA having their hand in where they want these people to go?
I mean, I think if they were going to do that, it would be Charlotte. Like if they're going to script it because of the Duke and Charlotte connection. And then if they're gonna rig it, it would be for next season when AJ is in the draft and he can go to Utah. Like I feel like that if this is scripted and preordained, I think that Utah's time is next season when AJ's around for the lottery.
There's a lot of people. Do you think that outside of Cooper Flag, because obviously he's the big headline here, who else in mind do you think that is a good player that people are sleeping on here?
Sleeping? Okay. Obviously, Dylan Harper is awesome. Ace Bailey has a ton of potential. I like Edgecombe a lot just because I think he's the best of the potential role players that you could add to this roster. A guy who's not going to take up a bunch of shots and can like fill a need on defense. and be like a versatile wing or guard. Like I like that from him, but um, I I don't know what would qualify as a sleeper, so to speak, in that zone. I like Knipple. Malawak is a big body. Like the Hornets have to address that. Mark Williams is not he's not that guy defensively, and Nurk is Nurk, and Diabate's undersized. So adding a much bigger center to the mix that's young and with some life in him still, that would be very useful for this roster if it came down to that, if the lottery went that way. But yeah, those, I mean, and I don't. We'll see where they draft, but or where they'll be drafting. Personally, I have a lot of Texas games, a lot of Illinois games, obviously Duke and Rutgers and Baylor games, like saved on my DVR. So I've been waiting for tonight to see who I need to watch, to see who's going to be around for the Hornets to select. But so I'm that's another thing I'm looking forward to tonight, to see like digging into like which guy would be the best fit if we're talking outside of the top two. Because if they have the second overall pick, it's Dylan Harper, like no doubt about it from what I've seen and from what everyone else is saying. I completely agree with that. But beyond that, I think there's some nuance to it that is like worth discussing when we know what's going to happen.
What kind of player does Charlotte need in this draft, or what do you think they're targeting?
The best player available, man. They need talent. When you see what Detroit did and what Houston did, like they fully bottomed out for years, and they added the right veterans and made the leap. They also made the right hire at coach when they needed to, and you see the results. We saw the results with them, and those are two franchises the Hornets were better than for that period. Like Houston, hands up, we're gonna be bad. We're gonna go through this, and then we're gonna pivot when needed and go for it. And Detroit, same thing. The Hornets are kind of, if this doesn't go well, then I think they should look at what Houston and Detroit did and continue this patience approach to, accumulate assets, because they need high-end assets. They completely whiffed on the 21 draft. Nothing to show from that, right? The 22 draft, they tried to trade Mark Williams, right? And they traded away Duren. Mark is Mark. Who knows if he's even part of the plans beyond this offseason. So that's the 21 draft and the 22 draft that are almost zero, right, results from. So you just have the 23 in Brandon Miller and the 24 in Tajon Salon. Not great when you're looking at roster construction and rookie contract like management. There's not a lot of wiggle room there, and there's not a lot of like upside. Well, there is upside in Salon, but you know what I mean. Like, there's not a lot of proven talent in that group. And adding a top tier guy, a Harper, a Flag, a Bailey, let's say, that gets you to 3 guys theoretically, if you want to include Mark Williams. If not, it's Brandon Miller and whoever they draft tonight as top tier rookie contract guys before you even have to pay Brandon Miller, and then that kind of starts a whole different timeline of conversation. And same thing with Mark Williams, by the way. Like, you have to figure out what you're gonna do with him as well if they decide to keep him. So yeah, they have to get high end guys while they're bad. They got to take advantage of being bad, and they need the lottery balls to fall their way to make the most of these back to back really tough and really brutal seasons.
Yeah, it's definitely been a lot of brutal seasons. What do you think about LaMelo Ball and the Charlotte Hornets? Obviously you got Brandon Miller. He was injured this season. You even nailed it on the head a little bit. You was talking about Tajon Salon, about him being unproven.
Yeah.
Me personally, I've been very critical. A lot of people have been. I just would have liked to have seen a little bit more for Charlotte. Maybe he's going to be a good player in a few years, but I just don't think that they needed to take on a project. I look at Tajon Salon as more of a project, and that's not a bad thing, but I just think for the timeline of where Charlotte was and is, I just think that they could have possibly got somebody that was more NBA ready. When you look at Buzelis out there in Chicago, that's really the guy who I'm looking at like, damn, and then you try to go get Connect Dalton Connect, out there in Los Angeles. We all know Dalton Connect was out there in college for years. This guy was an NBA ready player, so I think Charlotte really screwed up with all of this.
So
It's just messed up, in my opinion, what they did. But let's hear your thoughts.
I don't think they screwed up. I think they had no intention of being good last year.
Mm.
And I think that season basically went as planned for a couple of reasons. This pick, if the Hornets made the playoffs somehow, gone, right? Like it goes to, I think, Sacramento. They want to keep their pick. That's thanks to Kai Jones. That's that dumbass Kai Jones trade. Also, this ownership from basically like 2 Januaries ago, when they're like, all right, Rozier gone, Hayward gone, PJ Washington gone. They've started down this path of clearing the cap, the long-term cap commitments, gathering any draft capital and young players they can get their hands on, and really just taking their time with it. And if there's not, and as new owners, we've seen owners like hit the accelerator and try to get into the playoffs and be like something special right away, and it doesn't really work. These guys are NBA guys and they're basketball guys, and they're taking a patient approach. And if from a guy I wanted them to draft Clingan, like I was pissed they didn't draft Clingan, but their timeline is much different than the fans, I guess. So like they really want to be patient with this, and so the fact that them knowing that Flag was going to be in this draft and putting themselves in a position to have a chance at it is, I think that's where they wanted to be. And I keep going back to, I think November, I believe. It might have been December, but I think November. Grant Williams goes down, out for the year. Okay? He was a key piece to what they had going on at that point. They were a 10 seed. It was like a 4-way tie at a 10 seed at that stage when Grant goes down. They did nothing to replace Grant Williams all season. Why? They didn't want to maintain where they were. They wanted to be bad, and they wanted to be in this position to draft Flag. So I think them taking, you can go all the way back to the lottery not going their way. Obviously, you can't plan that, but then finding themselves in a position where they could take Salon at 6th overall, saying like, we're going to be patient with this. We're not trying to be good right now. I'm sure they had that same conversation with Charles Lee. Like, sorry, dog, we'll put some losses on your record here as we kind of figure this thing out. But like there's gonna have to be a point where they turn the corner and go for it. I don't know when that's gonna be. I don't know. In my guess is we're talking 2 years from now, because I think they're a ways away from being a quality NBA team right now, and I think that's part of the plan. And by that time, you're hoping like Salon will be ready to go as a viable role player, whoever they take tonight, and then whoever they get in next year's lottery.
That's right. Listen, we got my man All Access in the building, Dex. Listen, we got my man Sam Dracula. You already know our special guest of the evening. Dex, what's the deal? Talk to us. It's draft lotto time. We got my man Sam. Talk to us.
Yeah, thank you, Flight, once again for inviting me onto your platform and integrating me into the stream. Big shout out to bro Sam Dracula. Thank you for supporting the channel and coming through with all the intellectual information that you have rigorously researched and studied and put before us. So it's not just hot air. And all the solutions that you offer to the Charlotte Hornets. I mean, that is so brave of you, because I don't see too much solution going on here. Now, Sam, you spoke about, this is chilling to me and very upsetting. You spoke about Charlotte trying to get better 2 years from now. And so with the draft coming up, the previous draft and the previous draft of that, which they selected Brandon Miller, why do you feel that with that Brandon Miller draft, it appeared that they was moving in an upward direction, and then kind of slid back with Tidjara Salaün, And with LaMelo having about 2 more years on his contract without the player option and Miles Bridges, you're forecasting that they're trying to do this once LaMelo contract is up 2 years from now.
I don't think it's up to them. I think it's going to take 2 years to make this team good. That's what I'm saying. You know, like the Brandon Miller, they got lucky lottery night 2023, right? Well, they were meant to pick, hang on, I have it here. 1 second. So 23, they had the fourth best odds, jumped up to 2, got Brandon Miller. Great stuff, right? But then go back to 22. They took Mark Williams, mixed results. 21, nothing. So if you look at who should be a key contributor right now and a real piece, like a real part of the young core, nothing from 2021, and 2022 is a bit of a, and then nothing obviously from last year's draft. So like when you think about like how this franchise that has to draft and it has to draft well and develop well, because that's gonna be their main way of acquiring talent, because it's not a free agent destination right now, right? So if you're whiffing and you're making poor selections and you're not developing those guys, no matter how you want to look at it, the end result's the same, where you don't have those really useful young players on rookie deals that help you build a roster. It doesn't exist. So this draft, we'll see what happens tonight. Will help with that, obviously, depending on who they select and who they have available to them. But yeah, man, like the well's pretty dry when you look at the young talent on the team compared to the rest of the league. So that's why I'm saying it's going to take time. Now it's not there.
Now, Sam, do you believe that LaMelo Ball is the epicenter of the Charlotte Hornets getting into a playoff scenario?
I'm not sure what you mean by that. What do you mean by that?
Do you think LaMelo Ball is the main ingredient for the Charlotte Hornets to propel themselves into a playoff scenario?
Yeah, I mean, this team has, if LaMelo's not available or not playing, they have zero chance of doing anything positive. Like, so yeah, like LaMelo's gonna have to find like a second or third gear to lift this whole thing up, because the talent around him isn't really there. So yeah, if this team was ever a playoff team, it would be because of LaMelo. Did that answer your question?
Yes, sir. And one more thing, I also want to hear who you believe the Charlotte might pick and who you want the Charlotte to pick. But before that, I have this other question to drill you at, Brother Sam. So take your time and go into deep contemplation. The elephant in the room right now from the 2020 draft, which is, as we speak, the most prolific draft in NBA history as far as profitability, lucrative, and promising faces out of that one draft, since they had like 14 draftees extended, and never before in history had that many draftees from one draft class have been extended on a roster. The elephant in the room, Sam, is LaMelo Ball not getting into winning scenarios, and Ant-Man and Tyrese Halliburton, one drafted before him, one drafted after him, is soaring in the NBA postseason and are playing fantastic basketball, while we don't have no sight of LaMelo. How you feel about that?
Yeah, I mean, it sucks because the Hornets were like this. Like the Hornets and Pacers were like this. Like they were in the same tier. Okay? And the Pacers left them in the dust. And it's not even close of like where the franchises are right now. Minnesota's a bit different because they had Cat and like it's a whole thing. But with Indiana, it's pretty brutal. And Indiana had a much better infrastructure around Halliburton than LaMelo came into with MJ and Kupchak. So, like that is where that's where we're at. And I feel that, again, to go back to what I was talking about before, the Hornets were miles ahead of Detroit and Houston, and now it's completely flipped. So like the ownership, the previous ownership and previous front office stagnated the roster or stagnated the process, and now we got fully left behind. And so it's up to the new ownership and this new front office to play catch up. And tonight will go a long way of doing. Will help them catch up if they get lucky tonight.
Now, like I said, for the final one, do you want and who you feel they really have access to
I
in this draft?
I think they have a really good shot at Cooper or Dylan.
Well, listen, what if the Hornets got the number 1 overall pick? Let me just throw something out there because there is another elephant in the room, like I told the people before, and the man's name is Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Mm-hmm.
We all know that Giannis and the family, they're big LaMelo Ball fans. They're avid Melo Ball fans. I believe they wanted to. He's got his jersey and everything, if I'm not mistaken. Giannis. What if it was a situation where Giannis had the Hornets on his short list, or something like that? We all know Giannis. He just played in Milwaukee. He from Greece. He just want to win. He might want to do things a little bit different. What if the Hornets, talk to me here. What if the Hornets was able to get in this with this number 1 overall pick? They would have the capital, because I'm hearing a lot of different things. Like maybe Brooklyn, if they got the pick. What if Brooklyn is in the mix? How the hell Charlotte ain't in the mix? That's just what I'm just saying. What do you think about that for a second?
I mean, I'll be for it. I think Giannis would hate it, to be honest with you. Like,
Wow.
Because what would you have to give up to get him? Like, it obviously be the first pick in the draft, right? That's what we're talking about, right? So, and then contractually, like you're talking, you got Nurkic's money to put in there. You're talking that's like 19. How much money's Giannis on? Like, gotta be in the 40s, right?
It's a lot.
Is he in the 50s? So like,
I'm gonna have to double check. There's a lot of money.
So you can get there, but from like a return point of view, I feel like LaMelo has to be in that deal for Milwaukee to do it.
No, come on. He coming to play with LaMelo. I mean, that's ridiculous.
No, but why would Milwaukee not get Brandon Miller's probably coming in that deal then, right? So like, what's the trade?
No, the trade will be Cooper Flag. I'm saying hypothetically, if they got the number 1 overall pick, obviously Cooper Flag will be the prize that you're getting. We're gonna hold on to LaMelo. We're gonna hold on to Miller. That's what we pairing with him. Maybe you can get some. Maybe you get some of these other,
Bridges and Nurkic.
Whatever the hell we have to do. Bottom line, the roster must improve. Dex, talk to us.
Well, Flight. I'm gonna have to detract from that because Giannis said out of his own mouth, which is compensative conversation, that he wants to win another ring for sure before he retired. And going to the Charlotte Hornets, as our brother Sam have clearly elaborated, that they're not in the pool to win now or really in the near future. So that would be non-void for Giannis to say one thing and then go down to Charlotte just, to patent his stats. Give it a go, Sam.
I will say any team with Giannis on it is a contender just because he's that good. So that changes things a lot. You know what I mean? He's the second best player in the league. So you're in the mix if you have him on your roster, no matter who else is there. But I'm just like, from Milwaukee point of view, I don't know what they, what the limit is and what they're looking for coming back the other way, because it's a lot. So Giannis is on $50 million, right? And the Hornets do have the contracts to get there, and they have all of their picks. So yes, they could get in the mix, and I'd imagine that. I don't know. Like I'd be shocked if Milwaukee didn't demand Brandon Miller in that deal, because like, what do you do with if you're?
Of course,
it's gonna be a hard sell, I think, for the Hornets to get involved with that.
Because Milwaukee do miss that Middleton dynamic, and I think Brandon Miller would definitely conceal that void.
They're getting flagged, so like, is that enough? He's like,
no. No,
That's
no.
Plus,
Brandon Miller. See, the one thing about Cooper Flag and Brandon Miller, the way that Doc Rivers coach, I think he would prefer a Brandon Miller
Doc Rivers got
archetype more so over Cooper Flag, even though Cooper Flag have the flair, the popularity, and he has game. But I just believe Brandon Miller is more pliable to a Doc Rivers system than probably a Cooper Flag.
Well, I don't mean to cut you off, Dex. I wouldn't be surprised if we wake up tomorrow morning and Doc Rivers was fired.
Yeah, same,
But yes, I wouldn't start thinking about who gonna
Yeah,
fit.
but you know what? The thing about Doc Rivers is that Milwaukee, how can I explain it? They want a coach like that because Doc Rivers know how to coach personalities. You follow what I'm saying? Now he might not have won as much as most people would have thought, but he know how to manage personalities, and that's key. And so if you can manage personality, all you got to do is stay healthy. And there was, because Milwaukee was coming on when they was healthy. It's just injuries that really hurted them, and especially with the Dame time situation. That was a deal killer right there. So that gave Indiana a damn near free pass to the second round.
Yes, sure did.
One thing. Hold up, Flight. Let me ask Dracula one thing before I forget this. What is your Zion Williamson to the Charlotte Hornets dynamic? Could you explain if you have one?
Yeah, I mean, that for me is a LaMelo for Zion trade.
Wow, that's crazy. LaMelo for Zion.
Just straight across the board. It won't be no three-team trade to try to save LaMelo so he can play with Zion.
I mean, I guess you could. I mean, you're what without LaMelo? Okay, so Bridges obviously, right? Then you're getting to probably Nurk's in the deal to make the money work. Nick Smith Jr. maybe is a throw-in to make. I don't know, but I don't know. Like the only thing would be just like both franchises saying like, we're gonna switch it up and go a different direction. And I think LaMelo's better than Zion, by the way. So I low key would want more from New Orleans in any potential deal involving LaMelo. I'd rather have LaMelo than Zion personally, but
listen. I think we're taking a little too far, in my opinion. I think that LaMelo Ball and Zion is going to play together. I mean, listen, they have a relationship. Why in God's green earth would Zion want to come to Charlotte if LaMelo's not in the deal?
Well, it's not up to him. It's not up to him, right? It'd be what New Orleans is willing to give up to get him. And for Zion, he'd be coming home. Like I think there's enough appeal there for that alone, right? So I don't know, man. I don't think it's realistic, but
not actually coming home, but to the Carolinas.
Also, I want to say I think we're underestimating what Miles Bridges brought to the table towards the end of the season. He had a strong end of the season personally, and I think that's going to help his trade value. I think that's a piece that you could put in there, and he could be somewhat of a centerpiece, in the deal, or extra good throwing. I think we underestimating the potential of Miles Bridges being in a deal. I'm telling you, I think he can move something. We could get something back from Miles Bridges. He's got the money. He making like 25 or 26, so the money is there, and you was going to throw Mark Williams out anyway. Shit, throw him in the deal too. I mean, he could be the
Mark for Zion.
Me personally, we need to get better players. Zion, LaMelo, and Miller is better than LaMelo, Miles, Mark, T-Jan, Green. I mean, come on. I mean, something got to give. At some point, you gotta go for something. Even Dallas, they went for Porzingis after the injury. They took a strike. You got to do something. Make a swing out there. Ain't nobody coming. Pause. Nobody's going there.
Well, Flight, Well, Flight, I know you're getting ready to go on your trauma trip about the Charlotte Hornets, but it's all good. Um, Dracula, do you remember the process that Jeff Peterson was talking about for everybody to pump their brakes? If you can, could you reiterate that process that he referred to?
Are you referring to the being patient and opportunistic? Is that,
Yes.
yeah. And that's what we've seen so far from them is just if an opportunity arises where they can jump in a multi-team deal to make something happen, like with Josh Green, or somebody calls and like, hey man, we need a center. You want Mark? Are you interested in trading Mark Williams? They go, yeah, sure. You know, like we've seen that, and I honestly, truly respect the commitment to that because it's very easy to lose patience and try to make something happen and try to like put something on your resume as a first-time executive or a brand new owner or a rookie head coach. Like, there's a lot of pressure. There's only 30 positions in the league, and you're constantly kind of auditioning for your own job, right? But these guys have shown patience, and so yes, I think the Zion and Giannis stuff is fun to talk about, but it doesn't fit anything we've heard from these owners or from Jeff Peterson so far about how they want to run this thing.
Now, you spoke about the Mark Williams debacle.
Mhm.
That trade, I don't know if you approved it or not on your oh, you loved it. Okay. Now, do you think that made the Charlotte Hornets better or worse with that trade?
I think they're bad either way, to be honest with you. But having those Lakers picks is a much, like, on the court, it's a push. Off the court, way better after that trade. And so losing that really sucks. Like,
So you think Rob Pelinka thought about it and said, wait a minute, we might be giving up a little too much, which is
yes,
buyer's
absolutely.
remorse.
Absolutely. I 100% think that was buyer's remorse. Mark Williams going to the rim as a lob threat and a rim runner, awesome. Just incredible. Super talented. He's a really big kid. Like, he can do like really impactful things offensively, but he gets bullied around like none other on defense on defense or on the block. And he's so quick to concede the low block when going for rebounds. Like, people are like with the Lakers, hell, even against the Lakers, when he had an opportunity to like really show them what mistake they made. You know, he was allowing Vanderbilt just on the block and Jackson Hayes on the block. He wasn't bullying these guys that he's bigger than. I was watching that like, come on, man, show some fight, show some fire, and show the Lakers why they messed up. And injury stuff aside, we'll never know the details around his health stuff. Whatever the Lakers saw is whatever they saw. I truly believe it was buyer's remorse that they overpaid for Mark Williams in that trade and found a way out. And I think it's I think it's bullshit that the Lakers got away with that, but it also pissed off as a Hornets fan because the Hornets had an opportunity to really build up their war chest for whenever they wanted to. So you talk about Zion and Giannis having those Lakers picks now, right? Imagine having those when these names become available and the Hornets are in position to trade for some of these guys, right? They lose out on that opportunity now or in the future because of the rescinded trade. And it's a bummer for sure. And the Connect piece, yes, like Connect would be useful on the court, but really for me, it's the picks and having that flexibility and also getting out of the position of having to pay him next summer, not this summer, but next summer. Like, anyone watching, like, how much money are you willing to pay Mark Williams or feel comfortable paying Mark Williams? I'm scared to death of what they're going to pay this man because I don't trust him. So I don't know, man.
That's a good.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that was good.
We got No Panic in the house. Shout out No Panic, man. We appreciate you for coming through with us, man, tonight. It's NBA draft lotto time. We got my man Sam Dracula in the house. No Panic, what's the deal, man? What's your thoughts, man? No Panic could be with us. There we go. What's good, No Panic?
What's up? I don't know, man. It might be Charlotte year to get the number one pick.
Yeah, I'm hoping.
Oh boy, here we go, pandering to the fan base, making Sam Dracula smile and Flight over there cheesing.
Yeah.
Stop it, No Panic. You ain't got to do that. Be mean, be nasty like you normally is.
But think about it. Like, I can't remember what year that been, but even the year where like, I think they were slaughtered, like, where they been that they should have got, like, I think like 10th pick or 9th pick or something like that, and they end up with like the second or third pick. a few
Mark
years ago.
Morrison.
Yeah,
And-
so 2020.
I mean, Adam Morrison.
Oh,
No,
so the LaMelo draft, the Hornets they had the 8th best odds, and they jumped up to 3rd. The Brandon Miller draft, they jumped up.
Yep.
So
yeah,
last
that's
year
the
was
draft.
genuinely last year was the only time they got really screwed. So we got that out the way. It's our time now.
Okay, no, hold on one second, fellas. Jake Simpson said, "Who is the second best player in the draft?"
Dylan Harper.
That's for you, Sam.
Harper.
Out of the top 10, of course.
Harper.
Harper, Dalen Harper.
Yeah.
Everybody agree with that? Is that a consensus?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't keep up with callers like I used to. I ain't gonna lie to you.
What you think, Flight?
Listen, I think the kid is pretty good in my opinion. That's the point guard, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. I know you talking about. I think he's a pretty good player. You know, we're gonna find out.
Hey,
Do
but
anybody
Dave,
have a
I'll say this
Go ahead.
though.
Everybody,
I know a lot of people were high on what's his name,
Abe?
Cooper Flag.
Oh yeah, we already know he's
I-
number one. He's the flagship.
But
That's
listen,
flagship.
I think Cooper Flag ain't no different than Aaron Gordon.
Oh no,
I
no, don't do that.
no,
Aaron
when I
Gordon
said
couldn't.
that,
Aaron Gordon
no,
couldn't make a 7-foot shot in college.
remember Aaron Gordon when he been in Orlando?
No, we talking college. Come on now.
No, but follow me for a second. When he been in Orlando, he been kind of forced into a role like how Cooper Flag is. Like Cooper Flag, the most athletic on any
I
court he
disagree.
step on. Cooper
I
Flag,
disagree.
the best player on every floor he step on. Then, so when you look at Aaron Gordon, he been in Orlando's like he been a quote unquote superstar or not superstar.
No, he
been
wasn't no
a
superstar.
He been a star in the making or whatever. We viewed him in that light. Like he carrying Orlando, just like how we looking at
He carried Orlando. What about Vooch?
I know, but listen,
That was Vooch's team. That wasn't Aaron Gordon's
No,
team.
I understand. But same thing with Vooch. Vooch going to Bulls and what he done. Sometimes players play good in bad situations. Like
Okay, hold
Orlando
on one
always
second.
been
No
kind
panic.
of a bad, average team.
Okay,
So
hold
he
on one
looked
second.
good.
No panic. Hold on one second. We talking Cooper Flag in college, first year
Yeah.
freshman. Okay, one and done. Okay, you have to reflect to Aaron Gordon in college, freshman, one
No,
and done.
see, you missing
You
the point.
can't take a college player and then automatically compare him to a NBA
you
player
missing the
who
point.
had, huh?
Dex, you missing the point. I'm not comparing them saying this player better than this player. What I'm saying is when I see Cooper Flag, I don't see him in. I don't see his game translating to the NBA to where he's going to be. Not saying I don't want to slot picks because you can be a number 2 pick and that don't mean you're supposed to be the superstar of the team. You can be a high level role player just like Lonzo Ball. So at the end of the day, so when I look at Cooper Flag, I can see him. If he's on a bad team, he's going to look good. If he on a team that actually won it, he ain't going to be that. He's going to be an Aaron Gordon type of player where he plays a role.
Yeah.
That's the point I'm making. I ain't trying to say he got the same game.
I disagree. Okay, I understand. I don't know how Sam feel about it, but I disagree.
Hold on, we're gonna get to what Sam think about it. Before we get out of here, Sam gotta go. We all know it's NBA draft lotto time. Sam, listen, man. We all know if the Hornets get the number 1 overall pick, we're gonna link back up. You know, hell, if it's a God forbid it's a disaster, we're gonna have to link back up. You know, bottom line is we will meet again. Sam Dracula will be back at Flight Sports. Make sure y'all go support Sam Dracula and everything that he got going on. Sam, holla at us, man. Peace and love.
Appreciate
Peace out,
y'all.
Sam.
Thanks for having me. Always a good time.
Look.
Fingers
Yes,
crossed
sir.
tonight.
Fingers crossed. Let's go. You know, so like I said, there's big business going on. No panic, man. You speaking very, you know, high there. You know, it's just kind of crazy, man. Continue your soliloquy that you had going on.
I just don't see Cooper Flag being a quote unquote star player in the NBA. I see him being a high functional, high role. Like, not saying Draymond Green as in skill set. Draymond Green as in
Oh, wow.
he's notable. He the engine of the team, but he's not going to. Only thing I can say is Aaron Gordon. Like that's the only example I can give. Like the athletic player that get all the hard rebounds, that play hard. Like you use him as a utility defender. Like he can switch on different offensive types or whatnot. You can play him down low. He big enough to do that. But I don't think he the type of athlete Aaron Gordon is. But at the same time, it's like we don't see plenty of players in college shoot from 3 pretty good, and then they get into the pros. It's like, well, damn, I thought they had a jumper. Or I thought they could have did this.
No panic. I understand. Listen,
Yeah.
let me share this with you. No panic. So maybe you can get a little foundation of where I'm coming from.
Mhm.
I wasn't
Marvin
high on
Bagley.
Cooper Flag. Yeah, no panic. I wasn't high on Cooper Flag. I
No?
thought he was just hype. I thought he was just more hype because I've seen this too many times before. And then Pope came on the stream. Pope D. Frank. He came on the stream and he educated me about Cooper Flag. And he challenged me. He said, Dex, I'm telling you, man, you got to see it for yourself. He's a throwback, he's a middle range, and he's the new style of player. And I was like, oh, Pope, here you go with, celebrating all these white folks again, right? I went and started watching Duke every freaking game I can watch. And Pope, no lie detected. This dude, Cooper Flag, was everything that he was advertised to be. And remember, he's only 17 years old. That's the thing. So what about when he turned 18, 19, 20? Don't you think he's going to get better? And
I ain't saying that he won't.
yeah, so I don't see the comparison to Aaron Gordon when I watched. No, but I understand that. That was collective. We already know who did that. That was Jamal Murray. Hold on, that was Jamal Murray and Jokic.
But you can't do that. You can't do that with the Nuggets. You can't just say even Jokic and Murray. They all the players that you go to.
Aaron Gordon was sometimes
all the dirty work, all the
listen through all that series. Aaron Gordon was sometimes just like Michael Porter Jr. was sometimes. But who was consistent that year was Jamal Murray and
I ain't talking about
Jokic.
consistency.
That's why I'm saying that.
I ain't talking.
But anyway, don't detract. Hold on, don't detract. Let's go back to
that ain't detracting. You taking away from what
Cooper
Aaron
Flag.
Gordon doing to try to make your point.
Because I know Aaron Gordon in college. I seen him at Arizona.
College.
Because
we're not talking about him in college.
But that's what I'm saying is that when you watch the Aaron Gordon matriculation into the NBA and how he has been groomed, nurtured, and developed, and the maturity that he have now. You can't say that's Cooper Flag. Cooper Flag is already that now. That's what I'm trying to say. So only thing he's gonna do is get better.
Dex,
he's already at the level of an Aaron Gordon.
I may not watch college nowadays.
I can't go that far. I can't go that far.
But what I will say is, if you watch Aaron Gordon, go ahead.
Gordon just hit a goddamn game winner in the playoffs.
Exactly.
Cooper Flag in the game winner in college.
Two of them. Back
this
to back.
Is the NBA champion we talk. We got to pay homage. You just said that he on the level of Gordon right now.
Yes.
That's crazy.
Yes.
Right now?
Yes.
No, so I don't know about that.
Plus, Aaron Gordon is not the featured player on the
you don't have
the
to.
Nuggets.
You just name the two other players.
Cooper Flag is a featured player. Whatever team he goes to, he's going to be able to put up 20 plus shots a night.
And see, that's what we separate at. That's the only thing we separate at. I don't believe that he'll be that. I believe they'll give him that. I believe he'll get force fed that this rookie season and the first couple of years.
That's what I'm saying. I ain't saying he's gonna make them all.
So when you bring up Aaron Gordon in college, right? Aaron Gordon in college was the same play he is.
He couldn't make a 7-footer. He couldn't make a 7-footer.
He's been the best. No, hold on.
You didn't see him in college then, because he couldn't make a 7-footer. He didn't have no.
Listen.
He couldn't shoot anything outside the paint. He was a dunker.
He was always lengthy. He always been a dunker. He always been athletic.
That's all he was in college. I'm telling you, go watch it.
Hold on. He ain't been shooting. But even when in the league now, he ain't necessarily a shooter.
He couldn't shoot. How you gonna shoot when he couldn't shoot?
Okay, so when you look at him now, you look at him as a shooter now?
I look at Aaron Gordon as a well-rounded player.
And that's all he always ever been. He just always been the most athletic.
No, he wasn't well-rounded in college. He was just supreme uber athletic.
What I'm saying is you got certain type of players that they play offensive defense at the same level. He been doing that inside college. Now I ain't saying that he been this 30-point a game scorer. I ain't saying he been fully met his potential. I ain't saying he been well-rounded. What I'm saying is he always been this player that he can be a star. He can be a star and he can be your hardest worker. That's who he been everywhere he going at. When he been in Orlando, he just been the best player in Orlando. Even if Vucevic was on the team, he been the best player. He been the most athletic player. He been the feature player.
He was the most athletic player. He wasn't the best player. He was the most athletic.
To me, he been the best player because
Vooch was the best player.
Vooch
was the all-star. Aaron Gordon was the all-star.
We watched Vooch going from Orlando to Chicago, and when Chicago get
But
hit
was
with one
not Vooch a
injury,
multi All-Star in
the shit
in
collapsed.
Orlando, and not Aaron Gordon? He couldn't even make an All-Star. So don't do that. Don't try to revise history, please.
I'm not. Look at what look at what Vooch brings to the team when you don't got the not like I said when you got the right pieces, but when certain things don't fall into place.
Vooch went to the playoff leading the Orlando Magic with Steve Clifford as a coach. Come on, man. Don't
Okay,
disrespect
so
Vooch like that.
so what I'm saying, you act like Orlando ain't had a decent team and good coaching.
I
Sometimes that's
listen.
all it takes.
Only thing I'm saying is that Aaron Gordon wasn't the main dude in Orlando, like you say he was. I'm just telling you that. I'm just correcting you. And
Listen,
then
when
I'm
you look
then
when
and
you
then
thought
and
about those
then I'm
Orlando
showing
teams,
you
what's
who
the
was
first thing
the
come to your
main
head?
dude.
When
You
you
can't
thought
be the
about those
main dude if
Orlando
you don't make an
teams,
All-Star. Could you agree with that, Flight? How you the main dude? You're not an All-Star, but you got an All-Star on your team.
that don't
Who's
mean
who's
nothing.
getting
That's when they've
fed?
been going by
Are you
positions.
talking about Gordon?
Yeah, Gordon wasn't no All-Star.
Yeah,
How
but
much
he
power?
was
How much
before that.
power forwards been in the East?
Bro, he's
How
a
much small
forward.
forwards been in the East compared to how much centers been in the East? Of course, my center would make the All Star if he's one of
No, that's
three
you can't
good
say
centers in
that.
the East
Vooch
versus
was getting fed. Vooch was. You got to look at his numbers. I think Vooch was averaging at least like
And Vooch
Dag.
was.
24-10 or
You
something like
missing
that.
the point of what I'm trying to say. Vucevic had to go against how many other centers in the East for that All Star vote versus how many small forwards and power forwards Aaron Gordon had to go against. Remember back then they've been doing slaughter positions All Star voting.
But
Guess they
Aaron
don't
Gordon
do it
wasn't putting
now.
up
They've
the
been doing
numbers
center
like that
forward.
nightly. Aaron Gordon would have some good games
I
here
get
or
the
there,
number
but
aspect.
nightly because he couldn't shoot. Aaron
Dex, if
Gordon
you're
just started
only
shooting
go
in the
ahead.
last 4 years. The last 4 years, that's when
I
he
get
started getting his
that.
shots up.
I
Before then, he
understand
couldn't
that.
shoot.
He always been the hardest working player on the court, so he
I'm not
always
knocking
stood
that.
out.
Yeah,
That's
yes,
like
I
with
agree.
Jimmy Butler. You can
I
find
agree.
plenty of players in the league that can
I agree.
offensively be better than Jimmy
He's a
and
janitor.
defensively better than Jimmy, but he the one who outworked everybody and he
I
happened to be the
agree.
star.
That's true. Yes, you're right there.
So at
He's
the
a
end of the
janitor.
day,
He's
when you
definitely
look
a
at
blue
Aaron
collar.
Gordon, in Denver right now, you don't hear his name like that. You hear his name recently because he had back-to-back game winners or whatnot. But at the end of the day, like you don't hear his name like that. But if you
But
take him out of that rotation, they collapse defensively.
I
Think
don't
about
want you
that.
to listen. I don't want you to think that I'm trying to promote Aaron Gordon as a slouch. That I'm not doing. I'm
No, I know
just
you ain't.
saying. I'm just saying that Aaron Gordon had opportunities to springboard himself as a face of a franchise, and he failed. Now let's see if Cooper Flag can come in and sustain this kind of hype to be a face of the franchise. And I believe he's either going to Utah or Dallas. I think some shenanigans might be played that Dallas might, end up with Cooper Flag. But I
But see
think
that,
Utah got the upper hand.
yeah, and see that's all I'm trying to say is
Yeah,
I believe Cooper Flag gonna follow the same steps as Aaron Gordon in the league. I think he gonna be if you go to a bad team, he gonna look real good, like he can be a cornerstone to a franchise type player. But then you gonna realize, well, they ain't really winning, they ain't really going nowhere. But if you put him on a good team that he like, kind of like when Golden State draft Wiseman over LaMelo, they've been thinking, oh, we can get a player that can play with how we want him to play. Setting screens, rebound, and shit like that. Like not scoring, just do your thing or whatever like that. Just do your thing as far as everything outside of scoring the ball. That's the thinking with Cooper Flag. Cooper Flag got to go to a team if he want to win. He need to go to a team where you can say, okay, boom, we had Denver. What Denver I need? I need an athletic big. Aaron Gordon. He can kind of scratch the floor to a certain extent. Some players don't always got to be a superstar.
Now,
Lonzo
don't
go
panic. That's what I'm saying. Now he can do that. But before
exactly,
he
and
wasn't able to
that's
do
what I
that.
believe. That's what I believe that Cooper Flag is. I believe you put
But
him with the
Cooper
right
Flag can
team.
stretch the floor now. See,
I understand that, but
with
Cooper
the
Flag
package
ain't
that
that. I'm telling you.
the package pause that Aaron Gordon demonstrates, Cooper Flag, to me, supersedes that right now.
Denver don't got a championship without Aaron Gordon.
Listen, they don't got a championship without Braun. They don't got a championship without Jamal. They don't got a championship without Caldwell Pope, who hit some lot of big shots during that
And
run.
that's okay, and that's supposed the point I'm making. Some players are stars in a certain role. Like your all favorite player. I can say your all favorite player. Lonzo Ball going to LA and a leading role for him to be featured just wasn't for him. The second he took his role and said, you know what, let me focus on doing this. He been a star in his own role. Some players ain't. I just don't believe Cooper Flag is that type of player you bring in to a bad franchise. He turn him around. I don't believe he Giannis.
I
I don't
thought that
believe.
as well.
I don't
man.
believe
I'm
he none of
telling you.
these type of players. Even
But see,
Jokic ain't even been that at the beginning.
but see, you speaking, and you said you haven't been watching college basketball. I was watching college basketball, preferably Duke. And I don't
Let
even
me ask
watch
you a
Duke like
question.
that. The last time I watched Duke this many times was when Zion was at Duke.
You know why even watching college basketball and to have a knowledgeable opinion on players in college basketball don't mean that no more. Who's in college basketball really playing? Everybody getting paid.
See,
You
see,
think certain
this is
players going
circular logic right here.
and
You
no
have to
mind
watch
you.
it in
So
order.
last
You
year,
have to watch it to
who
some
been the
degree.
best play?
Okay.
Who been the best play? Who been the top 3 players in the draft last year? Brandon Miller, Wemby.
No,
No,
not
I tripping. No,
last year.
I
Year
tripping.
before.
I
Year
tripping.
before. Yeah, year before.
Okay, so last year, who been the first 3 picks? If you can remember, because I don't remember.
The dude from Atlanta was second. I think he's a
You
French.
saying the Rich
He was a
Paul,
French guy.
we
Castle.
gotta think about that. That's because it's a week. It's
Yeah,
weak.
yeah. Because
College basketball week.
About
Flight
Stephon
might know
Diggs.
the first 3. Just because I might not know it, Flight might know the first 3.
No, but it was,
I know the dude from Atlanta went second.
researcher is the
Uh-huh.
dude from Washington. And I don't know who the hell the third one was. It wasn't. I think dude went 4th, right? Castle was the 4th.
Yeah, Castle went 4th.
Yeah,
We talking about the top 3.
I
Then
just
Atlanta
said-
have number 2, right? Atlanta had number 2, right?
one. They got researcher, and they
Yeah.
got
Yeah,
and they
researcher.
got, the dude from Washington, the forward from France. I
Right,
forgot-
from France, yeah.
yeah,
Okay,
you
so
know,
boom. This year,
Is
right?
he the
that's a
rookie of the
week-
year? Is that the one? Is he the rookie of the year?
Stephon Castle won Rookie of the Year.
Oh, Stephon
The
Castle.
fourth pick won him, right? So that's called a weak draft. Boom. The year before, been the Wemby draft, right? Wemby been in France. Scoop been in the G League. I mean, not G League. Yeah, the G League. Brandon Miller been in college, right? Boom. The year before, and not the year before that. Let me keep it on that year, just right there. The 2 twins, where they play at?
Reed Shepard. He said Reed Shepard. What the
Where
hell
the twins play at?
What is he doing? Is he
What
a
the
Reed
twins
bust?
Shepard's at
play-
Houston. He's in Houston.
Is he a bust?
He started. No, you can't say that. He started out pretty well, but shit, everybody been coming on. Look at Van Fleet. He can't put Van Fleet on the pine. Van Fleet he was balling.
They're gonna trade Reed Shepard. He's gonna be in that deal to get Durant.
But my point is just basically that's how weak college basketball is. It's hard to sit there and look at Cooper Flag and say he gonna be this based off the competition he playing against. The competition he playing against ain't competition to make you believe, okay, well, that's a good test to see who he is. Like I say, if you look over to the draft before last year, 5 of the top players from that draft ain't come from college.
Okay, let me tell you this though. Cooper Flag is playing against grown men because these guys that's in college now have been in college for a minute.
And that's the
You follow what I'm
problem. They
saying?
to college in a minute. It's not because they're weak. They all smarter basketball players, but they obviously don't have the physical requirements of making the NBA. That's all they in college for 4 or 5 years for, or injury.
Yeah. So it ain't like he's playing
And
against
I ain't knocking
other
nobody. I ain't knocking
17-year-olds.
him at all because Brunson been a 4-year college attendee. But if you got to play 4 years because you're not athletically on that level yet, for teams to say, okay, well, he can shoot. Okay, cool, but can he move? Can he play defense? Have he grown? Like, you can't be.
Usually,
Shout out to Unstoppable.
Usually 4-year guys come in and just could go fit right in.
Yeah, exactly. Like a Josh Hart, like a Brunson. Players like that, like
Josh Hart came through the G League. Don't forget that.
Josh Hart is a star in his role. You put him on another team and you ask him to be that dude, he ain't even know what to do basketball. He ain't gonna know what to do with the basketball.
You can't say that because he was that dude in New Orleans when everybody got hurt. Remember?
He was never that dude in New
That's
Orleans.
how he got that Knicks contract.
No, he had a run. Now, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
He had a little heart.
Yeah.
But
he had that run, like a 12-game run. Shit. Josh Hart was out there balling for the Pelicans.
Yeah,
he ended up with a contract. He ended up with that New York contract. That's how he got it.
But the Portland wanted him to score though.
Yep.
You know, Portland
exactly.
20 points, some points here and there.
Exactly.
But it was hard for him to do that in Portland with all them ball hogs. Shit.
No, it ain't been hard because of no ball hog. It's been hard because that ain't who he is.
No, man, them dudes ain't passing that ball like that.
Man,
they don't even run a system like that.
a lot of players fail when they first get drafted in their first couple of years because they don't understand their role or they ain't getting told their role correctly. Like I said, we can go to LaMelo. When LaMelo first get there, if he had struggled, nobody would have been able to blame because he didn't know his role coming in. He don't know if he's gonna be the leader of the team, if he had to come off the bench, if he had to fight for the spot, whatever. But you got players that do get put in certain positions where, okay, cool, this what you're gonna be. We draft you to be this right here, Wiseman. But if they don't want to do it, it ain't gonna work out. You know what I mean? So it's like
I
it all
told you
come to
about
your
Wiseman
fit.
though. See,
It all comes
you
down to
guys
fit.
remember? I told you about Wiseman a long time ago. How his mentality was when I met him and talked to him personally, face to face, like a man talking to a friend. And I said, something's not right with this guy because he's only like 19 or 20 years old at the time. And I've been around a whole lot of 19, 20-year-old because I got nephews. And his aura didn't fit a 19, 20-year-old. His aura was like he was already 37. And he was just fed up with all this shit.
Right.
He had no punch, no energy. I couldn't feel anything from him. And then Looney caught on how despondent Wiseman was, and then Looney started, speaking on his behalf.
I got a question for y'all. Do y'all think that the NBA draft is rigged? The lottery?
To some degree, yeah. It's a
So,
business. It has to be. It's a business.
It's a business. But how the hell Wemby end up with the Spurs?
yeah,
Because
they know what they
Popovich
doing.
is good with foreign players, foreign-born players. He
Yeah.
won
And
championship.
yeah, Spurs already a big thing in France. That's how you get a whole country behind the NBA. Draft their biggest player to the team that is their favorite. Like the Spurs is France's favorite team.
Yeah, it's like, I wouldn't like if Utah got the pick. I feel like these teams just come in the draft and out of nowhere they just swoop in and get the number one pick and they off to the races. And then you
I
got
don't think they let Utah get Cooper.
teams that's in the lottery every single year can't get shit. That's the thing I don't like about the draft lottery because Zion Williamson, he's gonna be representing New Orleans.
So that means he's not getting traded.
Well, you never know. When you got things
No,
like
I'm talking about on draft night. So
you never know.
Stacey owed me $100. If Zion Williamson, like you said, Flight, if that's true, and he's up there as the poster boy, he ain't getting traded on draft night. That's not happening.
They're not trading Zion no time soon. Like he ain't even going this year.
So Stacey owed me $100 straight up.
They got too much invested in him. They done put all the time. He been the number one.
I might as well pin my cash app.
Like they ain't letting
Stacey,
him go.
around?
They gonna try to juice whatever they can. He ain't got no value on the open market. He can't get no haul to come back in. So you starting from square one if you trade Zion.
But not only that, they trying to show Zion we want you. You know what I'm saying? We're not trying to push you out. We want you. So that's why they put him out there. Well, no, not necessarily because
I think they're just trying to
hold on. Let me finish. Not necessarily because remember in 2020, the Minnesota Timberwolves had the number one pick, and D'Angelo Russell was a representative of that pick. And look what happened with him.
Man, D'Angelo Russell probably asked them boy to go do that, and them boy probably trying to tell him, nah, you don't need it. He just seemed like the type to down, just be like, let me do it, man. Let me do it. Come on, let me do it. They're like, nah, bro, we got plans for you. We ain't trying to embarrass you like that. That's what I've done.
That's crazy. That's crazy, man. What about Houston? Teams like that. Like I said, you got teams like who else is in this draft? Like San Antonio. What if those teams were to get the number one overall pick? What if San Antonio get the first pick in this draft?
Houston in this draft? Houston in the lottery?
Yes. They trying to get Giannis. That's why I said they number one pick. They trading for Giannis.
Okay, how did Houston get in the lottery? Because their record don't reflect that.
They must be off a trade.
Yeah, remember that Harden trade in it? They still got picks from that in it.
Something.
Okay.
You'll find out where it's from.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, they're in this draft.
Trade off Harden? Said didn't they trade off Russ at 1.2 or did Russ just walk?
I don't know. You talking about Houston now? I'm not sure how that went down. I don't know. We'll find out where the pick came from. They'll tell you. I'm about to look it up now.
Let's get some of these chats up here, Flight, because I don't have access.
Yeah. It says, let's see if Chicago can get Derrick Rose luck again. Basil says, salute to shout out my man Basil.
Yeah, shout out to Basil.
Shut Thunder. He says also Zion can eat all the seafood boy he wants.
Here we go with the Fat Boy contract.
Yeah. But you know what I will say is you see Gilbert, not I forgot his name already. The dude that got fired out there in New Orleans. Basically
David Griffin.
Griffin got fired.
Finally, the snake oil salesman.
Yeah, so now you see Zion representing the franchise. I find that very funny. You know,
Yep.
so it lets me know that something went on with those two, and he's pretty delighted that he's out the door.
Good observation, Flight. The man was trying to serenade Zion over a piano.
Yeah.
Who does that?
Philly. What about Philly?
That's kind of zesty, right?
Yeah, what if Philly get the number one pick?
I prefer Charlotte to get him because I looking at this, the odds. I don't want. If I gonna see if Cooper
What's the
Flag
odds?
really who y'all think he is, or whoever y'all say he is, I prefer Charlotte to get him. Charlotte.
Who got
needs a
the top
chance to
5
have a
odds?
breakthrough.
No panic. Who got the top 5 odds?
Utah, Washington, Charlotte, and New Orleans.
Yeah.
They got the top four.
I tell you, he's going to Utah, man. I just feel he's going up there with the Mormons.
Philly.
Yeah.
Philly number 5.
Philly. Wow.
They got the 5th best odds. Charlotte, like I said, Charlotte best odds is 3rd. But that's just the odds.
Charlotte ain't getting nothing.
I'm telling you. That's why I was saying they might fuck around and get the 7th pick in the draft. And
I say 6. I say Charlotte going number 6. That's that's my prediction.
You know, I'm gonna go out on a limb. You know, I think we're gonna get the number 1 overall pick.
Oh my God, like you've been saying that since 2020.
Yeah, but I think we're gonna get the number 1.
You got close though. You got close one year.
Yeah, I think today's the day. You know,
you got close one year.
It's all about what kind of player Cooper Flag is and how he's gonna be able to fit with LaMelo. But this is the good part about the lot. You about to find out where Cooper Flag is going. You know, so like I said, I believe he's going to Charlotte. Listen, you got to think. I think Charlotte is going to be
okay. We got a $1 bet. Me and you, Flight, Cash App immediately. $1 bet. I say he go to Utah. You say you're going to Charlotte. If he don't go to either of them teams, then nobody owes nobody. We got to put some skin on this one. $1.
So if Charlotte gets
100 pennies.
Pick, that's stupid. But,
if Charlotte get the 2nd pick, who y'all think they going with?
Let's not put no bad luck in there. Let's just hope Charlotte get the number 1 pick in the draft.
No, I ain't hoping shit.
No, I hope they get the first one. I just trying to.
Oh my God, you guys are pandering at an all-time high.
It's gonna come down to Dylan Harper and Bailey. Bailey's. I mean, from what I seen reading about, like, cause
why do y'all want to kill off Cooper Flag like that? Y'all are disrespectful, man.
No, I mean, if he going number 1, he going number 1. I just talking about number 2. Like,
why you want to kill his dreams by sending him down to Charlotte?
Bailey looked like he felt a little better next to LaMelo.
If Charlotte get the 2nd pick, they don't need a point guard. I know that they might be able to trade out, so they might be able to. Let's see what they do.
Because they think about moving LaMelo
back to the 3rd because the point guard is 2nd.
Who's representing Charlotte for the pick? Brandon Miller again?
I'm not sure. I think it's Charles Lee, if I'm not mistaken. So you know we
Charles Lee want all the publicity. Yeah,
Charles, he all up in the videos.
he like Diddy. He like no Diddy. Pause.
They need to fire.
If you don't want to be bald in your video.
I'm not feeling Charles Lee until proven otherwise. Pardon me. Until proven otherwise. You know, Charles Lee is on the clock. You know,
you guys already know how I feel about Charles Lee, but I try to give him the benefit of the doubt because he's a brother. But I just think Charles Lee. I just think he got a lot of crap in his pants.
Yeah,
there's no way you should be bodacious to the point where you bench your star player in a winnable game at a crucial moment in that game. That just never happens. You follow what I'm saying? And he done that and he thought it was cool.
I'm looking at these plans right now. Yeah, you got they go onto the podium now. Well, they about to sit down all the representatives. Zion chains on, the earring on.
Zion is not getting traded, Stacy.
Hakeem the Great. They tell me, it's crazy.
Hakeem is representing Houston.
Yeah.
Okay, give us all the representatives,
Oh, I can't
or
see
at
it.
least the top 5 or something.
I can't see them all. They just show
I
us
know
up.
the Sixers got Jared McClain representing them. Zion representing
Jared
New
McClain,
Orleans.
the rookie.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Yeah, they got Buzelis representing Chicago.
I know. Yeah, I saw that. Lonzo put that on his story
And
on
they
Instagram.
got Kamara from Kamara from Portland. He representing them. That's only 5 I know. Not counting
Who's representing
Pull-Up,
Dallas?
though.
Is Nico Harrison in the building?
He would. I wish he would pull up. I wish he would, boy.
Yeah.
Ain't no way.
Something got to do
They
for
still ain't
sure.
never. Hey, you know,
Utah are going to get the first pick. Mark my words. I can listen, man. Cooper Flag fits with Utah. I mean, I just look at him. I mean, he'll be perfect for Utah. It's a Mormon town. You know, he'll be perfect. You know, in my opinion, they will love him.
man, after Nico trade that boy away, and then Kyrie get hurt.
More for marketing. They need something. Utah is in distress.
What's the Charlotte Hornets percentage again? Jake Simpson wants to know.
Third. They got the third best odds.
And then he got like a 12.7% chance of getting the first, and like
that's a good percentage though. 12.
Yeah.
You double digits. That's what you want. Double digit percentage.
You know, with this shit, they always want some suspense. So you always gonna have a team drop. Mm-hmm. Somebody gonna fall. Somebody gonna move up. It's gonna be some bullshit happen. You know, it may not be Charlotte get screwed, but it might be Washington. You know, it might be Utah. Shit, you know, we keep talking about Utah. They might be the team to get screwed in this, where they get the 8th pick. And
them white boys ain't finna get screwed. That don't happen. This is America. This is America, and it's under MAGA umbrella. That's not finna happen.
Maybe Dallas.
I mean, ain't like they the only one with the bet. It's like they tied for the number 1 chance at the number 1 pick.
Well, he ain't going to Washington. You know he's not going to Washington. That's Chocolate City.
Because
that's not the question.
Charlotte got a 14% odd at the number 1 pick, just like the first 2 teams. They got
what's going on, Flight? What's going on, Flight?
No, nothing. I just think that Charlotte. I just think that you just need to get Cooper out there with LaMelo and Brandon. You know, they just be rock stars. You know,
wishing on a star.
I think that
to find out where you are.
So yeah, that's a correction.
Wishing on a dream to find out what it means.
14% chance. I say 12%. You got a 14%.
The commissioner's not finna kill off this young white boy career sending him to Charlotte.
It wouldn't be killing off his career, shit.
Shit. It's damn near killing off LaMelo.
That'll boost the whole market, though. The NBA.
Who's talking about Brandon Miller right now? Who's talking about Brandon Miller?
We got Pope.
Yeah, boy.
Oh shit, Pope B. Frank.
What up, fellas?
We seconds away from the NBA draft. You know.
Well, I'm finna start some shit. Hold on, Flight. I'm finna start some shit. Yeah. This dude over here, no panic, is calling Cooper Flag a fraud. Pope, please school him on the variables of Cooper Flag in the league. And this guy over here is trying to say Cooper Flag reminds him of Aaron Gordon.
Aaron Gordon?
Of course, Dexter. Well, go ahead, respond. Like, I don't know if you like to respond to things without context or just to some.
Yeah, go ahead, put it in context. Go ahead, no panic.
Go ahead, Dex, put them in the true context.
Well, I'm instigating.
Fraud.
So I gave him what I gave him. I'm instigating.
You say fraud. I ain't gonna argue if I say fraud or not.
Listen, that's his opinion. If he think Cooper Flag is a fraud, I don't know what he's been looking at, man. But you know, Coop is the truth in my view.
I don't mean to cut you off. We got Buzelis representing. You know, you got Rolando Blackman out there for Dallas.
Rolando Blackman. He was a shooting guard for the Dallas Mavericks way back in the day when they used to play against the Lakers in the 80s.
These are representatives. I'm gonna let Pope finish up, but I just want to share some of the representation we got out there. Go ahead, Pope.
Oh, okay. Because the draft is about the draft lottery is about to happen, huh? And I hope it'll be a good look for the NBA if Coop Flag can get with LaMelo Ball. But then again, it'd be devastating if LaMelo Ball can't stay healthy and Cooper Flag over there. But from what I've seen at Duke, this year at Duke, man, I was very impressed with his overall game, his ability to handle the ball. I didn't know he can handle the ball as well, and I didn't know he had the feel for the game like that. Like, I knew he could score because of all the clips that they would show when he was in AAU and his workouts. It'd be a perimeter on the basket, but him not really passing to people like that. So never really watched him just play a full game. Most of the time you would just see highlights. But watching him at Duke, man, he better than advertised, because the stat sheet don't tell you how well he played the game defensively, how he can lock down 1 through 5, like really lock down too, not just play okay defense. He a shutdown defender, and so
Smith out there. They got a young lady out there representing Utah. Dex. So Dex said he might be going to Utah.
Ooh, they got a female up there too. Oh yeah, they get number 1 pick. Mother's Day was just yesterday. Come on now, let's put it together.
Yeah, I don't know.
Should I go to the podium? Yes, I'm a mother of 4. Some shit like that.
It might be good for him not to go to Charlotte, because Charlotte is a dumpster juice, and they probably gonna make sure he don't go to that dumpster. They wanted LaMelo to go to that dumpster juice.
Spurs.
I think that's a bad look for the NBA.
Oh, hold on. Are they picking yet?
The Hawks.
Bulls 12, Atlanta 13. Okay, let's go.
Run it
Let's
down.
go.
Run it
I'm
down.
glad I'm here. I'm glad you did that.
Rockets
I didn't
10.
know we was gonna.
Oh shit! They got a top 10 pick.
I didn't know this was happening right now.
Yes, sir.
Bulls is 12. This is bullshit.
Portland 11. Rockets 10.
Oh.
Damn, they got a top 10 pick. That's gonna be crazy for the Rockets.
Portland is 11.
Yeah, you must be way ahead and you saying top 10 for it.
As long as I don't see no Charlotte, let's go. Keep going. Where we at?
Charlotte's gonna be 6, Pope.
No, we not. We get the number 1. Melo getting his number 1.
The first pick. Why?
I know it ain't gonna happen.
Hell no, they ain't finna get no first pick.
It's just fell.
No, it ain't gonna happen.
Stop pandering to the fan base, like.
Man, I hope Charlotte. Top 4 picks. You got why that's get what the fuck? Oh, they doing bullshit out here. This shit is rigged.
I see what I'm saying?
Brooklyn got the 8th pick. Yo,
Oh shit!
Charlotte gonna get fucked, Dex.
Oh shit!
New Orleans got
No,
the
Brooklyn number 9. Brooklyn number 9, right?
Our turn.
Oh, Nets number 9. Nets number 9.
Oh my
Dallas
God.
is in the building, baby.
Antonio got the top 4 picks. Washington.
Dallas is in the building, baby.
Charlotte is in it.
Where they at? Where they at?
Charlotte's in the top 4.
Let me go to my YouTube TV. Stop playing games. Let me turn it on.
Listen.
Utah,
Hey, Frank.
Utah got the 5th. Utah didn't get it, Dex. Charlotte is in the top 4. You got
No, that
Dallas,
means-
San Antonio, Philly, and
Wait,
Charlotte.
no, wait.
Those teams, Charlotte beat them the most. That's why I told you that was rigged. How the fuck did Dallas and San
Hold
Antonio?
on, wait. Hey, did they go to commercial?
Hey, what did I say about Dallas? Did I
So
call
it's the
Dallas
top-
a dark horse? People laughed at me.
Too.
Hey, hold on. Hornets top 4. So far, Hornets ain't got so far. We still in it?
Yeah, we in this
If you
shit.
telling me we still in it.
No, we
Yep.
in this
All
shit.
the Melo Coop and Ball.
And
Coop and Ball ain't
only,
gonna happen.
Only the
gonna.
Wizards and the
Oh,
Hornets
it
had
ain't
the
gonna
top
happen. It ain't gonna happen.
Yo,
It ain't gonna
percentage to get
happen.
the first.
the thing is
No,
that
it was the worst. There was one. Yeah, there was.
yo, out of all of those teams,
Watch. Hold on. I'm
listen,
on live. Hey,
yo, what I want
where
to say
did?
is this. We gotta
Hey,
be happy
Flight.
that Charlotte wasn't one of the
Where?
teams that got fucked over. Go ahead. You there?
The Wizards and the Hornets, the only two teams that had a 14% chance at number one.
Yo,
That
Charlotte.
left.
Hey, Flight was. Yeah,
You
was
cutting in and out.
Shout
was
out
the
to
Hornets?
Raiders.
Was the Hornets
Cupo.
one of the worst teams in the league?
Yes.
What was the Hornets at?
I mean, I don't have to look up all of that shit. I don't know off the top of my
Was
head.
the Hornets one of the worst teams in the league? Did they have one of the worst
Yeah,
records?
Yes.
yeah. I think they won like 20 games, 21 games or something.
I
At
think
that
they
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
How
we can hear.
was they one of the worst teams in the league?
Yo, how
Yeah.
they Dex, you did say, hold on, wait a minute. Dex, you said something about Luka. You did say something about Dallas. My
Oh,
bad.
okay. If you don't know, okay, all right. I just figured. So anybody know? Let us know in the chat if y'all know.
You broke up there, Poe. Yeah, but
I'm pretty sure they was at least top the last worst three teams. They had the worst three record in the league.
yeah, but how the hell did Dallas and San Antonio get in this? Yo, I'm telling you, they trying to get Cooper Flag with Wemby.
Nah,
So-
Dallas
so-
not gonna get
Nah,
it.
he going to
Dallas
Dallas.
trying
I'm
to
telling
be
you.
Poop.
Nah, he
I'm
said
telling you, man, the shenanigans, man. That's why Nico Harris was just smiling.
You said that.
Flight.
Dex. You
Like,
did say
man,
that.
you know how much money I could have won if I'd have put $1,000 on Dallas?
Yeah, but it ain't
Damn.
over yet. You did say that though. That they're gonna get the number one pick, Dallas, because they lost. That's how it works. You know, when New Orleans they lost Zion, not Zion. When they lost AD, they got Zion, and they wasn't even one of the worst teams. But that's how they got this draft set up. They got it set up all fucked up. You there, Pope?
Oh shit, the
Yeah,
Mavs
I'm
got a
here.
top
I'm
four
here.
pick. I ain't thinking about also Charlotte, the only team who had a 14% chance left. I don't know why I had Wizards in the top four. Damn, Mavericks might get a number one pick. They might see me back over there when Kyrie get back.
That's what I'm telling you, man.
Yeah, man.
I've been saying that. People's laughing at me.
I used to cross my fingers and everything and pray. I used to. I remember we was here before. I remember this. But this
Man,
is
the NBA basically trying to
all
revive
those
Dallas.
teams. Hold on, who's in there? Who's in there again? You got
Dallas,
San Antonio,
Charlotte,
Charlotte,
Spurs, 76ers.
Yo, those are out of all of those teams. Come on, Charlotte needed more than all of them.
Yeah, that's true.
Come on. Why would he end up with one of them teams, one of them powerhouses?
Like, don't start that trauma shit.
The chances is in their favor. We're coming back from commercial, man.
I warned you. I warned you weeks ahead of time.
Oh man,
Man, listen, if the Mavs can somehow at least get a top 2 pick.
we're gonna get screwed.
Top 2 pick, get a guard.
76ers finna get the number one pick, man. And he going to he going with Tyrese Maxey, man. He going with Tyrese Maxey. He gonna take over for what's they Embiid.
Embiid.
Do he still
Nice.
play in the league? Like, he still ball?
Okay, here we go. Here we go.
They gonna get the number one
and
pick.
Charlotte is in there.
Yeah, that's gonna be good. Philly fans
Cooper.
too, real
Cooper.
passionate. Philly gonna get it.
Look
Oh,
at
Spurs is
76ers.
still on. Oh, he going with Victor Wembanyama. Oh,
Look
you
at
said
Elton
that
Brand,
too,
man.
son. You said that.
Defense's top
Victor
prospect.
Wembanyama. They gonna get the the Spurs.
Okay,
is
here we go.
rigged.
Here we go.
It's
They ain't
super
gonna give it to the
rigged.
Spurs.
The Spurs, my nigga, they get back to
Look at
back.
Orlando
Number
Blackman.
one.
Look at Orlando Blackman, boy. He was a tough defender.
Win number one last
Okay,
year.
here we go.
They gonna
Here we
give it to
go.
Dallas.
On the clock.
It's somebody weak. It was terrible. Who was one of them? The Hornets got the 4. I knew they was.
Yeah, I told you,
The
Flight.
Hornets is.
Told you, Flight. I told you they wasn't gonna get
They
it.
going to Spurs. He going to Spurs.
Flight, can I
He
get my
going to
dollars, Flight?
Spurs.
Can you send me my
Dallas
dollars?
got the number. Oh,
76ers.
Oh, hell
Oh,
yeah.
shit. The Dallas Mavericks. Dallas got it.
He got it.
Dallas got it. Dallas got this shit.
We
Yeah,
going.
I told you, the
We going to the
Dallas
game.
Mavericks.
Okay, season
Oh boy, you bet not bet
Go
against me
Fiends.
ever.
Oh,
Look at that
listen.
shit. I told you
Hornets
Cooper
gonna get
Flag is
Continental
going to
stuff. They'll
D-Town.
get Continental.
They're gonna trade
Oh
him.
my God, Rolando Blackman, look at
Cooper
Cooper Flag. He's clapping. And oh my God,
all
they
right.
can't believe
That's
it.
all his world. They
They
gonna
can't
build
believe
around.
it. He's a,
NBA
They're
is
gonna
a
be
business.
terrible.
The
I said
NBA,
Dallas.
you think the NBA
I
is gonna
said
let
Utah
Luka
or
buck
Dallas.
like that?
That shit
They're
is
never gonna be healthy. They got
Oh
two
my
old ass niggas.
God.
But
Nico
it's
know what
gonna
he
look
was
good when
doing.
they is healthy.
Nico know what he was
Kyrie
doing.
no, that shit
and
is weird.
Davis.
Mavs had one of the lowest percentage. Come
Yup.
on now.
Hey,
Luka
listen,
for
I
Cooper.
say, listen, I
Luka
say
for
all
Luka
that
for
Cooper.
shit about Cooper
Cooper.
Flag. Now he gotta come back.
Why everybody was talking about why Dallas do what Dallas? They tripping. They said we going to get two. We putting our bid in.
Oh my God. This is going to be so controversial.
We wanted them to go to the
Hey,
We
'cause
wanted to go to
listen,
Spurs for
when AD
sure.
had dip, when AD go
But
to
I'm
the
not tripping
Lakers,
because I get to go to the game.
when
This
AD
is
goes to
weird,
the Lakers,
man.
they get the
I'm
number
going
one
to
pick.
the game.
They
Yeah,
can't
that's 8
believe it.
hours. See, that's 4 hours.
That shit
Get
is
him.
weird.
I'd rather find
That's the
4 hours
formula.
away.
Trade your star
Yeah.
to the Lakers, and you are gonna get the
Yeah,
number
I'm
one
going to be
overall pick.
a regular.
They
Yeah.
can't believe it.
I get to go see Coop live. Hey, Josiah.
Oh my God.
Coop going to Dallas.
Cooper is in Dallas. He in Texas, man. Texas is one of the most red states in America. Are
Man,
you
let's
kidding
go.
me?
And
Yeah,
listen,
that's where it's at. What you mean? That's beautiful.
remember what I was saying Dex earlier about if he go to a bad team,
Josiah.
he gonna look real good. But if he goes to a team that already kind of put together, he gonna still be good, but he ain't gonna look like the quote unquote star.
I think he
Man,
gonna
yes, he is. He plays very good with people who know how to play. Man, you don't know. You must
No.
have watched Cooper Flag, bro.
I'm not saying he don't know how to play. What I'm saying is he'll be a more effective
Oh my
player playing
God.
a role.
He
I want to
plays.
know what
He can literally play the point guard like
Man,
that.
they
listen,
got.
he ain't
Cooper
playing in the
Flag up
Dallas.
there. Hold on. They got Cooper Flag up there.
Yeah, they do.
Look at
He
that
already got.
lineup.
Oh shit.
He already got drafted on the lottery shit. On
Look
the
at that
lottery
lineup.
shit, he got drafted.
Oh shit. This is crazy, yo. They got Cooper
And
Flag up
you
there.
know when he come to Dallas, you know what role he
Yeah,
gonna be
man. I think for
playing.
me, it's always about just
You know
getting
that
better.
PJ Washington role.
It's
Now
not
we
one
got a
specific thing
rotation
that
right
I'm
there.
making
We
on
got a rotation at the bigs.
collective different things and just trying to get all around better every single day. Dallas Mavericks made it known that they look for two-way players. Guys who think that's what brings home championships, and that's why they traded Luka Doncic. You are a two-way player playing alongside Anthony Davis. I'm looking at it's just collective. Yeah, I mean things and every single day. Mavericks made it known that they look for two-way players. That's look for that, like you said, being a two-way player. That's something I've done since I was a little kid, so I'm just gonna try and keep doing that to the best of my ability. But Dallas, this is a good team. Did you see this coming? I mean, you must have thought about where you might be going, but I'm surprised. But you're going to a very built team already. Like you said, being a two-way player, is something that I've done since I was a little kid. So I'm just gonna try and keep doing that to the best of my ability.
Yeah, that's crazy what's going on right now with Cooper Flag, man.
Y'all gotta let Nico cook.
Yeah, this shit is crazy, man.
Hey, Melo gonna work his way over to Dallas. Melo gonna work his way over to Dallas, and that's how they gonna team up. So that works for me, and that's down the street for me. So I'm gonna be able to go to these games on a regular basis. You will see me.
You don't think they're gonna trade him?
Oh hell no! I'm 4 hours away from Dallas. I will be a regular at the Cooper Flag Dallas Mavericks games.
I don't think we about to trade for no damn LaMelo. We ain't got too much like no cupboard of picks and all that shit to give up.
Oh no, they're gonna trade him. They're gonna probably get rid of Kyrie Irving and some
Kyrie coming off an Achilles, isn't it?
You know,
ACL.
It don't matter. It don't matter. LaMelo don't want to be there.
Like, that's crazy.
It's the Charlotte Hornets, man. They'll give LaMelo up for.
Shout out to
man, listen. Think
I got
about
a
what
question
you're saying.
for you.
LaMelo ain't play a full season in his entire career. You
Wow.
think somebody
You're giving up an injured nigga for another injured nigga. You're not gonna give up too much. Because listen, like you said, you're giving up an injured nigga for an injured.
We wait till Kyrie come back next year.
Do we need to play the music for Flight?
I got a crazy question for you.
Like don't like the Dallas?
He's not mad. He in disbelief.
Hey, look.
Oh, that we missed it. I'm glad he didn't go to Charlotte, man. I really because Melo need to get up out of Charlotte. Charlotte is a dumpster juice organization.
Hey, check this out. Yo, can y'all hear me?
Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Yo, check this out. What if they trade that pick
Hey,
to the
Con
Bucks?
Knippel, I think the Charlotte Hornets might get Con Knipples though, and
Hold on
that's
one
hella.
second. Hold on one second. Go ahead, Unstoppable.
What if they trade that pick to the Bucks for Giannis? Them
And then
motherfuckers
listen,
gonna be
I just about to
crazy.
say that. I just about to
We
say
talking
that
about
somebody can use
AD
that number one
and
pick.
AD and Giannis. That's fucking crazy.
I told
And
you.
listen, Kyrie supposed to come back around. He
Yeah.
supposed to be back around December, but he can set out till the damn playoffs.
Well, let me tell you something, man. Dallas just got the ammunition to compete for a title. Whether they keep or
Good
trade.
take. That's a good take right there.
I got this is bullshit. You understand? Complete bullshit.
Yeah,
You
it
know,
definitely is. Yeah,
you know,
most definitely.
it's rigged. Period. You know, period. I mean,
Hey, Flight, they not even hiding that shit no more. They making it.
Yeah, it's entertainment.
listen.
It's business.
Imagine trading Luka at 25, but in return you get either Cooper Flag back or they trade Cooper Flag and you
But-
get Giannis.
Hey, no panic. We
That's a flip.
we seen it before though. We seen it with New Orleans, bro. They traded.
Man, you start with Patrick Ewing. It started with Patrick Ewing, the coin flip.
I thought it was
The mystery coin flip. Let me put it that way. The mystery coin flip.
Wasn't it?
Because nobody saw it. Nobody saw it. See, they saw the James Worthy coin flip, and they saw the Magic Johnson coin flip, but they did not see the Patrick Ewing coin flip. They just said the Knicks won the flip.
Hey, Dad, who was it? Who was it? Was it New York too that had the envelope folded?
Yeah.
Yeah, for you. Knicks ain't never get shit ever since.
Yeah. Watch, yeah. I got a feeling they gonna flip him for AD, bro. I mean, not AD.
The chat.
You got to. You got to.
What do y'all feel about this? The chat. Come on now, y'all part of this too now.
And only that first round, that number one overall pick can move Giannis. They ain't moving Giannis for nothing less than that.
Bro, because they got the pieces to win now. I mean, Cooper Flag, we don't know what he gonna be
exactly
as of yet. But if I had a chance, to get flip him for Giannis and pair him with AD and motherfucking Kyrie,
and mind you now,
how you gonna pair with Giannis?
Add one of the two centers.
They traded for Giannis, Dax.
Who they gonna trade? Cooper Flag can't be there. Oh. I
Cooper
thought
gonna
he
be
said
a
Giannis.
Milwaukee Buckying, wherever they call themselves.
Nah, he ain't going to no Milwaukee.
Man, it might be
Milwaukee, Milwaukee
it might
too
be
black.
something, but
Milwaukee too black. Milwaukee just a hop, skip, and a jump in Chicago.
Listen. If you ask the Bucks
they
ownership,
flipping him, bro.
you
He
want a
don't got no
rookie
say, so they gonna
contract.
flip him for Giannis, man.
You want a rookie contract of a player that can become a Giannis, or do you want Giannis on his big contract right now? They're gonna take the cheaper deal. They rather start over. Mind you, not Dame will be out next year. Dame ain't coming back.
Hold on one second, everybody. Hold your trauma, because I got a little trauma myself. Ladies and gentlemen, what the hell just went down right now? I mean, you're part of Flight Sports Experience. Come on now. What the hell just went down right now? Whether you on the panel or in the chat, we need your expression. What went down right now? Was this rigged, or it just happened chance that Dallas, out of all teams with all the controversy, it's Cooper Flag? What the hell? What did we witness?
Hey, Dex, you might as well say they got Giannis, bro.
Hey, Thunder, they don't play the same position. AD don't want to play the 5. Giannis don't mind playing the 5.
Cooper Flag is gonna play the 1.
Yo, can y'all hear me? Because I got a phone.
He's gonna play the 1 over Kyrie.
Kyrie. When the last time Kyrie played the 1? He hasn't. He don't play the 1. He hasn't played the 1.
Dallas to play no 1. I promise you. No.
Okay, so he's gonna turn. He's gonna be the Luke. He's gonna be the American Luka.
Cooper Flag played. Listen, this is how the Cooper Flag played the 1 at Duke just this last year. He was the main nigga who orchestrated their offense. He was the point forward. He's a point forward. He's literally a point forward. If you don't know that.
If you're the most athletic player or you the best player on the court, that's what they usually give the ball in your hand and let you go do your thing.
No, you got to be smart. That don't matter. No, sir.
But
that's wrong.
When I look at Cooper Flag, it's like, who was he playing against? Think about it. Who was he playing against?
Who was he playing against? Okay, listen to how you sound, man. He playing against D1 players. What are you talking? Top Power 5 schools in one of the top conferences in college, the
Cool.
ACC. What are you talking about? And he was supposed to be in high school while doing this. Not only was he nominated for National Player of the Year, he was supposed to be a senior. Do you forget this?
Okay.
Yo, can y'all hear me?
So okay,
Yo.
You
okay.
say that like that supposed to move me. Like that don't mean that we don't see plenty of people reach
He's
their peak.
17, 18.
Not saying he reached his
Wow,
peak at all. Don't take no context and say I say X, Y, and
bro,
Z. I'm not
you
saying
ain't
he
watched
reached his
Cooper
peak.
Flag play. You don't know.
What I'm
You
saying
only
is
You
we
know
watch
got
what?
plenty of
highlights.
supreme
You know what?
athletes that we watch
Can
at
we
certain levels
give
dominate,
condolence,
and then
Yo.
they get to the league and
gentlemen?
it's like, oh, okay,
The
cool, I'm
panel,
one of the most
the
athletic.
panel. Can we give condolence to all of the Charlotte Hornets fan base?
This is bullshit.
No, they
No,
still good, bro.
listen,
They
it
got
is.
top 4 pick. They still good. I mean, you could get Harper and shit. Move. You come on.
Okay, when they gonna get the center from Duke?
No,
And
he
he's
Nah,
the
gonna get
best.
I
cut.
think they gonna get. I think
No.
they gonna get
Oh,
Harper, bro. They gonna
Uh,
get Dylan Harper, bro.
well, we finished.
No,
You
he's
gotta
top three.
follow
He's
him.
top
You gotta
three.
follow them.
He's
Nah,
top
that
three.
he gonna
Harper
fall.
won't be
He
there.
going to
I'm gonna tell
Spurs.
you who's gonna be there.
Be there.
They getting Ace Bailey.
No, he's top three, Flight.
No, it's top 4.
I know, but he's top three.
I
Cooper,
mean, Spurs might trade out though.
Gil,
You never know.
Harper, and Bailey. That's top three.
No,
What pick the Spurs got again?
another guy.
The second.
It's not
The,
Bailey.
the
It's another
second
guy.
pick. Why would they trade out? They got the second pick.
Yeah, they're not trading. They're getting Con
I
Knipple.
mean, if the
They're
Spurs
going
want
to
to,
get Con Knipple.
Listen, I don't
if
give a
they
damn
want to
who they
accelerate their
get.
growth, if they want to
Y'all
accelerate
got to
their
be ready
window
to
right
play.
now, they can go out and get somebody.
They got
I
to
tell you
Hey,
what.
no
Hey,
project.
Okay,
I tell you this. So you
okay.
You said the Spurs
Let me.
got the second
Can I
pick.
share something so we can all be on the same page for a little bit? Okay,
Yeah,
the top 10,
let's get some
according to
order.
ESPN, the top 10. Number 1, Cooper Flag. Number 2, Dalen Harper. Number 3, Ace Bailey. Number 4, VJ Edgecumbe. Number 5, Jeremiah Fears. Number 6, Trey Johnson. Number 7, Kaman Maluch. Number 8, Con Capel. Knaple.
Con Knipple.
Knipples. Number 9, Kasparas Jakukonis. Number 10, Derek Queen. So those are top 10 right there.
Oh, okay, look, I
That
know how
sounds
this.
very uninspiring.
I know how this gonna go. Okay, let me ask you this question again because I forgot that quick. Okay, no, Dallas got the number 1 pick. Okay, and
Right.
did you say Spurs got number 2?
Yeah.
Spurs got 2.
No, I changed my mind. Giannis going to the Spurs, bro. They got the draft. They
No.
got the, listen. Hear me
Yeah,
out.
yeah. I
Hear
can
me out.
do
Hear me
that.
out.
Yeah.
Hear me out.
I
They
hear what
got
you're saying.
they got the picks. They got the young players. They got the number 1 pick, the young players, and they got future draft capital, bro. He's going to Spurs, man. Like
Yeah.
This my rebuttal to that.
Man, he's not going nowhere near the river
This
walk.
my rebuttal to that.
Hold on. Before you do that,
Go ahead.
no, I know I said Dallas, but like I said, I forgot that Spurs is number 2. All Dallas have to offer is well the number 1 pick. They really don't have no pieces that I think they'll want. And I don't
Number
even
1
think
pick, PJ.
Hold
Shit,
on,
you might need
Eastside.
shit.
hold on.
Hey, look, hold on 1 second. Y'all
Some
forgetting.
pieces over there now.
Listen, no panic and
hold on.
unstoppable. Y'all forgetting something. Y'all are
Yeah.
totally dismissing what Giannis said out of his own mouth. He said he want to win another ring before he retired, and he want to win now. He don't want to be in no developmental stage.
But Dex, what you feel and realize, Giannis don't have a no trade clause. So you have to ask yourself, okay, if you pair Giannis with Wemby, bro, like we talked about AD, but you pair him with Wemby.
And then do the Spurs have the access? I mean not the access. The what word I'm looking for? No panic.
They got
the
They
asset.
don't do it. Yeah,
I
they don't
just
have the
told you
asset.
they do
No,
have
got
the assets.
They
bro.
got no.
They
Hold on.
get-
Let me. This part of my rebuttal too. Yeah, the Spurs do got the assets. They can throw a bunch of number 1s at them, but you know the problem with that. Ain't enough talent in the next couple of years coming in the draft to make that'll be like, okay, cool.
Bro.
We got hold on. We got this collection of talent for one of the best players in our
That's
franchise
not true,
history.
bro.
But hold on. Now, when you look at the Mavs, yes, the Mavs may not be able to give you that much, but they're giving you a cornerstone. And to most fans' eyes, even if I don't believe it, to most fans' eyes, Cooper Flag is him. So why not go get a younger him on a less of a contract when you got Dame ain't gonna play at all next season, or most of next season, or be the same ever again for that matter? You starting over with a fresh slate. Instead, you're gonna just get a bunch of picks and just you're gonna run through picks after picks after picks, and ain't no guarantee gonna be number one picks because the Spurs ain't necessarily gonna be bad if you giving up Giannis to them. Think about that.
Again,
I
bro.
think if Popovich was the coach, you might have a good point. But Popovich ain't coaching, and I don't know if Giannis want to play for unproven coach right now. And listen, let me shout out.
And
Let me
that ain't
shout
even
out.
up to
Hold
him.
on,
Just
hold on one
to
second.
help
Hold on one
Dame
second.
point out, that ain't even
Let
up
me
to him.
shout out
Really get
somebody,
there.
man.
Go
Hold
ahead.
on one second. Eastside QC. I feel your pain, bro, and you are echoing the sentiments of most, if not all, Charlotte Hornets fan base. I feel your pain, but I warned y'all. You wasn't getting the number one pick. So you guys are setting yourself up like the New York Knicks fan base used to set themselves up. All right, go ahead.
Hey, you right about that, Thunder. Don't sleep on him, bro. All I'm saying is because they say the next draft actually supposed to be better than this. That's what they say. I ain't saying it's true, but man, but if you got a chance to get multiple, I'm talking about multiple first round picks, get some of them young players that the Spurs got, I might entertain that one. I'm telling you this, it's whoever gonna come with the best package. And like you said too, I agree. If they feel like that Cooper Flag, yeah, that's their guy, say who they want to get, then they'll probably accept that trade. But I'm telling you, bro, I wouldn't be
But
shocked.
isn't Cooper Flag the ingredient that the Dallas Mavericks need because he can
No.
stretch the floor? But
No,
he can
because that's
stretch the
what
floor.
PG already doing exactly what Cooper Flag would be doing if we bring him
Not
in.
consistently,
It
though.
makes
He
no
doesn't
sense
I'm
to
not
go along
sold
with
on
him.
Cooper Flag like that, bro. I'm not hyped up on him like everybody else.
No,
I
me
actually
either. That's
think
the point I'm
Bailey
making.
gonna be better than him, bro. If you ask me.
That's why I keep saying when I bring up Aaron Gordon, I ain't trying to say they got the similar game. What I'm saying is
Aaron Gordon not a bad player.
Aaron Gordon been one of he ain't a bad player. Like Aaron Gordon coming to the league, he been two sides of the ball playing. He been a hard worker, and that made his name. And he been athletic, and he been a dunker. So of course that bring a little more notoriety to him. But he been a solid player, and he still been
He was
considered one of the main pieces in Orlando. Then he going to Denver, and he fit right into a role where he could have just been a hard working ass motherfucker and win a championship. That don't make him a
no,
bad player.
yeah,
He just adjusted
no.
to that role. He a star in that role.
Aaron Gordon, he wasn't looked at. He wasn't looked at like a superstar player. He was as a good young player, but he wasn't no expectations of him being a generational talent.
And that's the
Y'all
only
really
difference.
have y'all really y'all. I can tell if y'all just watched a game or two of Cooper Flag, or if you really watched the games of Cooper Flag play, because there's no way you didn't see this kid. This kid's 6'10", 6'11", and can do everything. He's one of the smartest players. Forget the handles and jump shot and all of that, the mid range and finishing. He's one of the smartest players that I've seen. Like LeBron James, when everybody talk about his IQ is like this, Cooper Flag, that don't get talked about enough. His
Well, bring up
IQ is on
Draymond
a
Green when
whole
he said
nother
the same
level.
thing.
He make the
So
game
let me
easy
ask you
for
this,
him.
bro.
Bring up Draymond Green and
So
say the same thing.
so hold on. Let me ask you this, bro. So would you keep the pick, or would you trade it to get Giannis?
Hell no, I'm not
Saying
getting on Giannis. Cooper Flag is a better Giannis, bro. He gonna be better than Giannis.
That's
better
Like
than
y'all
crazy.
don't
Giannis?
understand
I
that.
don't
Yeah,
know,
That's
bro.
crazy.
he gonna be
I
better
don't
than
know about
Giannis,
that.
bro. Yeah,
But first of
he
all,
like that.
I
He
get
like that.
you
I
high
don't
on
know,
him,
bro.
but that
I
ain't
do.
even feasible.
I watched every game this year of Cooper Flag, and I'm well convinced the dude is definitely like that.
I mean, better
And
than
It
listen,
wasn't no
and
hype.
man,
Giannis
listen.
triple double,
Remember
bro.
every year when the draft used to come up, we could have named the top 10, 15 players coming out every year. Now you can't do that because it's weaker in college. And I ain't saying there's no competition. I ain't saying they trash. What I'm saying is he played against a bunch of, how we said earlier,
You
fourth and
can't.
fifth
No,
year
that's not
players for the
true.
most part. Why?
Nah,
Because a lot of
man.
them don't have the athletic ability to make it to the league just off of
Yeah,
that.
you. But it ain't like he a senior or something. That's what you don't understand. It isn't like he came to the league and he's a senior doing this against freshmen. He's a senior. He was supposed to be a senior in high school doing this against fifth year, 6 year seniors because you can add a COVID year and juniors and sophomores and some freshmen. So you got to
That don't. But
understand that. You got to understand. Look, he took Duke. Duke haven't been that good for a long time as far as
What?
championship contending like how they used to be. Yeah, no, they haven't had a championship contending team in a very long time. So if you don't know that, I don't know what you mean. What?
No, no,
Name the
hold on,
last
hold on, hold on,
name the
hold on, hold
last
on,
Duke
hold on.
team that made it to the championship.
Okay, see, you saying made it to the championship.
Yeah, that's what we known for. That's what Duke and his fans. I've been a Duke fan since a
Known
kid.
for
Yeah, we known for going to competing for championships. Correct. Top ranked team in the
see you
country.
saying for
That type of
championships or
stuff.
for competing for them. I agree, I wholeheartedly competing for championships, yes. But let's not and Duke my team now, but let's not act like we got like 15 banners hanging up in the damn rafters.
You know, we got a lot of banners. What are you talking about? And we got a lot of Final Four appearances. And we got a lot of
Yeah,
ACC
Final Four
championships.
appearances, Final
We
Four
have a lot
appearances,
of.
man.
We have. What I'm saying is we haven't ran through the ACC like we used to. We haven't owned the ACC like we used to in a long time. We haven't ran through college like we used to, even though we didn't. Because college, you can lose to the 16th seed on some what you call that shit, Cinderella type stories. That happens in college, but I'm talking about like Duke usually always around ranked 1, 2, 3, something like that. In
Oh
my
yeah, I mean,
days
yeah.
watching
If
them,
you talking about
they
like
haven't
Duke
been like
being
that.
that preseason AP number 1, 2, 3 every year back to back, because like yeah, I agree with that now. But as far as
And
like
look at his
they won the
squad though. Look
championship
at
in
his squad. He did it
2019.
with 3 freshmen, right? It's 3 freshmen starting, and then you got damn, what's my boy with the fro name? I forget his name right now. But you had 2 juniors and 3 freshmen, right? As the starters. And Nipple and a tall kid. Nipple's off the chain. I think he might go too if the Spurs keep their pick. But I think that's who's gonna trade and go get Giannis. If
Who you
anything,
talking
they
about?
give up their number 2 pick.
What's
You
his
say
name?
Nipple. This would tell me you don't watch Duke. Because if you watch
I couldn't hear
Duke,
you, bro.
you would
I'm
know who
asking you. I couldn't hear you.
Nipple. Hold on. If you watch Duke, you would know who that is off the top. Like that nigga's like he's like that. That white boy is cold. He don't look like he like that, but he like that. 6'7", big body, put people in the basket. He's nice. But they don't need no 2 guard. The Spurs don't need a 2 guard because they got Fox and they just picked up Castle. So they need a player, experienced player. So if anybody gonna trade a pick, it'd be the Spurs trade that number 2 pick, and that'd be good for Milwaukee Bucks to pick up a Ron Harper or whoever that Ryan, whatever his name is,
Bruh.
if he like that. But Coop
You
gone.
you said if I had a Bucks organization, you mean to tell me I'm gonna be like, y'all listen, we gonna get a lot of picks, right? We gonna get Castle, or we gonna get one of these young players to come on over here, and we gonna hope every other year that we get the number 1 overall pick, as opposed to we got Cooper Flag. Come on, that's an easy decision. If he everything you saying he that's an easy decision.
What do you say now? I'm sorry, I was talking to my daughter. What do you say?
What I'm saying is if Cooper Flag everything that you just say he is, right? It would
Uh-huh.
be an easier decision for the Bucks to say, let's go get somebody that we believe is going to be better than Giannis over the next 10 years versus let's just get a bunch of picks and hope they
No,
turn out to be number 1 overalls and hope that number 1 overall end up being Cooper Flag level or Giannis level or whatever.
they don't. I mean, but you act like they got the power. The Dallas ain't coming off that pick. They're not. They're not. You can offer them Giannis all you want. They're not giving up Cooper Flag. That's what I'm
No,
telling you.
you're right. We all everything we talking about is hypothetical. What we think should happen. Cool, we can get to that. But what if they are? What if the number 1 and number 2 overall picks in this draft been up for trade as long as Giannis been coming back in the deal? Which choice you think the Bucks would want? A number 2 overall pick and some ones down the line, and then a few young
Yeah,
players,
yeah. Because Dylan
or do they
Harper is
want Cooper
supposed.
Flag,
Because
the
you
one
need
that
it's
you
a
say is
guard.
supposed to be better than the player they currently have?
Yeah, it's a guard. This is the one of the top draft. They say one of the deepest drafts, and Dylan Harper. They saying he like that as well. Even some say, like yourself, that he better than Cooper Flag. So if you have a player who, especially who a guard, this is what this league is, guard heavy now, and that's what the Milwaukee Bucks need, another star who's a guard, because Lillard is on his last leg, and it seems like Giannis won out. So if you can get the number 2 pick, who would normally go number 1 if you didn't have a generational talent that you don't see, but mostly everybody else does, that sees him as a generational talent. If you didn't have that in front of you, then Dylan Harper will probably be number one, but in many drafts. So that they look like they could be coming up on the number one pick, trading for that number two pick. Makes sense for
So
both parties.
so let me ask just off of you saying generational player, right? If you had to draft LeBron get drafted, and who you taking? LeBron or you
I'm
taking
taking Cooper
Carmelo?
Flag. Cooper Flag.
The generational player, right?
I'm taking Cooper Flag.
So if I got a generational player and I know my generational player wants to leave, and I got a chance to go get another generational player,
You don't have
why
a
would I
chance
still go
just
with the
because you
Spurs?
want to. That's what I'm saying. You don't make any
That's
sense.
crazy.
Just
No,
because
you
the
don't make
Milwaukee
any
Bucks,
sense.
listen to what you're saying.
You
Just
ain't
because the
making
Milwaukee
sense.
Bucks, hold on, listen to what you're saying, bro. Just because the Milwaukee Bucks want to make the trade doesn't mean this can happen.
I
So you make no
understand
sense.
that. I understand that. You
So
don't that
uh,
you see you
the
dancing
Spurs
around
will
the
be
point.
willing to get rid of the pick. The Spurs will be willing. So you have to
Uh-huh.
deal with people that's willing, sir.
I
You
get that,
can't
but we
deal with
don't know.
somebody that's not going to answer
We
the
listen.
phone.
We don't know if the Bucks thinking about or not thinking about trading. We don't know if Mavericks thinking about or not thinking about trading. It don't matter.
I
We do.
doubt it because
We
listen,
operating under
no
hypotheticals right
panic,
now. That's
no
all we
panic,
doing.
no panic. You're not reading the room correctly. Why
At
would
all.
Dallas? Just listen to the scenario. Just hear me out. Don't listen to argue, or don't listen to wait your turn. Just
I
listen
just think
to
y'all
try to
bugging.
get some information. If they were sending Nico Harris death threats, that's how serious it got trading that white boy out of Dallas, right? That was something that even though he's foreign born, that white America could relate to. They had someone they could cheer for that was competitive against some of these black players. Now he got traded. All hell and chaos break loose from that fiasco, and now they are rewarded an American-born player, albeit he's hop, skip, and a jump away from Canada, but he's an American-born player, play at an American all blue blood school, which is Duke, and now he will soon be the number one pick, and Dallas will occur that. Why you think they would trade that away again and leave the fans in turmoil and chaos and hysteria when the NBA just threw them a solid bone, a solid gold bone? They not trading no Cooper Flag, especially you just go watch some of his videos because, like I told you before, and Pope, you think I don't respect some of your takes, but I told No Panic that you schooled me on Cooper Flag. I was in doubt because I really didn't check him out, and I'm thinking, okay, this is another clamor for a white star in college or soon to be NBA. But when I went to when you challenged me to go check him out, Pope, the dude is the truth and a bag of chips. I was like,
Wow,
my
man.
goodness, I can't
Wow.
believe this Cooper Flag dude. Now, the only reason why I trust you, Pope, because you a coach, right? And being a coach, regardless of what level you're coaching on, you got to manipulate the minds for them to feel that they're better than what they are so they could be competitive for the duration of the game and the duration of the season. So I respect that basketball acumen when it comes to your perspective on talent. So I was amazed at Cooper Flag, and he got me glued to watch more Duke basketball games. You know,
Hey, wait,
whether they
hold
won or lost.
wait, Dex, hold on, wait, Dex. We got to give a round of applause right quick because usually men, and that was big of you, because usually men who not really sure or be challenging somebody on something, they don't like to admit, like, oh yeah, okay, I was wrong, and shit, that motherfucker is like that. But that's so shout out to you. But hey, man, you checked him out. I didn't know you did that. You never told me that, man. I didn't know you checked him
Yeah,
out.
I checked him out, and
And he checked
because
out, huh?
because you know what, I'm gonna tell you why I did it, Pope. First of all, like I said, I respect your basketball acumen because you're a coach, and I respect all coaches. My brother's a coach. I was a coach at one time. I told you that my coaching ended up sending someone into the NFL, even though I coached him in basketball. So that's how good my coaching was. I guess that flew over a lot of people's head, but nevertheless, when I watched Cooper Flag, I was watching for flaws. And I couldn't really detect any, not at that stage and at that age, because I'm looking at him at 18 years old. You follow what I'm saying? And he's
Right.
playing against grown men. I told no panic. This guy's playing against 3 and 4 year and 5 year players because those
Yeah.
players wasn't good enough to go into the draft. So now Cooper Flag got to go against these guys because they still in college. So these are grown men playing to eat. These
That's
not
such a
little young.
contradictory sense.
You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, you put me up on them, and I'm impressed, and I'm a Cooper Flag fan now.
That's what's up, Dex. Shout out to Dex. Shout out to Dex. Now, no panic. You should
When
do
you
the
look,
same, my friend.
no,
You should do the
no,
same.
see, no, you know why? You know why I can't do that? Because I done set up here many a days. And mind you now, when I say I'm keeping up with college, I ain't saying I don't know anything about college. I'll watch Cooper Flag. I'll see certain things. But I ain't gonna sit there and act like I know him in detail. I know his game. But I do when I
But
do
you
see
talking like he not
no,
like that, like you know his
I
game.
no. See you how can I say this?
You say you don't believe he
No,
like that, so that
hold on.
must mean you have
I
to
try to
have
find the
watched
best way to say
his
this.
game and you have a reason. Your take of him not being what everybody is saying is because you see that's what I'm saying. You can't come and say he not like that or you don't think he's like that and you haven't really watched his game to make that assessment.
So you
That's what
so you
that
should
to
say
me
this.
is crazy.
So you should be able to say the same thing to Dex, who say he watched the video, then he started watching a few games.
No, because that I did say the same thing today. He just told you that, sir.
No,
He
what I'm
was saying,
no,
hold on,
hold
sir,
on.
hold
See,
on. He was
you must
saying
why I
that he
say you
didn't
must
think
say.
Cooper Flag was like that, or he was
What I'm
like,
saying
is it
is
just
you
my
asking me
good? We
if
both can't talk.
I know, but what you asking me to
It's good.
do is you asking me to say, okay, cool, go watch a couple of videos on Cooper Flag and give you my
Not
determination. No,
videos, man.
hold on.
Games, man.
I
Games.
don't think somebody can determine how good somebody is by a couple of videos. When
I
Dex did
didn't
it just
say
now,
videos, dude. I said games. He said he watched games as well. He watched games of Cooper Flag, not videos. That's
okay,
your problem. You
what's
just
the
watch
difference?
videos.
What's the difference?
What's the
The difference
difference?
is the videos is
Wow, this
edited. The game is
dude.
live. You see it all.
But no, Dex, you say you been watching games. There's no way you can watch games or you say he just tell you and you say
No,
you're going to
this was
watch some
during the
videos on him.
season, sir.
But he
This was
Yeah,
but he
during the
said
when
he
season.
he's
went
Yeah.
and
talking
watched some
about
videos.
what he's talking about was during the season,
And
and
what
he
he
started
said
to
was
watch
he
the
went and
games
watched
during the
some
season.
videos and then he started watching Duke.
Oh man, okay,
Wait,
all
wait,
right,
wait.
man.
I don't
I
know what
guess it
he's
went over
asking
your
me.
head.
Yeah, I don't
No,
know what he's asking me, but
Dex,
like I said,
when
Pope
you say
challenged
you're
me.
going to look at him, you say I went to watch some videos and I started watching Duke games,
No,
No,
right?
not videos, games. But
no,
But that's
he
what you
didn't say
just
hear me
said.
right.
videos. Yeah, he didn't say videos.
If I said videos, it was a Freudian
Okay,
slip.
wait, okay,
For
cool. Then even a
games,
Freudian slip.
because this was during the
No,
season when
you
me and
didn't say
Pope had
Okay,
this
videos though. But
discussion.
go ahead.
I
Yeah, this
mean,
was during the season when we had this
I got
discussion.
another phone. I can rewind them
I
and
think
whatever.
I think
It ain't gonna
Yeah,
take
they
go
long
had
to
ahead,
just
man.
rewind
beat
Go
what
ahead
you
for
Clemson.
said.
yourself. Go ahead.
I think they had just beat Clemson, and Pope was like, "Oh, Cooper," and I'm saying, "Well, Clemson is not all that, not all that." You know what I'm saying? But it wasn't that how he dominated lesser teams or even quality teams. It was the way he played. He played within his game, and his game was sustainable from the first period all the way until the clock went zero. And that's what impressed me. He wasn't trying to be a superstar or a hot dog or nothing. Because a lot of those guys, what you said with the afro, that dude used to chunk up them 3-pointers. He used to just chunk up. And I was like, why this nigga shooting so much? Get the
Right.
ball to Cooper Flag. I started saying that. You know what I'm saying? Because Cooper game was smooth. He had an elbow game. He had a inside the interior game, and he definitely can launch from the distance. And like you say, he can handle the ball, and he's not out there getting ripped. And this guy is a humongous dude, like he's 6'8", 6'9",
Yeah, no, he's
with
6'10". No,
size.
he's 6'10" and still
Oh,
growing.
6'10",
He
with
only
size.
18 years old. He just turned
Yeah,
18.
and he's not like he's skinny. The dude got a little girth with him. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I was like, man, how I didn't get up on this dude like that? You know what I'm saying? And like I said,
Yeah.
I was impressed from the day I saw him, and it kind of his display on the court was magnetic. It make you want to watch. Even when he on the bench, you're
Very
like, come
true.
on, coach, put him in there. Let's go. You know what I'm saying? And he didn't complain. He don't argue. I mean, the dude was just smooth. He just smooth all the way around, man. And I like that.
Yeah, he a smooth dog, man, and that's like when I first. The reason why, first of all, I'm a Duke. I'm a Dookie, anyways. So no matter who playing for Duke, I'm watching Duke games. But him going to Duke really made me like really understand. Because at first I just thought, okay, I seen him play in little AAU clips and videos, like that don't do no justice. And that's what I used to be like, okay, them was clips and videos, but he scored 50, he scored 40 and all that in the AAU game, or in high school or something. So when he went to Duke and he really changed it, not only with his all-around game, we winning. And we winning like we used to win. Like we wasn't just winning, we was dominating every team for at least 17, 18 game streak. We went on winning streak to where, I mean, just dominating, and even the good teams. And I watched when we played against the Kansases, the top ranked teams, the Auburns, he played even better.
Maryland with Derek with Derek Queen.
Yeah, he played like he stepped up his game. Like, and when I watched how he can really lock down the best center, or if your best player is the point guard, that Coop get on them. The point guards don't even want to dribble around them. Like even the top prospects that I'm seeing in this draft, when he played against them, I watched that, bro, and I'm like, oh yeah, he everything and then some, and a little more. So, and then I didn't know he could pass the ball. That's what Dex. I don't think he brought that up yet. But he passed the ball so good, like a real point guard out there. He'd be looking to pass the ball and looking to, soon as the defense make a mistake, he dropping a dime. He looking to pass it on you. If you're trying to box him in or something, and he see you cheating, oh, he letting it go. And so I'm like, oh yeah, he real dangerous, because you can't stop a player who know how to get others involved. That's gonna be dangerous. So being 6'10", I think he's gonna end up being 6'11", 7 foot by the time he stopped growing for real. And with handles and a jump shot, and him with a post game, he got the whole package. Mid-range shot, pass the rock, defense, smart. Can't go wrong.
Yeah, like I said, if I a GM and I know my generational star wants to leave, and I got a chance to get another one directly in the draft that I believe that's that person, I ain't doing it. I ain't giving that up for just a couple of picks that may or may not be generational.
I don't know I don't know why you keep talking about the Bucks. They have no power. They have no power.
I understand that.
So why are you talking about the Bucks? If the Bucks want to make a trade,
that was the entire conversation was about the first or second pick being traded.
Yeah,
that
the
was
second pick. The second pick
no,
is
it was
the
the
only
first
pick.
And the first. Listen, Unstoppable said Dallas might trade.
We understand that.
I agree with that, and then that was the conversation. And then
the Spurs should trade for Giannis.
I understand that's your opinion, but I'm just trying to educate you on why the subject is still the first and second pick. That's all.
It's not the first or second pick. The first pick is a lock. It's not going nowhere. So it's not. You're the only person that's saying it's the first and second pick. Dallas is not coming off the pick. Milwaukee knows that. Everybody knows that. So the only deals they would have, which Unstoppable said, is the second pick, which will be smart for them. It makes sense. You want to get another dynamic player, and who would normally be a number one if you didn't have a Cooper Flag in the draft, and Dylan Harper, who's a point guard, who's a scoring point guard, which that's what this league is. So if you can get that and do something with Lillard's contract, whether you trade him somewhere or whatever the case may be, but you can now you can start to revamp, because it'll come with more than just the number 2 pick.
Listen, just like you just said about the Mavs, the Spurs got to want to trade a pick. You said
yeah, but works? That's
why I be
okay. So this is where you need to know who's in the draft.
No panic, don't understand the politics.
Yeah, he don't know, but see, he don't understand a lot.
And forget you.
Shout out to Purple Baby. Can we get a little bit for Purple Baby?
Okay, no panic, no panic. Hey, listen, learn something, Young G. Listen, no panic. Listen, no panic. Listen, brother. Brother, listen, brother. Listen, brother. The Spurs don't need a Dylan Harper because they just got Castle in the last draft, and they just traded for De'Aaron Fox. So if anybody was to make a deal with the Milwaukee Bucks, to get a Giannis out of Antetokounmpo to go with Wemby, De'Aaron Fox, and Castle, then that makes sense for the Spurs as well as it makes sense for the
But you
Bucks.
just said we don't know that information, right? So how do
We
you
do know
now
that,
when
and
it
we
comes to the
do
Bucks?
know, bro. You are
Now
you
you
are
do
slow.
know. Okay,
You are slow. We know that. Okay, hold on, wait. Wait. We know that the Spurs got Castle. Yes, we know they just drafted Castle number 1 or number 2 last year, right? We do know that. Yes.
4.
Do we know?
He drafted number 4. Yeah.
Okay. We know they got a shooting guard in Castle at number 4 last year, and we know they have a point guard in De'Aaron Fox that they just traded for. So we know they don't need Dylan Harper.
Good take. That's a good take, man. You
So
gotta accept that.
what makes you think? What makes you think that they need Cooper? Well, Dallas would need Cooper more than they would need Giannis.
Oh my Jesus. Okay, bro.
You don't understand American politics.
Yeah, never mind. Hey, you got it, man. I can't argue with stupid.
Listen, we had a lot of testosterone. We had a lot of testosterone on the panel, but now we got some estrogen. Let's get some. Listen, no panic. Can we get a little from Purple Baby because she hasn't spoken yet, and I'm curious to how she's feeling right now because we haven't heard from her in a very, very long time. Purple Baby, what's good with this Cooper Flag thing and the Charlotte Hornets?
Purple.
What's up, y'all? What's up? Nothing. I expected Charlotte not to be in the top 3. I see they made it to the top 4 though, but I knew they wasn't gonna be in the top 3. What's surprising is that Dallas got the number 1 pick, and I'm trying to see where Philly is, what pick Philly got, but it seemed like Philly lost their pick because I think it was top 3 protected or something like that.
Oh damn!
Damn, that hurt if they lost their pick.
Shine line.
Let me see where their pick is. I can't even find the thing. I'll figure it out in a minute where they pick is. But yeah, I was interested. I was hoping that Philly keep their pick for the sake of the future don't look bright for them with Embiid and stuff like that. So, and the Paul George deal was terrible, like everybody said. So I was paying attention to that more so than anything.
So
that Paul George was a flop.
Overall pick.
Mm-hmm.
76ers can be in the Giannis sweepstakes too, because you might can get rid of that 3rd pick. Do they got the 3rd pick?
Listen,
you might can get rid of that 3rd pick.
Purple Baby, one question: if the Bucks organization, and you can get whatever pick you want in the draft,
you can't get whatever pick you want, man. You're so unrealistic. You sound stupid, bro. You can't get whatever pick you want.
Don't get upset. He's searching for a friend.
Listen, Purple Baby, that's why I say what they saying is circle logic. In one voice, he's saying, "Well, we don't know if Dallas even want to give up the trade.
Who said we don't know that? We do know they don't. They're not going to give up the trade.
You just said you just said the Bucks ain't up to the Bucks, right? Meaning it's
correct.
Up to
Dallas is up to the Mavs. Don't want to get
and
the
what
Dallas.
I say is we talking about a hypothetical, so that took them out of the board.
Washington.
Well, we're talking about hypotheticals. Why we wouldn't talk about what's real?
Everything we saying on this phone is
okay. We know the
hey, hold on, you guys. Purple got some information.
So obviously, Dallas, San Antonio, Philly did keep their pick. So congratulations to them. Their future can get a little bit brighter, there because they certainly need some more young blood, and stuff.
Bailey.
This the Pepper Baby. They got a long time till they can trade. They can trade to pick on draft day.
Who? Philly?
Anybody. Everybody.
I know they can, but Phillies don't use that pick.
So it's not a lock. You said it was a lock. It's not a lock. Nobody's pick is a lock. You can always trade it.
No, I didn't say a lock. I said that was good for them.
Because he's a contrarian. Anything you say, he's gonna just say the opposite.
No, you just said Philly it's a lock. They're gonna keep their pick. Yes, she just did just say that. I know I'm not tripping. She just said Philly's gonna keep their pick. It's a lock. That's what she just said.
It is. It didn't go to OKC. They kept their pick.
If you mean it in a different way, okay. I thought you meant like they're not going to trade their pick.
That's the only way she could have meant it.
No, it's not the only way because she could have meant it.
But that in the context of what we've just been talking about, what else would she be talking about? She obviously talking about
Yeah, you're really
Don't
slow,
fall in
bro.
this
They
trap.
always
We're talking about people
He's trying
trading
to
their
trap.
picks for Giannis Antetokounmpo.
No, we
She
not.
could
She
have
been
been talking about
See,
Philly's
loud and
not
wrong.
trading
That's
their
what you
pick
call
at
loud and
all.
wrong right here. Go ahead, finish.
It's okay. She cleared it up. She cleared it up.
Exactly.
She
Okay.
been talking
One thing.
about
Hold on.
one
No
thing.
panic.
That's something else.
Let me get in with Purple real quick. No panic.
What's up?
Well, how you think the Charlotte Hornets fan base feel getting the number 4 pick, even though the number 4 pick was better than last season number 6 pick?
I don't know. I just got on Twitter. I don't know. I guess they'll pour out their feelings later on tonight or in the morning. I just seen that they had the number 1 pick because that's the first thing that popped up on my timeline, along with something else that I can't talk about on a sports podcast.
Oh my God! I know you're not watching porn.
Oh no, it's not that. Definitely.
Oh, okay.
And I seen that Utah got 5. That's interesting to me.
I glad they get that. Glad they didn't get the number 1 pick.
Me too.
You don't want them to go to the Mormons? No panic.
Nah, I don't even like them in the league right now. Like their team could literally be shut down and taken out the league.
What, Utah? Have you ever been to Utah?
It's a lot of listen. It's a lot of redundant teams in the league, bro. Like teams,
But
like
they support
Utah,
their
we can tell the
franchise.
story.
You only drop teams if they don't. If the people don't support the franchise. Utah
That's true.
support the franchise.
That's true, but as an NBA fan, let me take that back. Let me take that back. I'm gonna call myself a casual NBA fan, meaning if my
Glad you're
team,
being honest.
let me give you an example, right? I can watch basketball every single night. Like I enjoy watching basketball. Like that shit, like I love watching basketball. But if my team, like with the Mavericks, right, they trade Luka, that been like, damn, that's gonna be a tough season to watch. Then Kyrie get hurt, is like, man, I ain't watching none of this shit. I'll still watch the playoffs heavy now, but the regular season be like hit or miss. Like I'll watch a few games for like a week, and then I'll be like, 2-3 weeks go by, I forget the damn league, even though it's still going until the playoffs start. But when it comes to Utah, like I don't like, bro. Like if somebody said they beat Utah last night, I don't know. They redundant. They like Zach LaVine to me.
You suffering from recency bias because Utah was like the number 1 team a couple of seasons ago,
and they've been redundant to me then.
But you understand what I'm saying? So it's not like they haven't been competitive. They've been cellar dwellers.
Redundant. But let me clear
so
that.
why would you drop them out of the league if they've been like a top 3 team in the toughest conference in the NBA, which is the Western Conference?
Yeah, just to get to the playoffs and be playing like an 8th fucking seed, 8th or 9th seed in the league. But why are you trying to say about them?
No, there was higher.
No,
there was like 1, then it was like 2.
Then
I think one time there was 4.
And then when they get to the playoffs, they play like an 8th seed.
Oh, okay.
You hear me correct? You heard me correctly. But
okay, I
when I say the redundant, ain't so much about their record. It's just about like the aura of Utah. Like I don't like when I see Utah playing somebody. I don't care if it's the Lakers, if it's against them, Minnesota, whatever teams I like watching, they can play them, and I'll be like, I ain't trying to watch it tonight.
Yeah, they don't have no stars on it. They don't have no stars on there. When they had Donovan Mitchell with
exactly.
I didn't even like
Rudy Gobert, and
I mean,
they had an exciting team. Where they had Gordon. That's when Gordon was healthy and he was balling. Yeah, they had a good, exciting team, and they was making it past just the 8th seed, playing the 8th seed. That's what I mean. You'd be sounding crazy. They beat the 8th seed, and guess what? They go play after that. They go play the 4th or 5th seed or something like that. Like, and so they've been up there to the Western Conference, I believe, at least once. And this is before the Karl Malone and what's the boy name?
John Stockton.
Yeah, Stockton. I was ready to call him John Paxson. But yeah, John Stockton, which they always had a good team.
Well, like Utah, Charlotte. I'm trying to think some other redundant ass franchises.
Utah is nowhere close on the Charlotte level.
Washington. How you forget Washington?
Washington and Charlotte is the two dumpster juice, and then Cleveland used to be dumpster juice.
Cleveland and Raptors, they get an extended time.
Sacramento used to be.
No, Orlando. No, Sac used to be nice. So they always
no. I'm talking about in recent time. I'm talking about recent times.
They in that realm of being redundant.
Yeah, recent times, Sac was doo-doo. I mean, the last time they really was something when they had the Chris Webber era.
Oh, and mind you, I ain't necessarily talking about wins or losses. I just talking about when I see their name on the ticker tape against somebody, it's like, yeah, I ain't fucking with that game. It's like
even if they got a good team, huh?
Even if they got a good team, it's just certain places that like I don't know. Like if they got a good player, now don't get me wrong, I ain't gonna
Man,
never
he just
discount
stuck
a
on
good
Kyrie.
player.
I don't know, man. Sounds weird, but you know.
No panic. No panic.
Yeah,
Be
I ain't
honest.
gonna
No panic.
argue. Well, I ain't gonna argue, but I mean, shit.
No panic. Just be honest on this one right here. How do you really feel about Cooper Flag going to the Dallas Mavericks?
I mean, shit, I ain't the only one on this fucking phone that's it's a win-win for me. Shit, if he end up being generational, my team got a generational talent. If he don't become that and all the others, what I think he is a high-level role player, shit, that's a stolen win. So, I mean, I ain't trying to trash him. It's just when you start off and you say, I call him a fraud, that's going to be in the back of Pope's mind. Anytime you respond to me about Coach Flag, like, well, you saying he fraud and he blah, blah, blah. What is like, he ain't a fraud. He just, I don't see generational. I see more Aaron Gordon. I see more
But
Draymond.
you ain't
And I ain't
seen
talking about
though.
from a standpoint of how they game was. I talking about from the standpoint of they just ain't going. They just don't view. I don't view them as players where it's like I see a stare for a LeBron or even to a smaller extent to like Anthem Boy and shit like that. I see him more in the realm of a PJ Washington. I see him more realm of
No
a
way.
Jaren
Come on, you're
Jackson.
blind. You're blind.
That's what I'm saying. No, he doesn't. But this is where this is my
reducing him
first.
like that.
But
That's not
and
reducing
Dex, let
him.
me say this real quick. No pen. Let me say this. This is my frustration with him because he say stuff like that and he ain't watched them. That's why I know he ain't watched them. And if you just
I
talking
watched
about
him as much
watching
as
video,
they.
you haven't watched games in Cooper Flag. You just watch videos. And they show you that you just watch the highlights and be like, oh, that's Aaron Gordon. Oh, that's yada yada. And so it's really not even smooth.
See Aaron Gordon highlights.
Yeah. Like
See the problem is right here.
You don't know how Aaron Gordon was at Arizona Wild University.
That's for real.
if you knew what you was talking about and had a good
The
opinion because you
problem
knew
was
his
on
game
here.
for real,
No,
and
hold
you
on, let
said
me
what
say
you
this part
said,
real
then I would
quick.
understand. Then at least we could talk.
The problem was
get another can we get another question from Purple? You still here?
Yes,
No, let me finish my point real quick. No,
okay, hurry up because I don't want to forget this question.
Yeah, but when Pope talking, you don't interrupt to say let's go to Purple.
I always interrupt Pope. What are you talking about? Maybe not this stream, but
So
see, you don't even watch the stream. You don't watch nothing.
Trust me. So why he's saying is when I say I don't keep up with college basketball, I'm not saying that in the fact of, I've never seen Cooper Flag. I've never seen Dylan Harper. I've never seen none of these players. What I'm saying is the same thing I just said about basketball. If it's my team and we ain't doing too good or it's not, or whatever the case may be, I may fall back from a week to week time, but I'll catch the big games. I'll catch the games in the playoffs or in college, the NCAA tournament. I watch the tournament, but I don't feel like that's enough for me to say, oh yeah, he's generational or whatever. I just see what I see. You ain't hear me saying, no, hold up.
That's what I'm saying.
No, but just let me finish. You're not hearing me saying, oh, he gonna be trash in the NBA. All I saying is from what I can see, he's gonna be type player B. What y'all see from, even if y'all got more extensive viewing, what y'all do, y'all see a generational player.
Even if you watch two games,
y'all. I'm not trashing y'all point for that. But what I am saying is from what I see,
let me
I
answer.
just don't see what y'all see. That don't make y'all more right than me because I see less than
No,
y'all.
that's cool.
It's not like I ain't see nothing at all. Shit. Just my opinion. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah, we got something on your opinion. Go ahead, Pope.
It's not
not even going
that you don't see. If you watch, you don't gotta watch 10 games or 5, 7 games to know if somebody real. When you should have been able to see that if you watch 2 games, 3 games, and he ain't really have no bad games, so he might have had a game where you might
let him go. No panic.
Yeah, you might have caught a game where he didn't score a whole bunch of points. Like maybe if he dropped to 13 people, he averaged damn near 20 points a night. So that's very rare if you caught a game like that. So that's what I'm saying. Either you've seen him at one of his worst games for you to be calling him a PJ Washington or Aaron Gordon, and you haven't really seen him. And that's what I'm saying. Even before, because I was at least prepared and knew what to expect from Cooper Flag coming into the season, his college season, because I had already watched clips and videos and little shits of him before Duke. So I knew what to expect at least. And then he exceeded my expectations when I seen how he really play and control the whole game and can do everything. And that was immediately, like Dex said, once I really watched him and locked into him, you get glued to how he played because he played the game the right way, like old school type of way, but real smooth and still real aggressive how he played. At the same time, it's different. It's different, and so yeah, if you, I don't know, it's different, man. A kid like Cooper Flag, again, they know it so much. They got him soon as they did the lottery. They interviewing him like, yeah, you're
Yep.
going to Dallas.
Exactly.
So
Good observation. Good observation.
that should tell you how real he is. So you leaning on he's Aaron Gordon and PJ Washington, while people is interviewing him like you're so locked as the number one pick when there's
You're replacing Luka.
yeah. And on top of, like, I don't know the other, like Dylan Harper, I've seen him play here and there, but I don't know his game for real and inside out. Like, I haven't watched enough of him to say anything, but from what I've heard. And so I can't sit here and be like, yeah, Dylan Harper gonna be something like Ron Harper. I can't say that, you know what I'm saying? Because I don't really, I know, I hear he like that, and from what I've seen, he played pretty good. He looked good. But can I call him better than Cooper Flag or generational talent or somebody not or lesser than that? No, I can't do that. I can just go with the experts who know his game, say he is that, and from what I've seen, he could be.
And I don't disagree with nothing.
Wait, no panic. Stop. We got to get Purple Baby in. I mean, we done heard your observation. We done heard your opinion and perspective, and you're saying it from a dark room, right? Because you say you don't watch it, so your opinion is coming from a dark room, and it's piffle. It's piffle, bouncing on the pavement. Purple Baby, how you feel about Cooper Flag in Dallas? Do that makes Dallas a real contender now?
I don't know. I'll see how he does because I don't know what position he gonna play. I know
point forward. He's a point forward.
And I know that Pope, but that's where AD plays. So is AD gonna go to center, back to center position?
Yeah.
No, AD, man. Listen, they didn't trade for AD to bring him to somewhere he ain't gonna do. I'm telling you. Mind you, now we got two centers. Okay,
so the thing is, look, Cooper Flag, he don't got to play center, so that's even more dangerous for them. If you put AD at the 4, and you got who you got? Lively at the 5, or who's your
Gafford,
5?
Gafford.
Okay, so you got Lively and Gafford. Okay, smooth. So you got 2 nice, good rim protectors. Now 3 because you got Davis as well. Now you got 4 rim protectors on the floor because you got Cooper Flag. Cooper Flag can play the 3, the 1, the 2, the 4, the 5. This is what y'all don't understand. So he can play anywhere, but he will be the one operating the offense. He will be the one orchestrating the offense. It will start with Cooper Flag in certain senses. They're going to be able to do so much. As a coach, if I got Kyrie, Cooper Flag, AD, and Gafford and whoever else, who's supposed to be? Who's the other guy?
You got Lively over there. You got PJ over there. You got Nazia over there.
No, I need a guard. I need another guard.
Clay. You got Clay over there.
Clay. No, okay. I need. Okay, so shit. Okay, so if we go
Max over there coming off the bench, he was a wing, long wing.
Okay, so if we go with Kyrie, Thompson at the 2. Kyrie can guard the point guards on offense, and he can play his 2 position, scoring position on offense. He can play his scoring position. On defense, he can guard the 1 guard. So that's great. Then you got Klay Thompson who can guard the 2 guard or the 3, don't matter. That's very interchangeable, but he's getting older, so he's not that good on defense like he used to be. Then you got Cooper Flag at the 3 who can guard everything. And AD at your 4, and that's a nice 5. That's a very nice 5. Sheesh. Because again, you don't need Kyrie to run your point guard and set the table
to the end of the year next year. So I mean, until you get to the playoff, which we don't know if you're even gonna play in the playoffs, so he's gonna just sit the whole year out. Probably not.
Okay. But who's the next guy up?
There's
number
no
2
next guy up because Dinwiddie gonna be gone. I don't think he's re-signing. Dante Exum, he gonna be there, but I mean, I wouldn't want him to be running no point or even be running.
He did all right. Exum did all right.
No, Exum is not. Exum one of them players. He a dev player throughout the season. Then when you get to the playoffs, when you tighten up the roster, he kind of that dude that's on the bench, but he don't really get off. Like, no, he ain't no playoff player for that team.
I mean, they gonna have other picks too. So I mean, they just got the number one, and I'm sure they're gonna have another good pick. This draft class is, and what I'm hearing is supposed to be deep with talent. So
so far, with all of the lottery picks in, who you guys think will have the better draft from the lottery group?
Whoever got number one.
No, I don't know. I don't know.
So you like Cooper then?
No, it's not about Cooper. It's just the value of the number one pick. Even if it is for Cooper, that what other player that like if y'all calling Cooper generational and there's no other generational player in the draft, I mean,
no panic,
no brainer.
Did you remember what you were saying earlier? No panic, or do you say a syllable and then forget the word? You said earlier about last season draft. Who was number one? Who was number two? Who was number three? And you said you can't even remember who's that. So that shows you that draft wasn't much of nothing. So now, after you done downrated Cooper Flag to an degree, you're saying that
y'all downgraded him. I give my
okay, but according to us, not to you, then, according to us, you downgraded him from our perspective. And now you're saying that's the number one value pick in this here draft?
Dex, did you ever hear me say he wasn't the number one pick?
No, listen to what I'm saying.
All right, so why wouldn't I say that's the best
draft?
value?
No, listen, last draft, you said there was no value because who's who, right?
No, I didn't. No, see, you missed the point on that too. I wasn't talking about the value of the draft. I was saying if you look at college nowadays, the competition is a lot weaker. Last year's draft was an example of that, and I brought the draft before that because I was trying to show that the Thompson twins, Wemby, and Scoot, none those four players,
Brandon Miller,
4 of the top 5. No, but Scoot because he going to college. What I'm trying to point out is 4 of the top 5 players from that year's draft didn't go to college. So that's how much weaker the college game was. So you can't tell me what Cooper Flag doing or any player in college.
But that's not this year though. This year, mostly the whole top 10, everybody's in college.
All right. Okay, cool.
So you got to go by year, though,
okay,
bro.
Cool. So that's the point I've been trying to make with that, Dix. I've been trying to devalue them. I just been trying to say that shows you how they ain't. Remember, used to be a consensus top 3 to 4 picks. Now it's like, well, you got that one that we know for sure, and the rest time is like, the second pick can be as good as the 10th pick.
All right, I feel you.
Which kind of like this?
No, it's a lock that Dylan Harper is the next best in the draft. From what I've been hearing, I'm hearing Dylan Harper
or Bailey, either one of those two.
Bailey.
Or Bailey. Yep, I hear them two names.
I don't go based off of what I hearing about things. I just see what I see, and if that's what I see, that's what it is. I can be wrong. I ain't about being wrong, but that's just what I see. So if you telling me like what's the best value. If you asking me what's the best value in the draft, it has to be the number one pick. And whoever if Dylan Harper happened to be the number one pick, then in the league that has to be the most value, unless Cooper dropped the 4th or 5th. Because then that's when I'll be like,
no, that's not true. There's always steals of the draft, bro, and that's not true.
Exactly.
What are you talking? I don't know. Where do you get this from? Like, what are you talking about?
Not so much steals.
Just because you get the number one pick doesn't mean that was the best pick of the draft.
Right. Exactly.
You could have messed up on that pick. You could have totally. His question was, who do you think is going to have the best draft? And it's not just
whoever got the number one pick. Because if there's only one,
that was his answer. The number one pick.
If there's only one generational player in the draft.
And that's why I said by him saying Dallas gonna have the best draft and Dallas gonna draft Cooper Flag, then what he felt about
he's
Cooper Flag,
contradicting himself. He don't even know that.
Right.
He don't even know he's contradicting.
We're not gonna beat him up. We ain't here to beat you
up. If y'all
draft
LeBron James in the draft, who would win that draft if somebody drafted number 1 overall?
I mean,
whoever drafted LeBron James. I mean,
but if you draft Anthony Bennett, hold on. But listen.
Okay,
but this is
saying Cooper is this, that, and the third. What?
But you're not saying that. So he asked you, and your answer is, see, if you felt like me and Dex, that's a good answer. But you don't feel like me and Dex, so that's not a good answer.
I don't think
the Cleveland Cavaliers, just because the Cleveland Cavaliers drafted Anthony Bennett first doesn't mean they won the draft, brother. They lost the draft,
But who's
actually.
saying that? Who's saying that?
So you just said, okay, so listen, let me,
No,
okay.
see,
Hold on,
if y'all
wait, because wait.
Hey, that's my
Listen,
new
listen,
rule right there, right? That's my new
listen. I
rule.
think you
If
talk
I
without,
can't
I
get
don't
a
even think you
complete
listen to
thought
yourself.
out, I
He don't
ain't
like you
trying to
putting
have
down
no
that
back.
history. That's all. He don't like you putting
I
down
don't
that
think he
history.
like to listen to himself. But listen, you just said, okay, you don't believe Cooper Flag is like that.
No, I
Okay,
did not
so
say that. What I'm saying is, if y'all believe
bro, can
he's
I finish talking without
generational,
you cutting off?
man, listen, I ain't got it. Listen, I don't have to listen to what you're saying. I'm telling you what I said.
What do you mean? I'm talking. We're on a podcast.
Okay.
Well, I'm not trying to tell you something like I'm your
what
big
I
brother.
said, and you keep trying to say
I'm
what
trying
you
to tell him something like I'm his
Come
big
on.
brother, though.
I ain't got time for that. Like, you ain't about to keep mixing my word up, and I'm gonna just sit here and let you say
I didn't.
Like,
So I
come
mixed
on,
your
bruh.
words. Wait. You
What
didn't
you can do
say
is you can
you
ask
don't
me
think
what I
Cooper
said, and
Flag
you
is
can
like
repeat it.
Aaron Gordon and PJ Washington? You
But
didn't say
listen,
that.
can we be more succinct?
This
Because I want to get more of
Man,
Purple
there's
Baby in
no
here too.
succinct because when I start speaking, then it's all well. Pope, go ahead, let everybody else talk. Oh yeah,
Bro,
so
because you
Purple
don't
Baby
make
saying
any
Don't
this.
do that.
sense.
You're
But
not
when
the
Pope
victim here.
talk, it's
Stop
like
it.
it's
No
not
panic.
that.
You're
Like
not
I
the
You
don't
don't
got
victim.
make
time for
any
that shit.
sense, no panic.
You're not the victim. No panic. Stop it. You're being real
I
liberal right
promise
now.
you, I promise you, I don't play as no victim. What I'm saying is,
Yeah.
if I say something and somebody rebuttal against me, I don't care if you think I'm wrong, but don't say something I ain't say. Don't try to juice nothing. No,
So
you
what
said
did
he's
I
trash.
say that
You
you
said
didn't
he's
say,
mid.
It's
man?
You
okay.
said
It's
he's
okay.
not
Let's
like
move on.
that.
We got more time to
See,
You
now we
didn't
gotta
say
move on.
that?
When I just saying, man, listen, I ain't
Go
got
ahead,
time for
move
that.
on, Dex, because
okay.
I guess he forgot he
Listen,
said
Purple
that.
Baby. What is it about this lottery that you was excited about and not so excited about?
Honestly, I was excited for Brooklyn, but now I'm disappointed. I had a feeling with them retrieving most of their picks back, and then I forgot what other teams' picks they had. I felt like, yeah, they're not gonna let them be in the top 4 and then have another pick in the top 10 or 15. So I'm disappointed there, for Brooklyn, following where they fell. They still fell in the lottery, but their other picks didn't. So it is what it is. I would have liked Cooper Flag in Brooklyn, but once again, we can't get what we want. I thought, for the record, I'm glad he's not going to Washington. What other team am I glad he's not
Charlotte.
going? Yeah, Charlotte. Let's put Charlotte in there. I'm glad he ain't going to Utah, and stuff like that. So I'm happy. I'm happy for him. I'm glad.
Brooklyn is very gentrified, so yeah, he probably could have made it in Brooklyn. I was in Brooklyn not too long ago, and I saw a whole lot of Asian people there.
Yeah,
so Brooklyn ain't the Brooklyn that it was in the 90s. That's for sure.
Yeah,
Brooklyn got 4 first-round picks.
Yeah, but
4?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was hoping that they finished higher, but I guess the NBA said, yeah, you can go get all them picks if you want to, but take this.
Yeah,
so that's why somebody was saying that Brooklyn was going to go for Giannis because they had the assets. Was that you, No Panic?
Hell no.
Who said that about Brooklyn?
I would hope nobody.
Maybe that was unstoppable.
That's what I've been trying to say earlier. Assets don't really matter when it comes to generational players. Like, I ain't gonna find another one easy for me to be trading 4 first round for Giannis. Like, no, like give me the for sure surefire supposable generational player. That's what I be talking about. Like, Brooklyn
So
can't give
Dallas
me
not
that.
trading then, right?
No, Brooklyn can't give me a 8, 19, 26, and
No,
27.
I'm saying Dallas. Dallas ain't trading
well.
then. They keeping their pick, right?
Oh, I don't know what Dallas will be doing. I just know if Ida Bucks and that first number 1 overall pick was available and all they want is Giannis, they can have Giannis for that number 1. If I believe that Cooper Flag is generational, hell yeah. But that's a hypothetical. We don't know nothing. You know what I mean? We don't know shit.
Of course.
No, we know Dallas is not giving away their number 1 pick. We know that.
That's just an
You
opinion.
keep saying if I'm the Bucks, that's so funny. It's like when Dallas got the number 1 pick and they got selected.
But like
as
I said, you can't
the
give me
people
4
to pick.
picks and say,
See
oh,
how
yeah,
I'm
you
talking
can
and
have
you just
Giannis.
cut me off? You see how that's so rude, bro?
No,
you see how I didn't cut you off. I let you finish.
You know
And then I
why?
started
Because you
talking
trying
after
to
you
go back
finished,
down
but
a
you
rabbit
still
hole, and
you
then
still keep cutting me off. You still keep cutting me
oh, well,
off.
let's move on.
No
Hey,
Panic
can
have
you
an attitude
stop
as a
cutting me
dictator.
off, bro? When I start talking, I appreciate it. I appreciate
We
it.
doing the same
Hey,
circle of motion, bro.
I
You gonna say what
I
you
would
say. I'm gonna
appreciate
let
it
you
if I
speak,
can finish
and
my
I'm gonna respond
sentence,
to that.
sir.
And by the time I respond, Dave's gonna
Can
say,
I
"Well, you say
can
Purple
I
Baby."
finish my
Well, No
sentence,
Panic always
man?
look
Or
for a fight.
Can I
He's
finish
really
my
waiting on
sentence?
DJ Gemini. He's trying to call DJ Gemini up.
Hey, you didn't make me forget what we was talking about. Goodness, you just love to be argumentative.
I promise it ain't important.
No, you just argumentative, bro, and it's ridiculous. You sound like a little female, bro.
Not one time did I say you wrong or
You sound like a female, man. Every time I start talking, you start cutting me off, man. That's
okay. Go ahead,
rude.
Stay on track.
Yeah. Now, what was we saying?
You been asking Pearl Baby a question
about the number 1 pick staying in Dallas. And not going to Milwaukee.
He was saying at the Milwaukee, if I got Giannis, if I'm the Bucks, then I want to trade for generational talent. I'd be trading. Like if Dallas don't have no say in that, like if the Bucks,
I ain't see him like that.
And that's what that is, man. I don't understand. You don't understand that.
That's not what I'm saying. All I'm saying is, if I was a Bucks, that's what I'd done. Ain't that deep.
What do you mean? If you're the Bucks, okay. So what about the Dallas Mavericks, bro? Huh? Bucks don't hold no cards.
I cut you off earlier because I get what you're saying. I
don't get what you're saying though. I don't think nobody does. I don't even think you do.
Bucks organization, and the number 1 pick was offered up. I would give up Giannis for the number 1 pick.
What makes you think the number 1 pick is going to be offered up? What makes you think the number 1 pick is going to be offered up?
It's a hypothetical. I don't know.
No, but why are we talking about that? Why are you saying it then?
Man, listen, if anybody else hearing this, please tell me I tripping.
You're tripping.
Talking in a circle right now. Isn't this a circle right now?
You're tripping. Again, why do you think the Dallas Mavericks would offer the Milwaukee Bucks the number 1 pick? Have you heard a report? This is what I'm saying. You're on a podcast. You don't need to be doing hypotheticals. Have you heard a report that the Dallas Mavericks is willing to get Giannis Antetokounmpo? Have you heard a report about that?
Bro, he just got the number 1 pick like fucking 30 minutes ago. What are you talking about?
Okay, so exactly. Why are you talking like as if
hear any report,
the Dallas Mavericks want to get rid of the number 1 pick?
Did you hear any reports of the Spurs hoping to trade a number 2 overall pick this year?
Yeah, it would make sense for the Spurs to trade the number 2 pick.
Have you heard any reports like
I heard that they want to be great now. They want to win now. So they want to win now. They don't need the number 2 pick. It makes sense. Well, when we talking about stuff, listen, it's simple. When you're talking about stuff, right?
Baby, are you hearing the same thing I'm hearing? Because I know I'm the only one y'all tripping.
When you're talking about
me
stuff,
not to do hypotheticals, but he's doing hypotheticals as we speak.
No, it's not. It's not hypothetical.
Overall pick. There are no reports. You talking about?
It's not a hypothetical. See, we talking sense. We're not talking hypotheticals. We're talking sense. When you see a team, if you're a sports analyst or you're somebody who pays attention, and you're talking about the basketball, when you're a team that has a number 2 pick and the number 2 pick is a Dylan Harper, who's a point guard / shooting guard because he's a scorer, and you already have that, then of course you're going to most likely look to trade that pick. If there's not something in there that you need, and if you already have a team, the only thing y'all lacking is a player like a Giannis, then that makes sense. It don't make sense for the Dallas Mavericks to have a generational talent right at their doorstep and trade it for an older generational talent who only probably got a few good years left. That makes no sense. So that's all hypothetical and so not realistic. The Spurs possibly trading a pick, that's realistic.
But Pope,
they traded a 25-year-old Luka for a 30-year-old fucking Anthony Davis. What are you talking about?
Yeah, to get the number 1 pick, and they line themselves up to get the number 1 pick. So they must have knew what they was doing. So they must have knew what they was doing.
That's an assumption.
No, what you mean? It's an assumption. It don't matter. What you don't know is what you don't know about that whole deal is. See, this is something I know about the Dallas Mavericks. I know why they traded Luka. I know why they traded Anthony Davis. See, it's been reported widely why they traded Luka for Anthony Davis to the Lakers. It's been reported, bro, and I know exactly why. And I believe what's been reported on that is true, that the owner of the Dallas Mavericks is forcing the hand of Dallas to allow them to build a casino because he's a casino owner. And you can't build a casino. So you either going to let us build a casino by 2028, 2029, And that's when the Dallas Mavericks, we get rid of Luka,
Yeah,
we're gonna be terrible. Listen without speaking for a second.
No,
listen without speaking. I'm trying to lay down. And it's not just for you, sir. This might be for the listeners. You need to learn how to be on a podcast, homie. This might be for the listeners. This might be for people who want to know what I'm saying. Hey, this might be for some people who want to know what I'm saying. So just because
we read that article, we read it.
Okay, so you read the article. That's good, but some people and the listeners, some people might not have. So don't be rude and cut me off, and just let me go ahead and finish what I'm saying because I'm saying facts to you.
So you entertaining people and not talking directly to me, right? Just to confirm that shit.
Oh, goodness, bro. Oh yeah, you got it, bro.
All right.
Everything is not an attack on you, no panic.
All right, man, Dex, you wouldn't even gotta do all that.
You can't wear your feelings on your sleeves.
No, I don't want to hear that shit. I don't hear that.
I'm not gonna fight with you, so you can say what you want.
I ain't looking for one, bro. I don't know where he is. Like I been peeping this shit. I can't get a point off without somebody saying something and moving on to the subject. Whenever I see something, I don't get. Man, I don't disagree. Only time I get talk time is when it's just me and you and Flight on here when you need me to talk. Other than that, other people come on this mouth.
We don't never need you to talk because me and Flight talk enough.
Listen, when that shit be dead,
you know what I'm saying?
Also, no
we can go all day long, and you done seen that. We done went 16 hours.
No panic. It's always you call my name every 5 minutes when it's just me, you, and damn Flight on the shit. But as soon as other people come, it's like, well,
you know why no panic?
Listen,
let me explain something to you. No panic. Let me explain something to you because I see you wearing your feelings on your sleeve. One thing about the Flight Sports experience. Someone has to get beat up.
And that's lame to me.
No, it's not. Because it's entertaining.
Everybody.
No, it's entertaining. Sometimes you beat people up.
I don't beat nobody up. I get my
you do. I done seen you. I done seen you try to beat up DJ Gemini. I done seen you try to get at hoop jargon. Me now, Pope.
Who?
I mean, hoop jargon.
He didn't always got at me.
I don't.
You know what I'm saying?
I don't get people.
Coffee. Come on, man. What makes Flight Sports TV experience such an exuberant one is that you got qualified people up here with valid information, and they can go toe to toe with whomever. That's what makes this panel so exciting. This is what people clamor about throughout the YouTube landscape, whether we have 17 views or whether we have 3,200 views. The talk is they know what they're talking about, but they do rumble from time to time. So when somebody rumble with you, just understand where it's coming from. It's not coming from a seed of hate. It's coming from a seed of.
I'm gonna be real.
It's coming from a seed of experience, and they want to get their point across because they know what their rigorous study has rendered them. So they want to express that. That's all it is. And if someone disagree, then that's what happens. But we don't want you to feel that we coming down on you because we're not doing that. Me and you done had plenty fisticuffs. You know what I mean? And we had some good conversations. One of the main persons you used to get at. I mean, remember this. Don't forget this, no panic, because you always dealing with recency bias. One of the main persons you used to always get at was Juju. Every time Juju came on here, it was opposite. And you and Juju used to go at it for hours. Come on, man. No, not Rave. Juju.
Who the fuck is Juju?
You don't remember who Juju is?
Who the fuck is a Juju? On here?
Oh, never mind. We're not gonna even go. We're gonna expand.
But what do y'all think about the Hornets?
Who the fuck is Juju?
What do you think? Who they gonna get on at the 4th pick?
When he ever come back on, you hear his voice, you gonna know who I'm talking about.
Oh yeah,
Juju can hoop.
Even
Juju knows who.
Like, okay, Diggs, this is why I want to say. Let me just say what I got to say. I don't got a problem with somebody disagreeing with me. I don't got a problem with somebody thinking what I say is stupid. You notice if somebody said your opinion is dumb, I don't never get mad at that. I get upset at the point of if I'm making a point, let me finish my point and then say something. If I can't finish my point, cool, because everybody talk over everybody. I get that. I do it too. But then when I jump in to try to defend a point I say because somebody said something I say that I didn't say, I'm just offended I did not say that. But you do this thing where it's like because me and you, not saying me and you close to nothing like that, but because like me and you kind of like you understand that you can crack jokes on me, and I ain't gonna necessarily be mad the next day or get mad at you or hold them against you. It's like okay, cool, like it is what it is. It's like it's easier for you to. It's easy for you to do this thing where it's like, okay, well, I need to find somebody to pick on real quick to entertain. It's easier for you to come to me than anybody else. And I cool with that because I ain't soft, nigga. At the end of the day, it's
Yeah,
like
man. Me and
at the
Dex,
end,
me and Dex go at it many times on
I
different.
no,
We
hold
have
on.
different
That's why this the point I
opinions
make
on
right
many
here.
things.
That's the point I make. That you just did exactly
So
what I
it
trying to
ain't
say.
like he just messing with you. No, man. He watched Cooper Flag. He had he
No,
was
it
almost
ain't
feeling
about
like
bro.
you
See, that's
a
why
few
it
months
ain't
ago.
about the Cooper Flag
He
thing,
he
bro.
he he felt like you did.
It is not about. It's not
And
about the
so
Cooper Flag thing.
but
Me and you
see,
got
Dex
different opinions.
understand too,
Cool.
man. That because that's what I'm saying. It is about the group because Dex understand
No, it
Dallas is
ain't.
not
You
going to get. Let me finish, bro.
nigga,
Damn,
you cut me off.
bro. No,
What the
no,
fuck
I
is
didn't. No, I didn't.
bro?
You think you just supposed to
So
talk forever? I just sat here and been
oh my
quiet
god,
and let you just
yo,
say all of the shit you just said to
man,
Dex.
listen.
And what you just supposed to?
It don't
This is
matter.
your
It don't
show or
matter.
what? Is
It
this a no
don't
panic
matter. It don't
show?
matter.
Like,
It don't matter, bro.
relax, bro.
It don't.
You tripping?
And Dex, you
Anyway,
hit
like,
Dex. You
see,
can step
I'm
shut
in.
the
still
fuck up sometime,
flabbergasted.
bro.
No,
Shut
listen,
up.
Dex. You can
Like,
step in right
damn.
now and say, you know
Well,
what? No
well,
panic.
well,
We
I'm
well,
sorry.
saying, my
no
We
nigga,
got
panic.
you
off.
just keep
But
talking.
nobody
Shut
ever
the
say no
fuck
shit like
up.
that. So then I just
Listen,
sit and they just
no
talking.
panic.
You gotta say the
No
same
panic.
shit over
I'm
and over
really
because I gotta jump in.
flabbergasted. No
That
panic.
shit crazy. No,
That
that
you
shit.
don't remember Juju. I mean, as many
I.
fisticuffs that you
This
guys
nigga
on
You know why, Dex?
undergone,
You know why I
and
don't remember who that
y'all
is?
did it for hours. I remember one time y'all was like on 4 hours going back and forth,
Dex, you know why I
and you
probably
don't
don't
remember
remember
Juju.
him?
That's
You know why I
crazy.
probably don't remember him? Because I keep telling y'all, I don't come on here to be like, I don't like this person because they don't like my take. I say what I got to say is my opinion, and I stand on my opinion. If I wrong about my
Juju is
opinion, I
very
don't mind coming
impressionable.
out and say something. If Juju's strong in his opinion, we probably was going back and forth for hours.
Oh yeah, it was good though. I mean, it
But you
wasn't
can't.
bad.
Okay. So what I'm saying is that's part of. I don't even want to say that's part of being a man, but that's who I am in my DNA, bro. Like I don't mind being wrong. I can be wrong all day. All I saying is when I start to talk and make my point, somebody always cut me off, and then when I say something, it's like they make it seem like I cutting them off, and then instead of you moderating and being like, well, no panic, been talking, he been saying this and the third, let him finish his point. You always would be like, well, we got to go to something else and blah blah blah, and my point get missed, and then somebody who I'm talking to, they bring that same point up 5 minutes later, and you let them get his shit up, and then when I don't respond, it's you still talking about that. I don't got time for that low turn ass shit.
I
I don't
feel this
mind
is
coming on there and
victimization.
talking that's what it is. That's
Well,
what it is, bro.
no
Think about
panic.
it. I don't
Let
be
me share this
combative
with
with
you.
you. I
It's
don't be
not
combative
intentional.
with you.
Yeah, it's not intentional.
I don't think it's intentional. I just think that sometimes you got to understand, like, with them, he come on here to get his opinion across. Let him get his opinion off.
No panic. You can do a lot of expressing.
Man, this whole segment is because you expressed what you said. You started this opinion, so I don't know why you don't think you didn't got your opinion off. You
I
definitely
didn't
have.
start this opinion. Unstoppable
Now, if you
said
need
that. No, hold
like
on. See,
6
that's
or
what I
7
mean.
minutes
See,
to get your
somebody say
opinion
something
over,
about me that's not
then
true,
say that.
and when I
Say that.
respond to tell the truth, I can't get that off. This all the time, now, all the time, same shit. He said start this whole thing. I'm telling him no, I didn't. Unstoppable, who everybody think we the same person because our voice for whatever reason said Dallas should trade the #1 overall pick for Giannis, and that started the conversation. That ain't had nothing to
No,
do
he
with me.
said the
All I did
Spurs.
was
He never
agree.
said Dallas. He
He
said the
did say
Spurs.
Dallas. He did say Dallas.
He said the
If
Spurs.
Unstoppable on the line right now or on the chat, come up here and please say you said Dallas first, then you change it to Spurs.
No, he said Spurs. You know, and I agreed. I'm like, yeah, that kind of makes sense
He
because they
said
got a
Dallas,
two
and then
guard.
he came back and
They
said,
got
you
a
know
two
what?
guard, and ain't no reason to go draft somebody that you know way back in the some yeah you don't need to. You should be trading that pick if you're the Spurs because you just got the #1 pick the year before last, and #4 pick last year. You don't need the #2 pick this year because you made all kind of trades. You made trades for Fox. So if you're gonna make a trade for that #2 pick and it's a Giannis Antetokounmpo talking about he want to get up out of Milwaukee, then yeah, that's realistic. That Spurs might be calling the Bucks and saying, "What's up?"
But you notice how at that one point the night that I disagree with you?
No, because it makes sense. It doesn't
Okay,
make sense for the
you.
Dallas Mavericks to trade the pick.
So that's your
To
opinion,
even entertain or call the Bucks and say, "Yo, what's up with Giannis?" They're not going to do it. That's what I'm saying.
and okay, that's your opinion, right?
And you agree
Yeah.
with it, right? No
If
panic.
I agree with what? His
What he
opinion
just
about
said.
if I agree. I agree. It makes sense for the Spurs to make the trade. I
Okay, so
don't
now
agree.
you're a
Oh,
sentient
no, hold on,
being.
hold on, hold on. Let me see. Let me finish. I when it comes to the Spurs trade, I'm not disagreeing about it if it makes sense or not. It do make sense, but I can see a world where it don't make sense. But I don't have an opinion on that. A strong opinion, I should say. When it comes to the Dallas Mavericks, I do think it makes sense. He doesn't. That's just a difference of opinion. I'm not arguing that. I promise you, I'm not going to argue his opinion. He done hear me plenty of times when he says something. I never say you wrong. No, that don't make sense. I don't even talk like that. I'll say this is my opinion. Okay, cool. This is my opinion. I agree. This is my opinion. Yeah, that's right. That's my opinion. I can see why you get to that point, but this is my opinion. That's all I ever say.
So let me ask you a question. You think it makes sense for the Dallas Mavericks to entertain trading Cooper Flag, basically #1 pick,
Mm-hmm.
for Giannis Antetokounmpo, who is old and been hurt damn near every year for the last 4 or 5 years, and
Mm-hmm.
he's only getting older? You think that would be smart?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's my reason why. But why I believe it would be smart. Well, why? Well, let's take the word smart out. Let's just say sense or not sense. The reason why it makes sense because AD is as injury prone. PJ ain't gonna be there. They ain't gonna just sign PJ to another contract. At some point, he gonna be gone. We gonna sign Lively back, so we gonna have Lively on the roster. Gafford may have to go somewhere, or he getting a little older, longer than two positions, say or whatever. We don't really have no other requisite parts that's young other than Omax. We got Kyrie coming off of Achilles. We got Klay Thompson that got one, maybe two good seasons left in him, in my opinion. So if I looking at my window and I drafting Cooper Cup, not Cooper Cup, damn Cooper Flag. Now I got to build an entire thing around Cooper Flag, who we don't know. Well, I know you believe he's gonna be generational, but that's just your belief. That's your opinion. Just like my belief and my opinion is, I don't think he'll be generational, but I think he'll be a good player. So looking at it from that perspective, I'm gonna just say, you know what? Let me open my championship window up for 2 years. Let me get a chip within these 2 years. And the story you've been talking about as far as the play the Dallas not government, the Dallas owners been trying because they want the casino. Like you said, you ain't saying nothing wrong. They've been threatening, like, listen, we'll just take this motherfucker to Vegas. But the NBA ain't gonna just be like, okay, yeah, y'all can just move to Vegas. So they gotta tank the team so much that it's like that shit ain't profitable no more. Or y'all gotta let us do what the fuck we want to do and add a casino to get more profits. That's why the whole shit been okay, cool. We'll trade Luke if y'all don't let us get the our way. And they say y'all wouldn't do them, and they did them. So I get it. It is a politics on that end of it. But when it comes to the lottery, they ain't I know they been getting the lottery when they make that trade. The NBA say, hey, listen, we got you. And even if they do, we don't know that. So
Exactly. And
everything we
listen, hold
talking about is
on.
hypotheticals.
Okay, so no, it's not hypothetical. And let me go ahead and respond back to this real quick, Dex, and you can jump in there because what you just explained is why how it doesn't make any sense, really, because you already got an injury prone Kyrie Irving, you got an injury prone and Anthony Davis, you got an injury prone and Klay Thompson. All of them got good
Derek
contracts,
Lively.
and then
Derek
you got
Lively.
an injury prone.
He ain't no
That's the
injury
young one.
prone.
Hold
He
on,
ain't injury
that's the
prone.
young one. But let's just stick to the main and the older ones and with big contracts. Everybody
Mm-hmm.
just name big contract. Kyrie Irving, Anthony Davis,
Mm-hmm.
Kyrie Irving. That's say him, Klay Thompson.
Mm-hmm.
And then now Giannis Antetokounmpo. So you want to add 4 injury-prone dudes with big contracts, all older, and you think you would have a window in 2 years to win a ring with 4 injury-prone starters who old?
Yeah.
That no, you don't. Like that's what I mean. Like no, that's not
And,
realistic.
but
You're
that's what they
not
do
going to
all the
win a
time.
ring with Kyrie
Teams do
Irving,
that all the
Anthony
time.
Davis, and they're all going to be injured, bro. That's not, it's
Teams,
not going
yeah,
to work.
teams, but teams do that all the time. Teams always take that risk on players that they be like, you know what, if we can just get this one good year. Luka been hurt a lot throughout the last couple of
You
years throughout the season. That that
you
that
don't
don't that
trade
ain't
the number one
exclusive to
pick
one. Listen,
for
I
no.
get I get it.
It's not
saying
just
that you
only the
don't
number
do it.
one pick. You got you gotta implement the politics in this. Remember, Luca was their great white hope. Okay,
Man, see,
for those
that's
people,
not true,
for that,
bro. Like they don't look at it like that in Texas.
No, they don't. No, especially in Dallas.
Yeah, like
no,
they
did
don't
you
look at it
see
like
that?
It's
that.
black
Listen, hold
people
on,
in
hold on,
Dallas.
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. I know Dallas is a little more liberal, but Texas as a whole. But listen, remember all of the clamor that went down after Luca got traded, right? All of the hostile, volatile vitriol that was spewed at the GM. So we know that wasn't because it was just Luca. It was more so of what Luca represents as a symbol of success in the NBA. And that is a young white male that is dominating in a predominantly black sport. So once they traded that gave the Dallas Mavericks a deflation of those people that come and spend that high-end money to watch the Dallas Mavericks play. Now, what the NBA have done was reimburse. That's the term we need to start using for this. They reimbursed the Dallas Mavericks by giving them the number one overall pick. And it's not clueless who that number one pick is going to be because they already tipped their hats during the interview with Pope observed earlier. So they trade off one, that's a foreigner, but now they say, you know what? We're going to give you an All-American, not an All-American just basketball player, but an All-American, a born American superstar that's Caucasian. You don't have to cheer for a Caucasian foreigner. We're going to give you an American because that's what they really want in the first place. So the NBA, Adam Silver, reimbursed the Dallas Mavericks for the loss.
No, okay. I like that, Dex. I like how you put that down, but I'm gonna go a little further and say, no, they actually put a monkey wrench in their program while they thought they was running something, like how they was doing, thought they was gonna be able to move. See, the NBA, they don't want you to move from Dallas. They want Dallas Mavericks to stay right there. So them trying to force their hand out of there with that sneaky trade they did, and now it's publicly known that y'all trying to make this move to Vegas or force the hand to have a casino in Dallas. What we gonna do is rig this shit and give your ass Cooper Flag, and you ain't gonna be able to move nowhere.
Yeah, because they can't take the value at that point. The value gonna go up.
Yeah. So, but listen, now that I'm thinking about it, if this is any other franchise who wasn't trying to do that, there ain't no way they getting rid of that pick. But now we talking about that backdoor, what Dallas is trying to do. They might look at that and say, yeah, we can get Giannis. He gonna end up hurt. All these other niggas hurt, and we still would be terrible. And the fan base would hate us, and ain't nobody gonna show up, and we can move. We can move. So they might, Patty, you might fuck around and end up right out of this.
I just feel like shit.
Just because of that. Only because of that.
Like I said, add context.
But remember, they can't move. They can't move on their own. It has to be a vote on the governors, and it has to be an overwhelming majority.
Right. Yeah. Well, but
their main thing is they want the casino in Dallas. Like they don't mind staying in Dallas. They just want the casino because they only buy the team for the casino part of it.
No, they want the casino ain't making a lot of money. Dallas have casinos. They want the casino in the stadium.
Yeah, they don't really got they don't got casinos, Dex. No, they don't. They drive to that borderline to Oklahoma to go to that
Oklahoma.
casino.
Okay, they go to that one right there.
They drive to that. They drive to that
right
Cherokee.
There on 35. Yeah.
Right there
they 35. What's that? Paul's Valley? Paul's Valley?
It's something like that. It's only like 30-minute drive from them. That people,
Paul's Valley.
certain
That's
people.
What it is.
Yeah,
maybe
like
an hour.
The owners buy the team. Like, listen, we're gonna spend money for this team because we want to make money off of this casino. We're gonna have they want to make this whole thing. They want to make the Dallas Arena an actual experience outside of just basketball. That's what they had in their mind. So when the governors ain't vote their way, they say, listen, we'll take this motherfucker out here. We'll go to Vegas, and the NBA said, man, listen, they pump faking. We ain't even gonna let them move. And they say, oh, bet. I got something for that. We trading away Luka if y'all don't let us go or get a casino or something. And they say, yeah, they ain't gonna do that shit. They ain't dumb enough. And they did the shit. And
Yeah,
now
they
Nico
did.
got to get in front of the cameras, and that's why I don't be hard on Nico because it's like he ain't not gonna make that trade. So that's why when people say why he trade him to Lakers, why he only contact the Lakers? Because in his mind, if I gonna blow up the team and look stupid, ain't gonna be with my homeboy. I'm gonna give my homeboy some shit. That's all that been. So when he come down to Cooper Flag, I get it. It wouldn't make a lot of sense to just keep the pick. But I telling you, like sometimes it take like listen, we gonna get Giannis, make him seem like we doing some shit when Giannis get hurt, when Giannis whatever. Like I said, I ain't saying that that's my view, like make it seem like I made that up or that's something going for. But it's like
They're
why
not trying
not
to win no
expand?
chip.
Why not try to win a chip within 2 years if you getting the Kyrie Irving come back off injury? Hopefully he can be good. Hopefully AD
That's
can stay
not
up for
what.
late seasons. I know I understand how long shot that shit is of
That's
everybody
too
being
much.
healthy all year, all playoffs, all I understand that shit
That's
might be
not.
hard as a motherfucker. But
And they're
if
not trying
you
to win though. They're not trying. That's the thing. You see, they're not trying to win. And they're not trying to have a fan base. So the NBA, what they think they just did a sneaky move on Dallas because Dallas did their sneaky move. They're gonna either be stuck with they're gonna have Cooper when, like Dex said, that's gonna bring a crazy fan base to him. And so
yeah.
that's gonna make it to where you can't move. You got a fan base, so they're gonna be able to deny their ass when they try to go in for that. Can we move? No, nigga. You got a fan base. They love you. Y'all selling tickets. We making money. NBA, we able to put the Mavericks on TV, all that type shit. No, you can't move. And no, you
Yeah.
can't build a casino.
And see that why I say like people gotta understand like it's some owners only care about the business side. That's why okay, we doing business. We only need you to run the basketball operations and that's it. We ain't need you to do nothing else. Let us handle everything else. That's what Nico Harrison is. That's why he don't got no real control or whatever like that. He would never trade Luca for especially for no just an AD who always hurt and what he would get a couple of first round picks from somebody else or
AD and
whatever.
Matt Christie.
And yeah, Max Chris, even though Max Chris been hooping or whatever like that when he come, I ain't even sitting in front. I forget all about him. He was hooping when he come. But at the end of the day, it's like pause. But at the end of the day, it's like shit. Why not? If you already trade Luca, if you willing to trade Luca to tank the franchise value just to move or to get your way, who says they won't be like shit?
But
Cool flag ain't coming. I'll trade that
he
motherfucker
might
to
not even
fucking
fit on the
Australia.
salary cap. It's like it's because you're gonna have to get rid of just not just the number one pick. Now you got to make the money match. So who would the Milwaukee Bucks? Who you gonna take? What money you gonna take off the books? Uh,
PJ, Clay,
he,
take him.
PJ, he don't make enough. That ain't gonna add up.
No, I know I don't make enough, but you ain't gotta be exact dollar for dollar, man. You gotta be like within like
Right.
a,
You can
I think
get
like a
cash
10,
consideration.
20%. Yeah, you be like
Right,
10 to
but
20
he
cents
nowhere
dollar.
close. That's what I'm saying. He's way off. He's nowhere close.
I
You gotta
mean,
go.
no,
You gotta go.
no, PJ making
Kyrie Irving or somebody like that,
no. See, you can't get rid of Kyrie.
or and David. That's what I'm saying. So that's what I know that. So that's what I mean. Who will Milwaukee Bucks? Oh, because it's not just the number one pick. They got to make the money match. PJ Washington, that he's far off. He making a cool amount, but nowhere close. You got to have somebody at least close. And the only ones that's close on your roster is Ant Davis and Kyrie Irving, because you're not going to be able to stick all three of those contracts, Kyrie Irving, Ant Davis, and Giannis on your roster. You can't do it. You're not going. Not
I
going to be
think
You
under.
can
also
do it. You can do it, but you'll be playing that luxury tax. You'll be in that second apron,
also
Nah.
which
you can
teams don't
you can
try to
you
do.
can
So
you
I
can
mean, that's
trade
kind of
draft
hard.
assets like that, but you got to have multiple draft assets without the contract matching. That's why the draft is important. So the draft add value, right? And so before you sign them, you can the value is even higher before you sign them. So if a team just want draft assets, they can trade a player for just draft asset and maybe another player that they can cut later, so they can stay up under that second apron.
Yeah,
So you can do
add
that.
a third team. That's all.
Yeah, or you can add a third team or 14. Yeah. But I'm just saying, you don't have to match contract for player when you're using draft assets. That's the only thing I'm saying.
Yeah, like look, boom. Clay making 16, PG making 14, Gaffer making 14, Caleb Mark making 9, Najee Marshall making 9, Max Christie making 7. They can put the money together to get up to at least 30 million. That's all you really need to get close to matching Giannis who making about what 40, 42 million, 45 million. Like I said, you don't got to be dollar for dollar. You got to be within a certain percentage.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, if you want to use draft assets,
oh yeah, you can use draft assets too and
you,
cash
that
consideration,
even
like you
help
said
more if
earlier.
you don't want to use player contract for contract.
Yeah, you can make that because mind you now, like
Because the
Kyrie
draft is
ain't
valuable. They have
necessarily
a
in the
high
max
value to it.
contract.
Hey, I'm finna get out of here, fellas, man. It was good chopping it up with y'all, man. Shout out
Yeah,
to Flight
thank you,
Sports,
Pope.
man. Make sure y'all hit the like button, subscribe to the channel.
Yeah,
It's
we
the Pro,
appreciate
baby.
that, bro.
No
Salute.
doubt. Salute.
Damn, clear 35. I don't even know.
Yeah, they go. Yeah, Clay done.
He making damn at least 15 million over the next 3 years.
Yeah, he
Hell
probably
no.
end up in Utah
Yeah, he
or
definitely traded
Sacramento
big. That's
or
$15 million.
Sacramento.
That nigga 35. But see, that's what I like about this roster. Like Kyrie 33, Ant 32. That ain't going that's like a 2-year window right there with them two alone. Clay 35, but you see got PG Washington 26, Gafford 26, Caleb Martin 29, Najee 27, Max Christie 22, Derek Lively 21. They got a good mix of young players, vet players. You throw Giannis in there, that's a championship. I don't care. All
That's
we need is
called
one healthy season.
a cornucopia of talent.
Yeah. You can make that work. And ain't won't play the 5. 80 won't play the 5. Go ahead, stay at the 4. We got a 5 already. Shit. Put Giannis in that motherfucker. That's a little roster. But I mean,
Yeah,
that's up to what the Mavs want though, because like I said, every owner ain't gonna be basketball centric. Some owners just they only care about the business side, what they make it out of owning the team. So that's why I feel like with a Mavs owner is. So I don't think they care about no, oh yeah, this person's a generational player and blah blah blah. They gotta if they be like, okay, well, how much is gonna cost? How much money we gonna make if we draft Cooper Flag to the city versus how much we'll make if we trade for Giannis. If analysts come back and say you get Giannis, that might mean championship window, championship run, championship that can generate billions for the city versus Cooper Flag. I mean, you make $8 billion. They gonna look at it like, okay, let's make the money make sense. That's why I say like you can't really say something do or don't make sense because we only looking at it from a basketball point of why I say I do look at it from more than just basketball or whatever, but most of the time when you think about certain trades like well that makes sense or that don't make sense, but it's like I mean shit, you want a championship or not? Like that's how I look at basketball. Like if this move gonna get me a championship within the next 2 years, cool. Like when Lakers make that trade, if Nico really believed that if we get AD and give up Luka and we got Kyrie healthy, or we can win a championship, I ain't gonna knock him for that. But obviously that ain't even the fucking that ain't what happened. So he looks stupid.
Well, it's still early.
Yeah.
Draft is next month. We're gonna see how this thing unfurl. And the Charlotte Hornets, I'm kind of itching on who they pick at number 4 or will they trade out of it and try to get some veterans over there in Charlotte with some skill. Because keep drafting these young players and starting all over again and having LaMelo Ball in a rut and want superhuman powers out of him. I know he say he's not from here. He's one of one. He's rare. Well, the way Charlotte is playing this thing, he's gonna have to demonstrate that night in and night out until he gets to his 83rd game. Because I'm tired of seeing LaMelo Ball and the Charlotte Hornets ending their season at 82 games, whether they're injuries or not. Because most teams in the NBA are injury riddled, but somehow they still crippled down to the finish line to be able to be eligible to play 83 games. And I think the Charlotte Hornets need to take a hard look at themselves and stop playing with the people mind and get to going so their fan base can cheer for that 83rd game.
See, the main thing with the Hornets, bro, like it's like I said, I real high on LaMelo. I promise you, I high on LaMelo. It's about time to make that trade. It's about time to send him somewhere else, get what you can get, and do a real like overhaul of the entire thing. I talking about scouting department. Every department need an overhaul, and they need to do that shit the right way. I fuck with LaMelo, but LaMelo just you can't make an impact on the team if you ain't there. Like LaMelo always fucking hurt. Every time it's like, damn, boy, the shot. Ain't nobody got time to be watching every year. We look at the draft and they got the number 4 pick, and it's like, damn, man. Damn. You shouldn't feel like that with the number 4 pick. But that's how you feel with the Hornets, because you know if they ain't a number 1 overall, the person ain't gonna make a difference. That's how sad where the Hornets at right now. Trade LaMelo and get it done. LaMelo ain't winning you no games. I fuck with LaMelo, but LaMelo need to learn how to play. I ain't say need to learn. I feel like LaMelo ain't fully grasped basketball yet, learning everything about basketball. I feel like he's still playing like off of instincts instead of playing with smarts. Don't get me wrong, he can give you triple doubles, he's gonna give you 30-point triple doubles, he's gonna do his thing. But it don't equate to nothing because you're always injured. And then when you do come back in the rotation, season over. Ain't nothing to play for.
But most NBA basketball players with a high skill level play off instinct.
True.
It's not many high level skill players play within a formula. I think Earl Watson talked about system players and non-system players, or pattern players and non-pattern players. And when he broke that down like that, that gave me an understanding, because I didn't understand it like that. I just thought that, you got players that listen to the coach, and then you got players the coach give a little more freedom to. But he put it in a jargon that was very understandable and relatable. And then you can see it for what it is when he talked about pattern players and non-pattern players. So I just think LaMelo is definitely a non-pattern player. And you have to build a system around him to make it seem like he's structured. Like Allen Iverson. Look how wild and nilly Allen Iverson was. But they put a certain kind of structure around him, and it made it seem like the ball hog that he was a sensational player, which he was. But he was a high volume shooter. And when you got that, you have to put certain structure around in order to be effective. And it worked. It didn't win him a championship, but it worked to the point where he made it to the championship and won his very first game playing in the championship against a behemoth of team, the Los Angeles Lakers. So it's up to the Charlotte Hornets to structure a roster around LaMelo's skill set if they really believe in LaMelo. If they don't believe in LaMelo, then they're just going to let him go off the Richter scale. And if his skills start to decline, all they're going to do is just throw him to the Sharks. And the Charlotte fan base might cry a little bit, but they get over it because there's more basketball to be played. So this is why players in his position and in his situation start being boisterous about the situation, because you don't want to go down in history as a lame duck, as a non-winning player that couldn't get it done and couldn't make it to the playoffs. As great as Tracy McGrady was, I don't think he got past the first round.
And see, injuries that play a role in that, but at the same time, you had when he was healthy, like he couldn't get them over the hump. Like I feel like LaMelo gonna go down in his career the way I seen it go. Not saying I predicting it, or that's what it's going to be. Just how I look at him is kind of how I look at T Mac. Is like if somebody be like, yeah, but T Mac, but nice as hell, is like that's all you can really say about him. Is like, yeah, he was nice, but I mean, shit. I know. Like I said, I don't look at LaMelo and I don't see him as this player where it's like, you know how they used to portray players back in the day of like they only play for championships and they hate losing. And I ain't saying LaMelo don't hate losing and nothing like that, but I don't think LaMelo's serious in the way of like, I know I know I don't have a factual opinion on this and not like that. I mean, factual opinion. I know I don't have a factual statement to say about who he is as a person, but I know I just don't get LaMelo Ball as a player and how he fits into winning if he's still playing the same way he playing. And then, like I said, you can see injuries now, but it's like when I do see him play on the team, it's like, I mean, he cool. He just seemed like a cool hooper. Like, look at his draft class. Halliburton doing his thing. Ant doing his thing. It's like who all but in his draft class?
You
Nah,
got
Halliburton. I
you
tripping.
got
I tripping
you
with
got
Halliburton.
Desmond Bain.
But that
Desmond
was
Bain doing his
Halliburton.
thing.
Yeah, could have been calling Halliburton LaMelo Light. They've been trying to say if you want LaMelo Ball without getting LaMelo Ball, you get Halliburton.
Yeah, but I'm saying you had a lot of players in his draft class that played in playoff games, and some of them logged meaningful minutes.
And then when you look at what LaMelo doing, I'm not what he doing because he is playing individually. He playing as good as I would say Anthem Boy playing because he is giving you damn near triple doubles when he is on the court. But that same thing with Zion. Zion on the court is as good as anybody else in the league, but he don't play enough for you for that to even you didn't even give a fuck about it.
To register, yeah, to register.
Yeah, so it's like when I look at and like I said, like with Kyrie, just to use him for example. I believe individually, Kyrie probably the best player in the NBA at right now. Individually, if I say go on the court and go hoop, and I got to look at how much hundreds of NBA players in the league right now, without looking at their face, without seeing the number, without knowing their name, you gonna always pick Kyrie out that group and say, oh yeah, he probably one of the best players on there. That's what I look at when I say who, like if a player better than another player. Now, if we talking about the context of being in the league, Kyrie, of course, ain't the best player in the league or considered top 5 in the league and nothing like that. Because at the end, it's a team sport. Same thing with LaMelo. Like, when I see LaMelo's like, oh, he cool, but I don't see him on the same level as Anthem Boy. Like, you forget him and Ant get drafted in the same class. 2 picks within 2 picks of each other. Same with Halliburton. You forget he even been in their draft class. Bain, I don't even know he been in it to begin with. But all these players mean so much to their team winning. Not one of them other players don't mean something to the team. You can say Ant got a better team. Cool, but Ant ain't coming with a better team. Not when I like he did have a better team coming in because he had Cat. I'll give him that. But Ant's still the better player as far as what he brings to his team, offense and defensively. Halliburton, I mean, shit. You got a little ugly jumper, but he come through. He do what he need to do. Not saying that he a better player than LaMelo individually, but I mean, shit, I know I really big on Halliburton, so it's hard for me to put him over LaMelo too. But I know LaMelo just got to show more towards winning for me to look at him anything other than a cool hooper.
Yeah, it'll be a real prize for the NBA once LaMelo get into that 83rd game. I mean, it started out strong because with James Borrego, he had back-to-back play-in scenario situations. Even though the team faltered and he didn't play as well, but he still got past the 82-game threshold. And we thought that was going to trend north. That okay, he got his feet wet. Now it's time to dive in head first in these shark-infested waters and go get them. And a lot of teams that was behind the Charlotte Hornets as far as being competitive and being a low-end contender have swooped and surpassed the Charlotte Hornets on the depth chart of competition. And that is what's startling to a lot of LaMelo fan base and a lot of Charlotte Hornets fan base is that these teams, Cleveland, Detroit, Houston, Indiana, have swooned past the Charlotte Hornets. And I mean virtually, right before our eyes. Look at what happened up in D-Town, the Detroit Pistons. We used to call, well, not we, but I used to call the Detroit Piston list, because we know you need pistons to get that engine going. And look at them now, right? So when these teams are trending north, the Charlotte Hornets is trending south. And this is not a good look. And we're not hearing the clamor coming from LaMelo and his team verbosely in the media. We're not hearing any noise. So whatever PR or informational embargo they have on LaMelo's camp is working, because nothing is coming out. I'm talking about nothing. So they have a strong informational embargo coming out of LaMelo Ball's camp, because we're not hearing anything. The only thing we have heard about is his surgery on his wrist and his ankle. But as far as his comfortability on the exit interview, he says he likes Charlotte and he want to be a part of the rebuild. To me, that's kind of disturbing, because you was at a point in the competition level that you was 1 or 2 players away, and then ultimately that collapsed. And it seemed like it collapsed right after Kenny Atkinson reneged on his handshake deal with the Jordan administration. It seemed like everything after that collapsed. Or if we want to be really salacious, we can say the way they did Jello was a significant bad omen on the organization. Because during that season where Kenny Atkinson reneged, LiAngelo Ball was called to the training camp. And he was playing, but he didn't play well, but he never played with LaMelo. And I thought that was suspicious. In meaningless games, in preseason, you telling me you could not match minutes with LaMelo and his brother, even just for entertainment's sake. It seemed like they went out of their way to make sure that didn't happen. And maybe the collapse of the Charlotte Hornets could befall on them doing Jello dirty. And this is karma. So there is some strange things that has been inserted in the ingredients of the Charlotte Hornets formula to build off a blueprint that is successful. Now, we done heard Gabe Plockton and Rick Snall speak about the renovation of the surrounding areas of the Spectrum Center to enhance its aesthetics and to allow the people who visit and show up to games to indulge in a deep experience of bliss with all the new and improved setups that gives it visual aesthetics. But you building the building, right? You building up the building but not building up the team. To me, that's kind of monkey backwards. You putting all this money into the site and little into the team. So I'm kind of curious on why that is so for Charlotte.
I mean,
Dace? Who's Dace?
who?
I think somebody in the background. Flight. Somebody named Dace. DACE. But yeah, it's just startling to me, no panic, that they will move that route. You know, it's almost like having a pretty car with no gas in it. Where are you gonna go? Yeah, your car's pretty, sitting on 26, candy paint, two-tone, peanut butter interior, booming system, all the bells and whistles. But you ain't putting gas in it. It doesn't make sense to me. And a lot of people think that I dislike Charlotte. I don't dislike Charlotte. I've been to the city. I know it's a clean city. I know they have good food in Charlotte. You know, the Carolinas have their own style of barbecue. They're known for that. So I don't have a distaste in Charlotte, North Carolina, or the surrounding areas. I've been to Gastonia. Been a lot of the surrounding areas of Charlotte. I even been down to Dan. So I like the way it looks. At one time, it was a top 10 city for Black Americans to raise their family. That says a whole lot. And a lot of people flock to Charlotte to try to build it, to make it some similitude to Atlanta. It's a banking hub, second only to New York. Did you hear what I just said? Charlotte, North Carolina is a financial hub, second only to New York. So that shows there's money there. It shows that it has an upper class there. It shows that you have the ability and opportunity to thrive and succeed, because they listed at one point a top 10 city. And I think it got all the way to like 3, because Atlanta was always number 1. Atlanta and I think Houston, 1 and 2, as far as raising a Black family and, you know, being successful. And I think Charlotte was number 3. That's as high as it got, to number 3. So there is positive things in Charlotte. So getting the number 4 pick, you in the top 4, you shouldn't be disappointed. Yeah, you didn't get Cooper Flag. Don't do that New York crap. Always won the top dog. You know what I'm saying? Last season, you was number 6. This season, you're number 4. So in back-to-back seasons, well, actually, a trilateral, because you was 2, 6, and 4. 3 years straight, you had top 6 picks. And that is nothing to be ashamed of. You just got to make it work and put pressure on your organization to don't sell you a bill of goods, but sell you some goods. Because there's not much going on far as sports entertainment outside of NASCAR in Charlotte. I know you got the Panthers and the Hurricanes.
Shit going on. You had it right the first time.
You know what I'm saying? So you gotta put your money somewhere. Why not into a good product on the floor? Because It's always a good thing to have a good product on the hardwood. I mean, the crowd is just so elated and pandemonia ensues. And it's just good for the NBA. And for you to have the kind of talent like LaMelo Ball, if you put a good product out there, I'm telling you, you're going to see LaMelo Ball triple his output. And you think you're seeing something with these other draftees that's in this draft class, that's in the playoffs, and look like they're going to move into their prospective conference finals? Wait till you get a Lola LaMelo with some real serious help. It could be curtains for the NBA. Blight, I think we got somebody backstage. We're trying to add you, but we're trying to get a hold of Flight. As soon as we get a hold of Flight, just stay on there. Don't go nowhere. We'll get you on. I can't put you on, but Flight is the only one who can put you on right now. What you got to say to that, No Panic?
I mean, I stay close to the Hornets, so if I go to any NBA game, I go to their game probably the most. But I mean, like, okay, remember that year when with Brandon Miller coming out, and my thing been they should have take Scoot, and my reason behind that because it's been like, to me, LaMelo need a guard next to him, someone who can take some of the handling bullies off him, so he can slide over the two guard and alternate back the one guard at, like, so it don't be an obvious. If he got the ball in his hand, we know what he about to do. And then from there, you kind of build out the interior. You got Mark Williams or whatever like that. So you had a Mark Williams, would have had LaMelo, then we had another ball handler. I ain't saying Scoot would have been better than what Brandon Miller's, or he would have been the right pick. That could have been the wrong pick. Who knows? But then when you look down that draft, it's like, damn, I wonder if they even try to check in on any of the twins. Like, imagine either one of the twins playing next to LaMelo.
They worked out the twins. They did work out the twins.
And it's like, when I think about a team around a player like LaMelo, it's like, damn, an athletic two that can handle the ball. He ain't necessarily got to be a scorer. He's got to have some type of threat to get to the lane, and defensively, he got to be like a Swiss Army knife, because he gonna be nights where LaMelo may have a smaller guard that he got to guard up playing the one or whatnot, and it's like, well, he a little too shifty for LaMelo or whatever. Even though LaMelo long or whatever, he might be a little too shifty. So you're like, okay, cool, Amir, Arcel, whichever one, go get him. It's like, to me, that would have been the more perfect pick, even though I won't Scoot, because I feel like Scoot been the better guard coming out, because he already going through the G League Unite. He been more proven in my mind than the Twins, because the Twins been playing against fucking YouTube creators and shit inside that league. So he been like, but I mean, Charlotte could have traded down, pick up another pick, and still get one of the Twins. They could have did a lot more than just staying at 2 to get Brandon Miller. Because like I said, I understand people been high on Brandon Miller, but it's like, I know. I just don't see it in Brandon Miller. Like, you can't go on a bad team, be good, and fool me. I seen that too much. But
Brandon Miller. It's not like Brandon Miller was a fringe all-star. So he has a lot of development.
Yeah.
To add to his game as well. The thing of it is with Brandon Miller, I think it was his height and his ability to put the ball in the basket. And I think that's what they was more concerned with. They wasn't concerned with anybody that could dribble the ball and, get to the rim and things of that nature. Because I don't know if that was
that's what they need, though.
The offense that the incoming coach, because remember, when they drafted, they didn't have a coach. The incoming coach was probably going to implement. So that's why they went with a safer pick. So regardless of what coach come in, Brandon Miller archetype could be used in a multi of ways.
Yeah, no, I can understand that. That make a lot of sense. I mean, the more moldable player to offense, at least, would be Brandon Miller, because he can already shoot at an elite level, or at least close to elite level. He got the size and length. He's still young. I mean, I get it. I would be more sensible than, the Twins and all them, but I know, man. I just feel like LaMelo ain't never get to play next to a two guard that's defensively a stopper, offensively can get to the basket, offensively can still handle the ball and make decisions. Only thing about the Twins is they can't shoot as good, but they can get streaky. But other than that, I feel like that fit perfectly next to LaMelo. Then you build out your interior because your offense could be running through LaMelo anyway. Then you got this high flying, you got this defensive star, defensive player, and one of the Twins next to him. Then you got what's the boy name? Miles Bridges, who can put the ball in the basket to a certain extent. He can give you 15 to 20 points a night, guaranteed or whatnot. He can give you that. Then if you got Mark Williams, he could be a defensive player. And at that point, y'all really only need to find a big that can put the ball in the basket, rebound, maybe just from the post from here time to time. Shit. Now at that point, you sliding players in that fit what y'all trying to do, as opposed to now it's like you don't know what you got in Brandon Miller yet. You don't know what you got in Mark Williams because ain't they rescind the trade because they didn't feel like he would have been healthy. LaMelo ain't never healthy. It's like you really don't know what you got. But imagine if one of the Twins been over there right now. Even if LaMelo they're going down, they're gonna be like, damn, them boy be, them boy be hooping. I can mold this into something. Them boy play hard on both sides of the floor. You can't go wrong.
Yeah, I think that the Charlotte Hornets have a piss poor perimeter defensive scheme. We know LaMelo has his challenges playing on the perimeter. And then you got possibly Trey Mann when he comes back, then who's serviceable. Then you got Nick Smith Jr., who's pathetic. Josh Green's supposed to be something, but he's Casper the Friendly Ghost.
I've been telling y'all about him.
And then you got Brandon Miller. He's so when it comes to defense. Sometimes he plays and sometimes he don't. He's iffy. Yeah, that's not so, but I say he's iffy. So I mean that perimeter defense that Charlotte have and the scheme that they run, the players are not executing it at all.
Yeah, like they got the perfect archetypes. Like LaMelo's a long 6'6", 6'7" point guard. Brandon Miller's a long 6'9", 6'10" wing player, wing defender who can be a wing defender or shooter from the corner or whatever. You got Josh Green, who's an athletic long player. You got Mark Williams, who's a big center. Like you got the requisite parts that'll be successful defensively. Just none of them make their bones on defense. Miles Bridges don't make his bone on defense. LaMelo don't. Brandon Miller doing. Mark Williams the only one who actually need to put his entire career in the defense, or even doing that right now at this point until he develops.
Well, I would give Josh Green some credit because he do put out an effort. He reminds me of the Cody Martins of the world that will put out an effort, but it's just not. It's just not good enough. It's like he's almost a crash dummy.
That's how he been in Dallas. It's like he'll have those games where he'll flash, he'll hit a couple of threes, and then on the defensive end, it's like, damn, he can be a defensive stopper, but it's like that's just a bunch of effort. Like it's two sides of defense, but one side means more. Effort means more than the instincts or whatever, or the smartness or the IQ, whatever on defense, or whatever the instinct and the IQ, whatever. That's one part of it, and then the other part is the effort. The effort gotta be at least 70% of it. If you give 100% effort, you can at least be a decent defender. I think with Josh Green, he's just so instinctively athletic that it's like he depends more on his athletic ability and his he do got quick feet now. He ain't one of them cones. He don't get blow by. He ain't stopping nobody. Like he a little handsy, so he do pick up a lot of dumb fouls. Then on offense, you can't really count on him from a possession to possession because it's like he more so like a catch and shoot player, but he ain't really a 3-point shooter. He can get to the bucket because he athletic, but he ain't really a finisher. It's like that's his main thing, and that's who Charlotte got there. In their mind, we got an athletic too. We can bring in here. Let's kick the ties on him. He young, he athletic. Shit, he should work out, but he ain't that player.
Yeah, I just think the culture need enhancing. I know that Rick Schnall and Gabe Pluckton and Jeff Peterson talked about a competitive joy in having a brotherhood and playing strong with each other and trust and things of that nature and double down to the right. And we saw a glimpse of that in the summer league. because Charlotte was playing hard basketball in summer league, probably harder than most players. Even though they only lost one game, but they didn't qualify to go into the playoff bracket for some reason. But nevertheless, then when it came to preseason, they was okay, right? They was okay. They was winning games and things of that nature. And they started out spectacular, coming back from like 16 or 19 points against the Houston Rockets and winning that game. And we thought that it was going to springboard them into a winning culture. Unfortunately, it didn't. It was a statement win, and the Lakers was a statement win. Then LaMelo goes down and never come back, basically. Boston was a statement win. So we thought these were statement building wins throughout the course of the season. But players just couldn't stay healthy. And I just think there was no culture to back up when the players felt a little down or distraught or discouraged. They didn't have the type of culture to psychologically put Humpty Dumpty back together again. And this is why their record is what it is. And they get into the lottery once again, and they end up picking number 4. Some is disappointed, some is cool with it. But nevertheless, this is the reality of the Charlotte Hornets.
And the only bad thing about this whole NBA lottery is Kyrie out the whole season until the end. So shit, we ain't got to wait that long until we start turning up. But we definitely winning the championship next year. I don't care what y'all saying.
Well, you're going to have an opportunity to get a abundance of Cooper Flag because Kyrie is the offensive juggernaut that he is. He won't be available. So someone going to have to fill that void. I know it's going to be by committee. I don't think Cooper Flag can just score 27 points a night. But nevertheless, it's going to be by committee. But we're going to get abundance of Cooper Flag, and we're going to see if he's NBA superstar caliber coming into the league.
Yeah, like,
So
I don't think y'all understand the Mavericks roster. Like when I say we stack, regardless of what we do with the first round pick, whether we draft or trade, like we stack. So that's why I've been saying earlier, like it's a win-win for me. So if he becomes a generational player, it's like, well, the Mavs got a generational player plus 80 plus older Clay at least or whatever. Not too big on him, but Kyrie got Lively, got Gafford, got PJ. Like you got a whole roster around. It's like we got Max Christie, 80. Spencer Dinwiddie could be gone. Exum be gone. Gafford, Jaden Hardy, he may or may not be there. He ain't really too much of a factor. He a good rotational backup point though. Kyrie, shit, I know we had Kai Jones. I thought he canceled himself. Derek Lively, Najee Marshall, Caleb Martin. Shit, he a decent role player, rotational player. Old Max, who we drafted last year. Klay Thompson and PJ Washington. Like we got a stacked roster now. So I ain't tripping about the trade. Like even if he only become a utility player or Aaron Gordon type, like that's still a championship player at the end of the day. Like
Aaron Gordon's a championship player because of the Denver setup. Because his game, it did expand more because he was able to stretch the floor in Denver more so than his tenure at Orlando. But you can tell towards the end of his tour of duty in Orlando that he was practicing on stretching the floor because he wasn't so much of an interior threat. He was kind of hanging out, around the arc, and that kind of got people a little frustrated that Aaron Gordon was being a little soft because he was having little nicks and minor injuries, and it seemed like he was afraid of getting back into that paint and start pushing around. And then he got healthy up in Denver, and he had a inside-outside game, and which is perfect for the Denver because of the way Jokic play and the way that Murray play and the way that KPJ play. So he have the interior basically all to himself, unless Joker happens to come down there and do his thing, and then he can jump out on that 3-point line. So Aaron Gordon is a very integral piece, like you say, as a role player, because he goes in and do his job, and he has no problem with it. Now that he's basically fully healthy. I think his when he had a lower back injury that kind of stymied him a little while in Orlando, but it doesn't seem like that's a problem now.
It's like kind of like how you were saying earlier about what Earl Watson was saying about pattern and non-pattern players. It's like when you look at Russ, if you put Russ on a team and you say, hey, ball in Russ' hand, let Russ cook, blah, 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 you going to see Washington Wizard Russ when he take them to the playoffs when they get traded in there or whatever. You're going to see OKC Russ. You're going to see every version of Russ that is like, damn, but Russ take them to the playoffs. But if you asking him to be off the ball or out of like doing certain things that he ain't used to doing, you ain't going to see the best version of Russ. You got to put Russ in the position to where he can be himself. So when he with Denver, in Denver, they don't find a formula with Russ, even though they kind of had this little thing this season with Russ. They've been trying to say like the team that want Russ to come off the bench, but the coach been loyal to Russ, wanting Russ to play in the fourth quarter and all that. And that's why he ended up getting fired, because he basically been them boy been having a debate on if he too loyal to certain players in certain positions or whatever. I don't know. But if all you asking Russ to do is, hey Russ, when the ball come up that room, we need you to jet down court. We need you to start the fast break. We need you to play some defense. We need you to be energetic. We need you to, if you ask him to do the things that he already do well, you just ain't giving him the ball to bring him up, you can find good in Russ. When he been in LA, you couldn't get that. You know why? Because, hey, Russ, we need you to play off ball. And we do give you the ball in your hand. LeBron ain't really gonna space the floor like that. He gonna act like he out there waiting for the three, but he really out there, damn, just getting out your way. Oh yeah, 80 ain't gonna be healthy all the time, and LeBron gonna miss some time too. But we gonna put all the blame on you when you can't take the rest of the roster no way. It's all about fitting the NBA. Like, you can be Aaron Gordon in Orlando and get a decent contract and be looked at as a premier player one day and all that. But you will never go nowhere. You'll be just like how Vooch been. You ain't winning nothing. Or you can go to a team and play a star in a certain role. That, hey, you a good rebounder. You a good offensive rebounder. You play well in the dunker spot. You a good defender. We like you playing from 1 to 4. We even play on some 5 sometimes, and that's all we want you to do. We don't need you to be no ball in your hand and get your shots up and shit like that. You may only get 2 shots this game, but everything else you do, that's what will help us win the championship. And that's who Aaron Gordon is. Yeah, he may not go down as a Hall of Fame, this, that, and the third, blah, 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 accolades and all that. But who cares if winning the whole thing without him?
Well,
Even if
AC
they had
Green didn't go to the Hall of
everybody.
Fame either.
Say that again?
AC Green for the Lakers. He didn't go to the Hall of Fame. He played with the Lakers and the Dallas Mavericks and got a championship for both teams.
And I'm pretty sure he been an integral part that you remember him well of how much he won. But the average fan ain't gonna know. The average fan will look at him like he a regular player. Like, oh, well, I never heard of him, so he had to been a mid player.
Yeah,
and shit like that.
he was original Iron Man.
Yeah, like sometimes like Draymond Green. If Draymond
But wait,
Green
I want to
played
go
in
back to
any
Russell. I want to go back to Russell
Oh,
because
go ahead.
you mentioned Russell in LA. It was 2 versions of Russell. One for the Clippers and one for the Lakers. Now, the one for the Lakers, when he first came to LA, Russell, had his hubris as a shield. And that wasn't something that was welcome by the Lakers franchise, because LeBron James was already the established star, and then you had Anthony Davis as his backup, right? And Russ come in the building like he owned the team because he's from LA. He's an LA native. He's good in the community. He has a lot of business set up in Southern California and things of that nature. So he thought he coming in and he's going to be up on that upper echelon, and that's why he was rubbing Darvin Ham wrong as well as Rob Pelinka. So nevertheless, I seen the Los Angeles Lakers and Russell Westbrook live. The last time I saw Russell Westbrook live was against the Brooklyn Nets, and James Harden ripped them apart. But what I did notice in that game, how they played Russell Westbrook and how they played Carmelo Anthony. They played Russell Westbrook as if it was 4-on-5. LeBron would bring the ball down. They get set up in the square, and Russell Westbrook, believe this or not, was out of the way of the offense. He was at a diagonal. Every time they come down, he'll go at a diagonal to the arc, and he'll be kind of near the score table. And when the Lakers initiate their offense, if they couldn't get anything going around the horn, then they'll pass it to Russ, and Russ will just run down, downhill, and try to make something happen. And sometimes he make the layup, sometimes he make a dunk, or sometimes he just throw that shit up and it be looking stupid. Yeah. And so that wasn't working. And he already came in with a hubris because he's an LA native. And like, shit, it's my team, man. I'm Lakers, you know what I'm saying? I play for Nipsey Hussle, and blah, blah, this and blah, blah, that, right? Throwing up his signs and all that shit. But when he went to the Clippers, he already had the LA experience with the Lakers. So he knew that wasn't working, going over there with James Harden and Kawhi Leonard. So he had a better experience in a Clipper uniform.
You know why that is, though, right?
In which nested him a contract up in Mile High at the Ball Center, Denver, Colorado. Because of that, if he had a failed experience with the Clippers, we might not be seeing Russell Westbrook right now.
That's I can see him being up in the league or a Carmelo type of situation. But they make a narrative up and say he don't want to come off the bench and all that and third. But the reason why he had a better time with the Clippers than he had with the Lakers, because when you go to LA, that's already a Bron-centric place. Then they bring in AD, so that's Bron and AD team. Now when you come in, they asking you, listen, we want you to be Russ from when you went with the other teams. And then now you got all these injuries. And then when they do play together, it's like LeBron ain't willing to cut. LeBron ain't willing to play off ball the right way. So when Russ in the game, they understand Russ ain't a strong shooter. And his confidence been shot because everybody keep Russ been these little shots he take where he be laying the ball up or trying to dunk and miss. Russ been doing that since OKC days. The problem is people ignore all them goofy shit because he been Russ, MVP Russ. But when he get to LA, he been, and the team's worried about him making shots, and he's 16% from the feed, and 16% from inside 3 feet, and all these different stats start being made up to protect LeBron James. LeBron James ain't supposed to play no defense. He used to play off ball. Then when you look at AD, AD had problems with playing the 5. He don't want to play the 5 because he don't want to get in the hole. He don't want to jump. So now you don't really got a 5. So now when Russ in the game, Russ game thrives off of that 7-footer who can go up there and go get a lob or clear out space in the lane to make his cut to the lane or his drive to the lane a lot easier, so he don't get all these different weird ass missed layups and shit. Cause I tell you, Russ one of them players where he always been super athletic and he never had to rely on learning certain shit. So now that his athleticism ain't as where it used to be, now he can't just go and dunk. He gotta put a little more effort into trying to go up and dunk. And then when he go up the layup, it's like he don't got no touch around the rim. So he must a lot of bunny shit. So when he go in the Clippers, even when he going to Denver, the reason why he covered it in both places because when you tell Russ, listen, we ain't gonna give you the ball like you used to every time, every possession you coming up with the ball. We gonna sprinkle you in here and there. You gonna be our player, like you gonna cause chaos. Just like how you say, like they used to have him, he'll come by like the scores table, and then like they'll get it with if everything break down, they get a ball to Russ and Russ just run to the basket. That's kind of what you want Russ to do, but you don't want him to do it from the scores table. You want him to do it from a 3-point, from behind the 3-point line on down. So when his confidence been going, he don't want to stand by the 3 because he don't want nobody to leave him wide open. Because when you leave a player wide open like that, the entire world see that. When the entire world see that, all these other GMs and scouts and shit. Like, well, damn, if everybody gonna play him like that, he unusable. Kind of like Rudy Gobert, but the difference between him and Rudy Gobert is Rudy Gobert at least can say he's a elite rim protector. So when it comes to Russ, it's like same thing I was saying about the Cooper Flag situation with Aaron Gordon. Yes, they will look good on their own, but that's not really going to amount to winning. But you put them in a position where it's like, no, we want the things that you do good. We only want you to do that here. Everything else, we're not giving you that type of responsibility anymore. You're not about to bring the ball up every possession. You get like 10 of those, 20 of those, but not every possession. On defense, yeah, we want you to play both sides of the ball. When he been with LA, he couldn't trust everybody gonna be cutting. He couldn't trust everybody gonna be doing X, Y, and Z. That's why Russ played better when he's the unquestioned star of the team. Just go back and look at it. He always played better when there's nobody else to depend on but him. Some players just can't get in the role of fitting inside an offense where it's like, well, you're going to be our off-ball tool since, you're a two guard and we got LeBron at the point. It don't work like that for everybody. That shit really just don't. But like I say, we call these professionals, them GMs and these scouts and all that, but shit, I could have tell you before the Lakers even get down, Russ, that ain't even going to work. Russ need a bunch of players that proving themselves, that trying to stay in the league or whatever. He need a bunch of ragtags around him who gonna actually cut to the basket with 100% effort and all that shit. Who gonna play defense around him with 100% effort. Who gonna run to the rim with 100% effort. He can't get that in LA. And now he in Denver and he like, shit, look how he playing. Like, he ain't gonna be no superstar. You might not see the difference, but the minutes that he do play, he effective in the minutes. That boy's a walking damn fast break. Like I said, with like LaMelo Ball when he went to Chicago, not LaMelo Ball, Lonzo Ball, like shit. He give you by himself. He give you a fast break offense. He add that element to your offense by himself. Like with Jokic and Jokic will throw the ball down, like his that outlet passing shit. That's another element of the game that he bring. You gotta find players, find what they do good, and put them in a position to do good. If not, shit, putting the franchise in the wrong hands. Shit, saying Russ to Sam to Charlotte. Soon LaMelo get hurt, Russ will take them to the playoffs. I guarantee that. Yeah, Jokic can throw the outlet pass for the fast break too now, but man, Russ grabbing the ball off rim and running that shit down court. That's Russ. That's classic Russ. Russ put pressure on the defense. You can't never just go through a possession, miss, and say, okay, let's run back down and play some defense. Like, nah, like you running back down, like you from tip to tip. Pause. Yeah, I've been saying Charlotte need another ball handler. I've been going with Scoot because Scoot been the best guard available. But shit, now that I look at that draft, they could have maybe trade back and take one of the twins. If they can get a defensive two, that athletic, that can get his own bucket in the room, that can shoot adequate enough. I know the twins need to work on their jumper, but I feel like Melo fit perfect next to one of them twins. At some point, they need to start bullying a defensive team around LaMelo, and just a bunch of athletic ability. It may not equal to a championship, but they'll be fun to watch. Yeah, that's what John Wall remind me of too.
Russ. It's like you can't teach that part of the game. Like you don't like I said, you can't teach a fast break. You got players that are just they don't mind taking it off the rim and taking them on down. Like they fast with the ball. And that I said that more pressure you put on the defense in that regard, you always keep them on their toes. Russ' problem coming when he's trying to play in the half court. It's like he need a full head of steam a lot of the times. And as like I said, as he get older, he can't rely on athletic ability just to blow past people or to jump over people. You got to kind of use finesse around the basket. You got to put a dribbling handle together to try to get past players or something. Like he's a good role player. Like Russ is a good role player at this point. He just his name value just hard to view him like that. So when he do something unbecoming of a Hall of Fame player, quote unquote, people jump on him. And when you play in LA, everything you're doing is just magnified. Shit, get a number 4 pick in this draft don't do no favors for Charlotte. They had need at least a number 2 to get a difference maker. That's the story of Charlotte draft history. They're always that one or two pick short of getting a changer. LaMelo fall to them. I'm surprised they've been a team to take LaMelo. Yeah, I mean, I a Dallas fan as long as Kyrie over there. As long as Kyrie still kicking in Dallas, we over there. Like it's not that I don't like the fit, or not even the fit. It's not that I don't like Flag. I just don't see what everybody else see when they look at Flag. I understand I may not have the most history of watching him as a next person, but I just don't see what everybody else see. Now, I ain't saying that my opinion is the right opinion. I ain't saying that everybody else wrong. I just say I haven't get to the point yet where it's like, damn, he gonna be X, Y, and Z in the league. When I watch him play, it's like, yeah, he can dominate in college, but it's like it's a lot of players that's dominant in college, and then when they get inside the pros, it's like 6-7 years down the line, it's like, oh, so they really was just a great rebounder. Yeah, Gordon Hayward said Gordon Hayward been a decent player. Like people forget before Gordon Hayward get hurt, he been hooping in Utah. People ain't looking at the fact that like maybe he just blessed with the athletic ability, maybe he blessed with the height, and he's a hard fucking worker. But that don't always translate to being a superstar in the NBA. Sometimes that translate into being Draymond Green. Draymond Green, biggest asset of his game was he's smart. He got a lot of IQ. So it's like, but if you take his IQ away from him, he's pretty much an average player. Like he ain't more athletic than the next. He ain't a better scorer than the next. He ain't necessarily a dominant defensive player, like on ball defensive. Like he's a good high IQ defensive player, meaning he know how to put himself in certain positions, and he tough, and he actually put his mindset to, okay, I'm gonna dominate defensively. But I think any player with the right physical requirements, meaning like, like they may be 6'5", long, athletic, quick feet. If they put their mind to wanting to be a defensive player, and that's it, like most players can be good defensively, be elite defensively. I just ain't see nothing about, Flag that makes me just look at him and say, that's special. Like, a lot of players coming out, you could have see that shit. Like, you just being dominant on the level that you playing, I mean, I know. I don't know. Like the college ball ain't the same. It's not as strong as it used to be. And I get he's younger than what he's supposed to be as a freshman and all that, but talent is talent. Shit, you go to most of these other sports and you got damn 16-year-old baseball players that would be drafted number 1 right now that they was able to be drafted. That people look at it, oh, they're a better player right now than player A that's in AAA or on the MLB roster right now. Age don't really matter as long as you talented, like you uber talented, like Cooper Flag is. Like Cooper Flag, obviously, like how LeBron is. When they hit 16, they already been they grown man size, scrim, this, that, and the third. Like they down been broaching that already. And now that they 18, 19, it's like, I mean, they've been dominating people in the age their entire life. When did you think that was going to change? But then they get to the NBA and it's like, yeah, like shit, everybody between the age of 20 and 25 in the league and 30 in the league and shit just look different. You ain't moving Giannis out the way to dunk on him. You ain't rebounding with like some of the best rebounds in the league. Like you got people in the league now that they make their contract and their bones and they living off of just rebounding. Like they go in the gym every day and practice and just be like, you know what? How can I become a better rebounder? I already lead in the league in rebounders, but how can I be better? They don't worry about scoring, none of that shit. Their whole game dedicated to rebounding and playing defense. They're saying the ACC. Yeah, Zion is a perfect example. Zion, he be getting hurt. That's his only issue. But when he ain't hurt, say he dominant. But is that going to win you a championship at some point? Just being uber athletic? Because they've been looking at Zion and saying Zion supposed to be the next LeBron. But all they see is, oh, he's super athletic. For her size, damn. If he can develop into, that's all they do. They prop up anybody. They prop up the few players in the collegiate game. They already had Cooper Flag pegged since high school. It was senior season of high school. Same like with Zion. It's like, yeah, when they get into college, they've been dominant. Like, it's like, damn, it's a playground of them. They get into the league, it's like, yeah. But wouldn't Zion win a championship quicker being a high-level role player for a team using, like, the skill sets that he is elite at already? Like, his ability to get back up for offensive rebounds, his ability to get to the bucket, his ability to damn rebound. Well, I mean, I say he's a great rebounder because he don't really get as much rebounds as you would think for somebody who plays position or size or whatnot. But shit, he can be a good running mate, a rim runner. And if that's all you asking him to do, man, Zion can get you a championship doing just that. But you can't pay him all that money and treat him like a superstar just for him to go out there and be utility man. That'd be the NBA thing that I think they overthink about, like, just because this player making X amount of money or just because the player gets drafted this high, he's supposed to do X, Y, and Z or supposed to beat us. But it's like, no, like shit, you trying to win a championship or not? If you just want to draft a player to have money in the building or fans in the seats, then okay, cool, like yeah, but how you win a championship? And that's my basis behind the Mavericks making the move for Giannis. It's like, go get you a chip. Forget all that other shit. Go get you a chip within 2 years. Start over after that. At that point, Lively will be up for a contract. A lot of your other contracts will be falling off. Shit, start over with Lively. At least we know we got a chip. I bet Lakers wouldn't trade that chip in with AD. And see, the thing that Charlotte gonna run into with LaMelo was the same thing New Orleans going through. It's like they couldn't even trade Zion. Like they got to pump fake like they want to keep him. Because ain't nobody gonna pay what they feel like they should be getting back off of him. And if they trade him, that's their last star. That's their last draw for people that want to watch them play. So they can't really trade their only star unless they getting the star back. But ain't nobody gonna trade a star back for an injury-prone 250, sometimes 300-pound player that always injured. Yeah, I think Zoe can be good. I think if Zoe go to one of them teams where just like when how you say with Livingston, when Livingston went with the Warriors, they ain't asked him to do about so much. All they been asking him to do is, hey, listen, be a veteran presence, come in and keep the game under control. Like, don't be the person to fuck the game off. Like, just make sure we good. Like, you need to hit some shots. I feel like Lonzo gonna be good in that role. Cause shit, even though Lonzo coming off that injury, like shit. I mean, I ain't gonna say he all the way back defensively, but shit, he still look pretty decent defensively. He look like he can make that a career out of it if he just stay healthy. And you know, the Bulls seem like they trying to protect his knee. But yeah, I agree with that. I think he'll be same thing as Sean Livingston. Just to me, I think Joe will be a little better because he can shoot the 3-ball. But I ain't gonna lie, Livingston been clutch from mid range though. That shit, Sean Livingston, damn, that shit have shot me. He actually been more like shit. Even Grant Hill, after all them damn knee injuries and shit, when he finally get right and play his little old season in Phoenix, hitting some buckets. It's like basketball is basketball. Like you don't really need the athletic ability. Once you in the door in the league and you got a little reputation of somebody who teams don't mind taking a look at, shit, you got to do one or two things at elite level. I think Zoe can shoot the 3-ball at elite level, and I think he got elite eye IQ. The Bulls just got to do right by him, though. Man, in this draft, I don't think you can even trade down. I don't think a trade down even worth it unless you picking up high picks in the next year's draft. Because I don't really see nothing in this draft that gonna necessarily change a team outlook outside of the top 5 picks. Like I said, I ain't really big in college right now. I ain't break all these players down. I just know a few of them or whatnot. But from what I can gather, like I don't think game changes outside of the first pick. Maybe the second and third pick with Ace Bailey and Harper, whatever, may be something. But I don't know. Last couple of drafts, I don't see us having a draft like the last good draft, 2023 draft, but a good draft. As far as like at the top, I think you could have find somebody at the top of that draft. As far as this year, Bulls got a 12th pick. See, man, Bulls in purgatory right now. Like I don't see them. I see them being competitive because of who they got. Like Kobe White gonna be competitive every year. I know. That trading down sound like the best option to pick, but I mean, what you gonna get for a 12 pick this year, and who you gonna get next year in the draft, or who in next year's draft make you feel like you willing to wait till next year to get another pick, and trading for a player in the league like a superstar or something like that, or at least a star. Like I just don't see nobody out there who would come for a 12. who would trade a star player for a 12 unless it's a star player that you really been trying to get off. But if that's the case, how that help the Bulls? So I mean, I'm gonna just go with best player available. I don't think they got the luxury of picking for fit right now. I just wish I wish Charlotte get at least one of the top 3 picks. Because even if they in the first pick, I want to see what they would have done, like if they had a valuable pick. Because I think outside of the first pick always gonna be the most valuable pick. But I think that second and third pick those picks hold some sort of value. I think the fourth pick on down don't really hold as much value to teams picking after number 3. Because I mean, who gonna move up to 4? Like, I mean, you can get the Brooklyn if they see somebody at the top that they feel like, you know what, that's somebody that we ain't gonna get at 8. We need to move up because we think they're a franchise change as far as maybe not the guy, but maybe a Robin or a fucking Alfred on the team or some shit like that. It's like, would you trade 8 and 26 or 8 and 19 to go up to, what that'll be 4 spots? And if you are Charlotte, you do trade down with Brooklyn, because Brooklyn got 4 first-round picks. So to me, that's the only trade partner I would even entertain at this point, because I know I get multiple first this year. But if I feel like this year ain't really a draft for a lot of talent, then it's like, okay, cool. I know I can just pick them, get all them picks, and I can maneuver, and try to get some picks next year for somebody else at least. I don't know. Giddey an interesting player, because Giddey ain't necessarily dominant defensively. He ain't a shooter. It's like he's a solid player. Like, it's nothing about him that, like, he can run the point, but it's like outside of that, like, he ain't a scorer. I just think he one of those players that just been overrated. Like, he do a lot of things right. He do a lot of small things right. And I think people overvalue that because he been around a lot of talent like SGA and Oklahoma City Thunder at one point. So what he did kind of been like up there, like even a point where he just been SGA been over there just scoring. That's all his job, but he's been over there getting buckets. But we used to talk about Giddey and all them white boys and Chet and all that more than SGA, like they've been a separate team or something like that. And I think OKC start realizing, like, damn, he can't be on the court with SGA because he don't give him enough space. And SGA like to get this mid-range. So they had to make the move. So, I mean, as far as Giddey, I can see Giddey being on this roster for a little while, but I don't see him being part of any winning era of the Bulls. Buzelis, I mean, shit, I think he's a fan favorite. He one of them fan favorite type players. Like, he ain't gonna never necessarily be a superstar. He ain't trash or nothing like that. I think he's gonna be one of the players that do a lot of the low things right. But he gonna be a Chicago Bulls player, like not a Giddey where he come from somewhere else where the fans kind of just had to accept him. He actually a drafted player. So, I mean, for culture purposes, I mean, I guess that worked. That's why I feel like they keep Lonzo around for culture purposes. So Buzelis, I definitely could see him in one of them roles. Like, who's a good? I don't know. I can't really put a ceiling on it. But I do think he could be good, though. I think he could be a good player. I think you just got to find his role, let him play that role. And I don't know who Trey Johnson and Edgecombe was. Like, I only know really like 4 or 5 players in the draft that I can say that I honestly can say I watched them a certain amount of time. Like, even with Cooper Flag, like, I mean, I watch a bunch of regular season games or whatever like that, but I did watch a good bit of him inside the NCAA tournament, and I ain't see no bad games from him. That's what I mean to say earlier. The point was, I ain't going off of watching him play no bad games. I didn't see not one bad game that he played. Like the games I see, like he been dominant in the games. But I understand competition level. Like I understand, like shit. You may play against a player that's a 6 out of 10 on average in college. On average in the NBA, like everybody at least an 8. So it's like, and you playing 50 more games than you played in college, or damn near 50 more games than you played in college. That's a long season. Like you can't just say your hard work and rebounding and it ain't. It's not even like when Cooper Flag was getting buckets. It's not like his buckets is more so like he just got this offensive repertoire. It's one of those like, okay, well, he open shoot. Or he in the middle range, he's trying to get to the bucket, they cut him off, turn around, jumper. Like he's hooping, like he's a hooper to me. I don't see him as like this player of like, oh, he's a generational talent. Like there's things that he does that no one, like I don't see that out of him, but I do see a hooper. But yeah, I like Franz Wagner as a player. He ain't a superstar, but he's solid enough to where, you know, he ain't Vooch. Vooch is a fraud. I remember when Lakers had Franz Wagner brother, Mo Wagner. He ain't as good as thing, but shit, he's a hard working player. He busts his ass. Like some players be like that, like they ain't necessarily gonna be stars in the league. Like a lot of them gonna come in and they gonna drop into a role. Like, oh, okay, cool. It's like how you got players that's when they in college. Like, yeah, they been good in college, but you like when you look at Draymond in college, Draymond kind of playing the same way. It's just in college he been bigger, stronger, faster than a lot of players that been playing this position. He had like, even though he ain't been big, like as far as like being 6'10", 6'11", or something like that, but he ain't had to deal with 6'10", 6'11" players in the NBA. He been in college, like you ain't ever see him as this player he is now. But he been doing the same shit, rebounding, playing hard, playing both sides of the floor. He just had more. He could have scored better because the competition ain't been NBA competition up and down the court. And then he get into the league, it's like he ain't had no offensive bag. But he fall into a system where they didn't need that from him. But if he had gone to another team that didn't use him the same way that the Golden State used him, Draymond would probably be at the league within the first couple of years. Ain't nothing about Draymond game that you can see with your own 2 eyes that would have made you be like, oh yeah, superstar. It's his brain, it's how he think the game. It's his relentlessness, it's him actually putting effort in on the defensive side of the ball. Like he make himself valuable. He generate points off of his brain. I said some players just it's called like some people game just don't translate to the NBA. They can look good and they just handing the ball and say, hey, go do this. Like Brandon Jennings, if you put the ball in his hand and say go get some buckets, he'll look good in a lot of games. But if you really watch the game, it's like, oh yeah, they losing because of him. Like my team, Dallas, I watched Dallas throughout the entire playoff run. People don't understand, like, Kyrie and Luka been defensive liabilities. But it's easy to be a defensive liability when you got everybody else around your defenders and the people that's actually defensive liabilities, they don't just give up buckets, they go get buckets too. So for every bucket that they lose being bad defensively, you know they shoot. Like Kyrie's a 50, 40, 90 player. You know 1 out of 2 shots going in from just from the field. When you got that right there coming down, like you ain't, it don't matter if you give up a bucket. If you give up a bucket, it don't matter. So I'm gonna get them right back to back to back. We got 2 of them that can do that back to back to back. So it really be all about foot. That's why I follow football heavy, and it's easier to see the fit in football than it is to see the fit in basketball. But that's all it comes down to. Some players don't be as good as they should be or they could be because they just fit in the wrong. They're being asked to do things that's not who they is. And then you confusing the player because they spend the first couple of years of their career thinking they're supposed to be this ball handler, bring the ball up down the court, superstar, features player, and it's like, no, like let this young player learn their role in the NBA. That way they won't be out the league in 4 or 5 years because this ain't work out or that ain't work out or whatever. Like, you got to go in with your foot in. As I say, I've always said the same story about the Lonzo Ball shit. They had want Lonzo Ball to be this player. Lonzo Ball is not that player. You finally find him a place where it's like, okay, cool, this is all we want you to do. And he went a superstar in that role. Even if the fans and the casuals don't understand that shit, it is what it is. Like, you seen him at his best. He just don't look like how we thought he would have looked when he gets drafted to LA. We thought he would have looked like damn Magic Johnson and LeBron James and shit. And Jason Kidd mixed in. But what it actually looked like is, to me, if he played a full season, first team all defensive player, high level role player offensively, another ball handler, elite 3-point shooter. LaMelo definitely a third option on a championship team. He definitely a third option. And when I say third option, I don't mean like third scoring option. I just mean as far as like, well, let me take that back. I can see him at 2. I can't see him as my first option. Whether scoring or just distribution, not distribution, scoring or like just we need to run plays for this person or we need to get this person in a position to thrive, whatever. I see him as a second or third, and that's only because, like I said, he don't play the other side of the ball. I don't believe in players that don't play on two sides of the ball if they ain't elite offensively. Now, I ain't saying that he ain't elite offensively, but he ain't elite offensively. Like, he ain't there yet. It look cool, it look good, but he ain't there yet. When I think about elite offensively, I think about, like I said, Kyrie. I think about KD. I think about like James Harden when his heyday, when he went to Rockets. I think about high level point production, like consistently. And they ain't like I said, ain't always about points now. I don't just make it seem like the point because he can score. I believe LaMelo can damn average 30 if you want to, whatever. But it's like scoring in the midst of the game, like taking the right shots, like shooting a high percentage, taking a high percentage shot, like. You don't got to settle for the 3 or whatever, like going 2 for 8 from 3 that night when, shit, 3 of them threes could have been like, simple stepping mid-ranges. I believe that's the part of Melo game that he don't understand. One of the parts he don't understand, like just basketball. Because I don't even see him as a point guard. I don't even see him as a point guard on like a championship team. Like a championship team, it might bring around LaMelo would be like a one guard. Well, I don't even put a placement on like which guard it would be. But a championship team around him would look like I keep saying, athletic ball handler next to him that can stop teams defensively, or throw a wrench and shit defensively, or take over defensive duties for LaMelo or whatever when he can't handle the one-on-one. But he also, like I said, another ball handler who can get his own bucket, who can create for others. Then a big that can rim run, but also can get you buckets that can score. Like if you put like a Mark Williams, Melo, let's say they did drafted one of the twins from who going to Houston and Detroit or whatnot. You can keep Miles Bridges over there, add AD or somebody, any 4 that can give you 20, 25 a night, 8 to 12 rebounds a night, some sort of defensive night. Like I said, like an AD. I think that's our championship team look around him. And in that regard, like I said, he wouldn't be the first option because AD will be the first option. But he would be that player where, okay, cool, it's coming down the stretch. We got to go bucket for bucket. Okay, 80 down, get a bucket. Okay, cool. Who next? I think they need another player that can go get a bucket other than LaMelo and whoever that four would be. I keep saying AD, but whoever that four would be. Let LaMelo be that player where it's like, okay, let him go crazy. Give him his low pockets of the game where he can go crazy. But we need somebody who get him, tie this whole shit together. Give him somebody who can shoot. Give him somebody who can, allow him to stay outside and shoot. Allow him to cut. Allow him to do a lot more shit without the ball. Get open, go around screens, back pins, all that. I think you got to make the game easy for LaMelo, making him not be able, in my eye, to be a number one option on the team. Like shit, even when you look at the Golden State Warriors, Kyrie ain't necessarily I don't say he ain't a number one option because he is a number one scoring option. Ain't even no question of that. But I don't view him as a number one option as far as where the play starts at. When I think about what the Warriors do, is okay, get the ball in the Draymond, let him dictate what's going on. Whether that's with the ball in his hand or that's him coming to set a screen for Curry. Or that's why I feel like his brain's coming to that pause. Is he understand what Curry's trying to do. So he's smart enough to where Curry don't have to say nothing or give away nothing for him to just go do it. Or if he get the ball in his hand, he understand where Curry trying to line up at, where this player need to be at, where this person supposed to be at, shit like that. And that make the game easier for Steph just to step in and do what he got to do. But I look at it to me, that was signify that the actual first option will be Draymond, but not the score, nothing like that, just to dictate basketball plays. No, Kyrie, but I don't think Kyrie ever been the number one option, except for when he went with Boston. And I feel like that's why going bad in Boston. Boston been looking for a point guard for I don't know how long. But Kyrie can play the point guard position because of his size, and he can play make. He can do all those things from point guard position, but that ain't what he at his best at. So if you want him to be the point guard, all you're going to get is Kyrie trying to get a bucket every damn play. Because he believes that he can get a bucket on anybody. So him at point guard never would have worked out, but he did that in Boston and it didn't work out. Then you had a young Tatum, young Jaylen Brown, young Terry Rozier. Everybody feel like, I supposed to be getting the ball. And it's our point guard ain't even giving the ball around. And you got Marcus Smart over there, who we definitely know ain't been no point guard. And then, like I said, so Kyrie never really, I wouldn't put Kyrie as a number one option. Kyrie, to me, always going to be the best off-ball player in the league right now, at least. Because Kyrie, even though he considered a superstar, Kyrie, if you watch him throughout the game, Kyrie do all the things that a player do who ain't got no fanfare, who got to play their hardest to be on the court. That's how he play the game every game. So when you see him with Luka, you look at Luka go in the corner, just standing well, I don't expect the ball to come back to me. I'm just whatever. When he been in Cleveland with Braun ain't used to do no cutting and nothing, no shit like that. Braun will cut if he feel oh yeah, well, ain't nobody seeing me going to the basket, and I pretty sure this player gonna get me the ball, so I ain't wasting my time. But like I said, Kyrie's the only player that I feel like LeBron ever trusted. Kyrie perfect role is exactly what he been doing when he been in Cleveland, exactly what he doing when he been with that now in the Mavs. It's he's a bucket getter. He can play off ball good. He can give you anything you want from off ball. He can cut, he can shoot, he can go get his own bucket. He can switch it to a role of a point guard where he actually the play starts off at home. I just feel a lot. We don't value a lot of these players for what they actually do on the court. We just look at it like, well, is they a superstar or not? Is they good or not? They just something fancy or flashy or interesting or not? And I feel that's a lazy way to look at it. Like, ain't nothing wrong with being that player that just play defense and you a high level defensive player. Like, ain't nothing wrong with that. Like Dyson Daniels, he been with New Orleans. You don't think New Orleans could use him right now, being a defensive player of the year candidate from a guard position or from a wing position? Sometimes you can't want Dyson Daniels to beat us 3-point shooting 3 and D. He might can only play D. Shit. But that's all you need if you do him at elite level. Yeah, like with Brunson, like shit, I don't think the Knicks winning the championship, but Brunson giving you what you asked him to give you. He stole defensive liability, but shit, he still delivering offensively. And if he can give you that, shit, sometimes teams live with the liability on defense. But it's not for a lack of trying. I feel like Brunson and Kyrie issue on defense and being a liability ain't got nothing to do with they ability, not ability, but they want to, or they actual, like, no, it's not like there's a lack of trying. It's like they actually just trying to play elite defense as best as they can. It's just shit. They're not the side, like NBA players different now. Like the average NBA player, the average point guard used to be like 6'1", 6 feet, 6'2" tops. Like now it's like shit. You see these ain't even a point guards no more. It's like shit. They just guards and wings. Kyrie might be 6'2", and most of the point guards he go against 6'5". Hard to be good defensively if shit, motherfucker just be longer than you and get any shot. Like LaMelo's a matchup nightmare for a lot of guards. Like Kyrie ain't playing defense on LaMelo and succeeding. Like LaMelo can just shoot over him. That don't make LaMelo a better player, nothing like that. It's just he got his advantages over Kyrie. What make Kyrie so much of a good offensive player is some fact that it's like he doing the things that a lot of the greats that we watch, like Jordan, Kobe, even though you won't put LeBron in there, KD, shit, even Harden with his scoring output, like they doing this at 6'5", 6'6", and above. And it's like, damn, for him to be doing that at 6'2", 6'3", is like he pulling up over motherfuckers bigger than him. He posting up motherfuckers on hype with him or low bigger than him. Like shit, he giving you everything, all these other players we see and we love the offensive game. He giving you everything they're giving you. He giving you the step back. He giving you the post play. He giving you the mid range. He giving you the mid post. Shit. He giving you the floor. He giving you the three. He giving you all the shit that all the greats we look at. He giving them shit. Yeah, see the problem with Luka's defensively, Luka don't give a fuck about defense. Like Luka's is every bit of James Harden is Luka. Like we can act like Luka doing some special shit, but he doing the same thing Harden been doing. Only difference between him and Harden is he played in the finals before. I can't even say that's the difference because Harden did the same thing. He just ain't done them when he been quote unquote Harden we know. Nowadays, I mean not nowadays, but from Houston, he did them in OKC with Durant and Russ. But they got a similar game. Like they don't play defense. They try to get to the bucket. I don't think Luka get as much calls as Harden used to get. I think Luka complain a lot more. Luka considered to be a first option by most people that watch basketball, but in all actuality, like I agree, like he's a second option. He shouldn't be somebody who dictate what's going on offense most of the players down. Like he needs somebody else. Like that's why him and Kyrie are fit so perfect together. Because Kyrie understand. Like no, I'm good enough to where even if you go stand on the side and you become a non-factor, I'm good enough to where I can take 3 other players. As long as you keep your player with you, I can win a 4-on-4 game without you and your player. I can win 4-on-4 all the time. But when he get with the Lakers now, it's like shit. He doing the same thing he always do, but it's that other side of it where Luka ain't playing defense. Luka ain't getting back on time on defense because he's still arguing with the ref. Luka looking for a foul. Like I said, the Luka experience, like a lot of people who don't really watch every single Mavs game that they've been playing, they gonna always see the good side of Luka, but people don't see like the dumb shit Luka used to do, like taking ill-advised threes or like trying to throw a pass down court and get the shit steal. Like he used to do a lot of dumb shit. People just don't see that because, like I said, they only see the highlights of Luka. Not saying I wouldn't take him now. Like I'll take him all day. Like I ain't just saying this because we trade him away or nothing like that. But Luka had his flaws too. I would have take the flaws now. Don't get me wrong. I'll keep the flaws. I would have taken with the good, take the good with the bad. But I don't think Luka got a run in him to the championship. But I don't think he ever gonna win a chip. Not unless some shit change. Like he got to be in the perfect position again, like how you been with the Mavericks. I feel like they built that team perfectly for Luka. Like watching Luka's whole career, seeing what he had with him his whole career, and seeing like, damn, this been the year that they break through. It's like because the team are perfectly built for what he liked to do. Team perfectly built around him. Like it's one thing to get a rim runner with Luka. He like them centers that can rim run and just catch them lobs and shit like that. It's one thing to be that, and there's another to be that and you a defensive player like how they had Lively and Gafford. They could have rim run and they've been defensive stoppers and rim protectors. PJ, he could have rim run and he been a defensive stopper. And then the other players around him that were wings and shit, they could have played defense or they could have shoot or they could have handled the ball when he got the ball in his hand or whatever. Because I mean, shit, before Kyrie get there, like even Luka centric, like shit, only Luka had the ball. But he got a team around him now that like they don't need Luka to do so much. They just need him to, hey, listen, dictate whatever you need to do what you got to do. We got rebounders around you. We got law threats around you. We got shooters around you. On defense side of the ball, don't even worry about being too crazy because we got rim protectors around you. We got wing defenders around you. If you tied at a certain point in the game, don't even worry about it. We got Kyrie that can shoot the ball. You got Kyrie get a bucket. You got your center. Like they had a perfect team around Luka. And people don't understand that when they think Lakers about to just run through the West. That shit ain't about to just be happening. Luka's that dude now, but Luka ain't without flaws. It's just the flaws that we see we don't really care about because it's like he putting out 40 a night. Or he giving you a 40-point triple-double. But I fuck with Luka though. Yeah, I don't even know where Lakers can go at from here, to be honest. Because they're going to just be a redundant team with LeBron and Luka. They can't really make but so much more roster moves than what they got now. Austin Reeves down showed him, like, listen, I can hoop, but not playoff hoop. I mean, what they like? What Bronny? Waiting on Bronny to save the day. It's like the Lakers basically like what I've been suggesting with trading the number 1 overall pick for Giannis is basically what the Lakers did, but not with the number 1 overall pick. but with just a high level young player. It's like, yeah, you getting this young player, but it's like y'all window only could be open as long as LeBron playing at a high level, even in the league. So if the LeBron decides to retire after next year, it's like now y'all back to square one where y'all got to build a whole team around Luka, and that may take a couple of seasons. And now it's like he 28, 29. And then with Luka, it's like I don't want to wish no bad on him or nothing like that, but if Luka already had issues with his weight and all that extra shit, it's like getting older ain't gonna help. That ain't gonna change how his metabolism work. So it's like you only really got a couple of years of a window open of a championship, and then you got to start rebuilding around him. And then at that point, which Luka we getting? Getting the overweight Luka, we getting the older Luka, we getting like Jokic and Luka's two different body types. Like Jokic can get older, kind of get bigger. His game ain't built off of him having to put a bunch of energy out as far as offensively, because he can just sit his big ass in the post all day. Luka can't play the game like that. His little in and out dribble and shit like that, that's his game. Overpowering people, getting to the basket, like that's his game. So it's like you want a championship window now for a little 1 or 2 years, or you want to go for the long run. And in today's NBA, it's like shit. Yeah, you want to kind of build for the long run, but if you can damn near stamp yourself a championship within the next 2 years, why not make a big trade? Deal with the consequences afterwards. If I win a championship within 2 years, if I Dallas and I just trade Luka and the entire world that I feel like we are in that organization, but I bring in Giannis, and yeah, he injury prone, but I can get at least one championship within the 2 year span with him and AD and Kyrie and the entire roster. And after that, everybody start getting hurt. We got to start from scratch. We don't got nobody. Who cares? Who cares? We got the championship at that point. Because if we talking about just winning, like we just on the strength of like winning, why not? Either that or take a risk on Cooper. And like I said, I don't want to keep trying to talk and make him seem like I trying to say he gonna be nothing, because I think he gonna be good. Just you still taking the risk. Like you gonna look back 5 years from now and be like, damn boy, Spurs traded for Giannis. What we had one trade for him, and shit, they competing for a championship next year. I mean, last year. It's like you gonna be shell shocked. We sitting there looking at Cooper like, man, that's another 19-win season. I won a championship. Got to go for broke now. If I short, I traded. I said, I know. It depends on how LaMelo play this season. If LaMelo play a full season, not even a full season, LaMelo get through at least 60 games. And they kind of like in a position where, I need to see 65 at least. I need to see him in some reward conversations. Because if not, if this going to be another year of LaMelo just being hurt for a good stretch, it's like this will be the most value ever, most value he's ever going to have. Because teams willing to say, oh, he's still young. Oh, yeah, he had a lot of knick-knack injuries. It don't be nothing like no ACL. He's just a bunch of wrist injury or ankle sprain or something crazy like that. Like, he'll be all right. He got a lot of value. We can see him getting better. Oh, look at Steph Curry. He had ankle issues. Some team going to look at it like that. So, like, he still got a lot of value. I'll trade him. I mean, shit, I'll trade him. I don't think they'll do it because, like I said, teams like that they be tied to the cross because it's like who else in Charlotte the fans gonna come see? So like, even though he may not be producing as far as his availability for the team, is like, but you still need to put a product on the floor that people want to come pay and see. So it's like it kind of scrap you from being able to just want to move your star like you know, like Dallas. Like even though I feel like it's still been dumb for them to move Luka, it's been a little easier for them to move Luka because they still can fall back on, well, we traded Luka for another star, so we're gonna have AD here and we're gonna have Kyrie here, so the fans still gonna come. But Charlotte can't lean back on that because if they trade their star away, you ain't getting the star for a star when they come to LaMelo. Like teams ain't just gonna do that unless it's an aging star. But at that point, like, what aging star that like you gonna trade him against KD? I don't think people gonna be pulling up to see KD and whatever roster he got around him. So I don't know. I would trade him, try to get the best value I can get now, get the most I can get out there now. But I know you think about it from a business aspect, it wouldn't be the smartest thing, and these players be knowing that. So I know. I don't see him being swapped for another star. Y'all were ranting the crazy players too. Cause when it comes to John Moran, it's like, what does he mean to winning? It's like nobody can really put a value on him and winning because his team won without him. But it's hard to deny that when he on the court, like he damn near always look like one of the best players on the court, regardless of who they playing. So with him, it's hard. It's like I can see a world where trading him would make sense, bro. But it's like I know, I don't know, I know, because like I said, Jaren Jackson, defensively, like you ain't got to question him, but offensively, like he'll give you a little month or two of, damn, he might have turned the corner, and then it's like, oh nah, he's been hot. Desmond Bain, good, but it's like he just a solid player. Like he one of them players where he playing good. I ain't saying he's solid as far as his talent. It's like he's solid as far as like you ain't getting no more, no less. Like you ain't about to get damn a superstar out of him. But he gonna be a good player. He gonna be a piece that you need to win the championship. With Moran, it's like how much can he develop his game? Because like for all the athletic ability he got and trying to dunk on people and being exciting, it's like you gotta develop some more IQ. You gotta develop a jumper. You gotta develop a threat. Like it's just like he a cool basketball player at this point. Like I said, I look at LaMelo, like they fall into that Penny Hardaway category where it's like, yeah, like they ain't even trash or nothing like that. Like, you know, they good, they can hoop. You like them, like they got a fan base, but it's like they just cool at the end of the day. Like you don't think of Penny Hardaway and say, oh yeah, Penny Hardaway is the greatest. Oh yeah, he's one of the best point. Oh, you don't say that about Penny Hardaway, but what you do say is, oh, he nice. Say they with T Mac, oh, he nice. Melo, oh, he nice. When you think about players that, like, even if they ain't win a championship, you just don't look at them like, they just nice. Like you ain't gonna look at Charles Barkley and be like, oh, he just been nice. You be like, no, like he been one of the best forwards ever. You look at any player that ain't won a championship, but it's like you ain't gonna look at them like they just been a cool basketball player. That's how I look at LaMelo. I don't know what we need to do to change that, but Ant and Halliburton, shit, them boy taking off. We could talk about rosters all day and who got the better team, but I know when I see Ant play, when I see Halliburton play, it's like they play with them what they're supposed to do, but they kind of start in what they're supposed to do. LaMelo just seemed like he just doing his thing out there, which, I mean, it looked good, but who cares? They ain't never in the playoffs. I do want Melo Alonso, one of the two, to actually make a playoff series so they can get some. Because I don't think no ball brother got playoff experience other than the playing. Why y'all feel like it's rigged? Every team is going to continue to get worse. This is not how life works. Spurs and the Mavericks cheated the last 2 years. I do feel like the Wemby draft been rigged. I do feel like that been rigged. I feel like that draft been rigged. I feel like the Pelicans draft been rigged when they get Zion. But I mean, what are you gonna do? I mean, playoff teams do deserve to be in a lottery if they made trades that got them a first round pick. You know what I mean? Like, because Mavericks ain't been a playoff team. They had a bad season after they traded Luka away and Kyrie going down. It's like they ain't necessarily been a playoff team or whatnot. So, I mean, they deserve their pick. Like, I don't care if you won a championship last year. If you made some type of moves to where you trade a player at some point in their career and you get a first round pick in the 2025 pick, 2025 draft or whatever, and it happened to be a first round or lottery or number one overall, like, I mean, you can't do nothing about that. Because, I mean, if you think about it, like, Golden State had the same scenario where they ain't necessarily been a bad team. They've been injured. And they had that 1 year being bad, and it's like they get Wiseman out of that. It don't always work out when a team got a high pick and they also one of the best teams already. Like the Pistons when they take Darko Milicic, shit, they had a number 2 overall pick and they just come off no, I don't think it was off a championship. I think they just had a good run the season before. Or they had won a championship or a prize season before that. I can't remember, but they end up getting a number 2 overall pick, and they end up adding Darko Milicic to the Hall of Fame starting 5 with Prince and Billups and Hamilton and Wallace and other Wallace, Rasheed Wallace and Bill Wallace and whatnot. And they draft Darko Milicic, and it worked out for them. So I mean, when it comes to the draft and shit like that, I mean, I don't mind good teams having high picks because of injury or because they make a good move. Now, if you telling me like they had a 30th pick and because they had a 2% chance of getting the first overall pick, they get them on that. Like, now that's kind of like, yeah, that was kind of crazy. But I mean, shit. Sure, we get that one pick. I mean, that'll be crazy. They trade Luka right back to Dallas for the number 1 pick. That'll be crazy. Yeah, if Giannis goes to the Lakers, even if it with or without Luka, that's crazy. The Mavs ain't been in the playoffs. Who the Mavs play in the playoffs? You mean the play-ins in it? I don't look at this. I don't look at the play-ins as the playoffs because those 9th and 10th seeds, like, if this been any other year or this been the years where they had it strictly 1 through 8, they would have been tanking already where they been at. They wouldn't even have made a 10th seed. They would have been trying to fight for the 11th, 12th seed. So I don't believe in the 10th and 9th seed or whatnot. Like, until a 10th seed or a 9th seed win the fucking NBA Finals, like, I just can't respect 9th and 10th seeds. I just can't. I can't respect that being considered playoffs. To me, that's just the playing. Yeah, that's better than third. I don't know that's. I mean, Giannis dominant. Dominance is dominance. Like I don't know, that's dominance. If you want to talk about like who's a better basketball player, like I say, like when I look at players and I say who better than who, whatever, or who the best NBA player in the league, I don't necessarily look at team success or what they do in their team or if they made it. I don't look at all that extra shit. I look at it like if we put all these players on the basketball court right now, take their name off, put a mask on their face, whatever you need to do to hide their identity, and you tell all these people to go out there and go hoop in a tournament or whatever, one-on-one, whatever, it's like you automatically gonna be like, oh, that's Kyrie over there in it. Yeah, I can see Kyrie from anywhere. Oh, that's KD in it. I can tell that's KD. It's like players who good regardless of system, teammates, whatever. Like that's how you determine who's the best NBA player. Like to me, like if you ask me who is the best basketball player in the league, I'm gonna just say I'm gonna always go to players like Kyrie and KD, like people who can put the ball in the bucket. But if you asking me like, okay, yeah, like looking at the NBA, how the NBA is set up as far as like teams and how they measure success and this, that, and the third, like who's the best player in the NBA, it's like gonna be hard not to say players like Jokic because they do so much for other people and including themselves. Slim, that's not the playoff, that's the play-ins. Oh yeah, same thing with AD. When they trade AD away, they get Pelicans get the first pick. So I mean that's it. To me, that right there do seem a little riggish. That do seem a little riggish because it's like all the like everything that revolves around the Mavs situation, all the rumors, all the talks or whatever of them saying like the owners basically trade Luka because they've been bluffing the NBA and the city. And I mean not city, the governors, allow them to either move to Vegas or what they ultimately really had want casinos at the actual arena. But the governors ain't vote the rule allow gambling and all that, whatever. So in their mind it's like, okay, when y'all go vote again, if y'all don't vote the way we want y'all to vote, to put them gamblers in the arenas, hey, listen, we got to find something else to do. We gonna go to Las Vegas and start our team over there. And when they realize the NBA, but like, no, y'all ain't. We ain't got plans for y'all to move. They say, okay, bet we gonna trade your superstar. Now y'all got a damn trader because who the fuck gonna come watch the Mavs without Luka? NBA say, do 'em. They did them, and now we here. And it's like, shit. The NBA basically tell them if it is rigged, I feel it's rigged only because the NBA try to tell Mavericks like, we gonna give you the first pick and we gonna give you Cooper. You gotta draft Cooper. So now what you gonna do? You can't say you ain't got no value because your fans gonna come to see Cooper. So now you stuck in Dallas or whatever. So if it's rigged, I feel like that's why it's been rigged. The NBA won't be like, hey, we need to put somebody in Dallas. We can't just have Dallas limping out like this. That's a big market. Because I know if it ever come out about the league and say they got reports or they got proof that, oh yeah, they was rigging NBA drafts, that should never be the same. They got too much shit. They got too much things that's like, damn, that been perfect. Like the Spurs having that one bad season. They had that one bad season or whatever, and they end up getting Tim Duncan with the first overall pick. They had Duncan Robinson. They had the general, and it's like, shit, they been good. They going to get they had that one bad season. They going to get Tim Duncan. It's like, okay, cool. You can say that's rigged. You can not say that's rigged. But it's just too much. Like LeBron going to fucking Cleveland, your hometown. You get drafted to your hometown. Who happened to be the one franchise in the league at the time? Not one, but but one of the few franchises in the league at the time that been like they ain't really had no fan support because they ain't got no real history. Like the biggest thing in Cleveland basketball history before LeBron get there, when Jordan hitting the shot over that dude, Elo or whatever his name. But other than that, they don't really got no real history. That people not that they don't got real history. I don't just play them like that. Just they don't got history that like people from different generations can say, oh yeah, I remember when Cleveland. Oh yeah, this that and third about Cleveland. Like they just don't have that type of history. Yeah, David Robinson. So it's like. So Dirk, and see stuff like Dirk versus David Robinson in one of them conversations was. That's why I always say like basketball players determining who better than who is like it should be non-existent at this point because like you can't really. It's like if you want to say Dirk but more skillful than David Robinson, it's like okay, cool. Like people may be able to say if that ain't gonna really be no big argument, but to say he better than David Robinson is like the first thing coming to your mind is like, yeah, Dirk was 7 foot and could have shoot. But it's like, yeah, but David Robinson been a defender. David Robinson ain't been no slouch offensively. Like David Robinson been fucking built like a damn, for lack of a better damn term, like built like a fucking guard. So it's like, I know like how do you compare two different type of archetypes? Like the better jump would be like who better out KD and Dirk, if you ask me. If you want to ask about David Robinson, it's like, well, who better between David Robinson and Dwight Howard? Like that'll be a better comparison. Like even with the Jordan and LeBron comparison, to me, it's like the reason why it's a big argument because you can't compare those two types of players. Like LeBron don't play, but LeBron career ain't gonna go like how Jordan career going. Jordan, but more so of. Now I ain't trying to talk like I know for a fact or like what I'm saying is the truth, but when I think about it, when I see the narrative of Jordan career, is like he remind me of like this, like the best basketball player ever. Like if you want to just talk about basic basketball missions, like the whatever mission you need to do when you come to play basketball is to put the ball in the hole. I feel like that's who Jordan been, like the ultimate basketball player. Like that's how you should be viewing him. You shouldn't be viewing him like how you would view like a Magic Johnson or how you would view like a LeBron. Like LeBron get everybody involved. LeBron get his bucket, but LeBron ain't really known as a bucket. It's like, how can you compare the two? It's like, I can understand how some people can feel like LeBron better than Jordan. And I can 100% see how somebody can feel like Jordan better than LeBron. It's just whatever you like. Like I like defense. So any player that gives me both sides of the ball most of their career or at a high level, like I a Kobe fan. Kobe always gonna be number one to me. Like always gonna be Kobe. But it's like I can understand how LeBron used to do a lot more shit as a player on the court than Kobe did. Especially when you add in like what he do for his teammates as far as like assists or whatnot, or setting them up or whatever, or just knowing where everybody's supposed to be at. From that aspect, like I can see how somebody can say LeBron the GOAT. But as long as I've been growing up playing basketball, nobody ever measured how good you are at basketball based on how you think the game of basketball. You always been like skills, like who winning, who losing. Like you win yesterday? No. Okay, cool. Whoever beat you better than you. It don't matter. Like I don't care. Like all this analytics and shit. That shit ain't never matter when it comes to who the best basketball player is. So if you want to talk about like the analytic age, LeBron is a GOAT by far. Like nobody touching LeBron in analytic age. But if you do an eye test, like I said, you take the jerseys off, you take the mask, put mask on them, and just go out there and tell them to play basketball. Out of 1,000 basketball players, you gonna know which one is Jordan. You gonna know which one is Kobe. You gonna know which one is Kyrie. You gonna know which one is Bron. You gonna know which one is KD. You gonna know which one is all the best players in the world. But if you go out there and you ain't gonna know the difference between Halliburton and LaMelo. And see, rap guy, I don't even know who did. I don't heard the name David Thompson, but I don't know his game. But I know you saying he been the better. He was a better David Thompson. If you talking about being a better version of him, I mean, shit, I never hear that comparison. I don't know if that's disrespectful or not. It's like when we look at like I know a lot of people, whenever you ask them, boy, like what player would you say similar to more similar to Kyrie from back in the day or from retired or whatever, and the first thing people be saying is like Iverson, and I always be telling them like it's disrespectful to Kyrie, and I'm not trying to disrespect Allen Iverson at all. I knew who Allen Iverson was. I watched Allen Iverson coming up. Like that's my era watching basketball. So like I ain't taking nothing away from him. But what he did on the court and what Kyrie doing on the court is two different things. Kyrie, people try to belittle Kyrie down to being a dribbler. But people don't understand like all the things that go into what Kyrie actually is on the court. They don't understand like he gives you multiple different types of players at any given moment. Like you need a post player, you need a mid-post player, you need a mid-range player, you need a 3-ball shooter, you need someone who can get to the basket, you need somebody who can put pressure on the rim, you need somebody like you need a clutch player in the fourth, you need a steady ball handler, you need an off ball, like whatever you need, Kyrie gonna give you at a high level. Just don't ask him to be the primary ball handler. Because it's not that he gonna be a worse player, nothing like that. He's gonna be a player that don't help winning if he the primary ball handler. Because if you think you the best player on the court and you can score on anybody in the world, and I give you the ball and tell you, hey, listen, your job is to distribute. You think that person gonna distribute, or you think they're gonna always see an open shot? And that's why Kyrie playing the point. He gonna be playing good. You may win some regular season games and all that, but that ain't gonna be the best version of him. Just like with LeBron James, the best version of him is never going to be him standing on the side waiting for a jump or playing off ball. Like he's not going to be who we view as the GOAT if he don't get to play ball in my hand. Let me dictate the offense. That's why him and Kyrie been so perfect. Kyrie don't mind giving up the parental duties so he can just do his thing. His favorite player growing up. I don't know. So I said, like, I'm more of a Kobe fan. Like, to me, Kobe's the GOAT. When somebody come at me with an argument about the GOAT, if you trying to say Jordan the GOAT over Kobe, I don't make too much of an argument. Like, that's probably the only time I don't argue about like the GOAT conversation when it come to who better than Kobe. It's come to Jordan. Cause like listen, if you base your entire career, everything on trying to be like this player, and mannerisms and game and attitude and mood and everything about you was you want to be like Mike. And even if you can say he damn near but Mike, he if there ever been a percentage you can put on how much of Mike he was, he probably been at 99.9. And the only thing missing for him being Mike is Mike had two 3-peats. Kobe had one, and he had another one when he had a back-to-back, and they ain't finished up the 3-peat basically, but not. And Jordan been undefeated in the finals. Other than that, Kobe got 5 rings. That's one less. He got a 3-peat. That's one less 3-peats. So it's like he get damn near close. So who am I to be arguing about him or Kobe or Jordan when? I mean, shit. He got close. He did with Jordan that he got close. I can see clearly, admit that he got close. He never was there with Jordan. He didn't get the 6 rings, so I can't really put him in front of Jordan. I can now, but I'm not gonna argue about it. Like if you be like, yeah, you know what, Jordan better. Okay, I mean, yeah, I can live with that. But I ain't living with no fucking Steph Curry or no motherfucking LeBron being better. I don't want to hear that shit. Based on the type of basketball I grew up playing and watching, LeBron always gonna be in the top 3. I don't see a day in my lifetime where there's another player that gonna come along and I can be like, damn, he number 3. LeBron moved to number 4. Like I just don't see it in the near future. I don't see it in the next 20, 30 years. I just don't see another player coming and being that much in my mind to where it's like I willing to put this person over LeBron. So when it comes to Jordan, you don't get an argument on me. Anybody else? Shit, till the cows come home. LeBron need to get his rings up. I don't even see him win another chip. So yeah, I believe Zora's an all around player. Like I said, people be thinking I be tripping when I say this, but I'd rather watch Zoe play than to watch LaMelo play. Like I a defensive type person. Like I love to see people play defense. Like Dyson Daniels probably my favorite player to watch this year. If I can name 3 or 4 players I remember watching this year and being like, damn, by what I watched them play. I guarantee 3 out of the 4 gonna be defensive player. I like watching both of the Twins this season. Dyson Daniels and shit. Those probably the only 3 that I remember really looking at this year and being like, damn, I'm watching them boy play. I love a good defensive player. And then when you can play both sides of the ball, shit, down the top 5. I don't think Kobe and Jordan 2 different players. I think Kobe just the advanced version of Jordan. And when I say advanced, I don't necessarily mean better. I just mean like we watch Kobe shoot the 3 more. So we will be thinking Kobe's a better 3-point shooter, or not even a bad 3-point shooter. We will say Kobe had the 3 ball too. So we tend to think that, okay, Jordan didn't shoot 3s, but it's like, I mean, that's kind of what Jordan had to do. Like that's kind of the game he was playing in at the time. So it's like, I mean, you can't really fault him for that. Not saying that you faulting them by saying they're different, but I just think they're the same players in different eras. I think Kobe had to adapt to different things than Jordan had to. I think Kobe been in the league where there been more athletic players like himself than Jordan played with. I think Jordan played against, let's say in Jordan time, Jordan may have seen maybe 4 or 5 other athletes or players on a skill level as far as like athletic ability, IQ, and just being good at basketball at the same time in his era. But then when Kobe come out, like you gotta think about him in Kobe, then you had Iverson, then you had T-Mac, like you had Paul Pierce, like you had a bunch of teams that had that one big guard like Kobe, but Kobe just been the best of them. Jordan didn't really necessarily had all these different 6'6", 6'7", 2 guards that can fly, that can handle the ball like a point guard, that fast or whatever. So that's why I feel like when I look at Kobe and Jordan, like they doing the same thing. Just Kobe had to adapt to a different style of NBA than what Jordan had to. Like I said, Jordan could win games with his team only scoring 89, 93 points. Kobe they had to get up to 100, 105. Like they had to play up there. And then like shit, Kobe played both generations. Kobe played a 3-point. He won a championship with a 3-point. I won't say in the 3-point centric league, because that one he won against I know because Orlando was shooting their ass off now. Like that in their game, shoot the 3 ball and play some defense. Like depend on Dwight Howard to anchor the defense. But I wouldn't say that in a 3-point league at that point. I don't just give him that props for no reason. Like I don't see him 3-point centric at the time, but even more prevalent to shoot the 3 ball than he was when he first get in the league, when he had Shaq on the side. I think Kobe played in the era where like the big men, the fours and shit like that, but more athletic. He used to move around. I could have guard 1 through whatever. But I mean, essentially they're the same player, to be honest. I feel like Kobe had to work to be with Jordan, but naturally. That's how I look at it. Yeah, D Wade was kind of like Michael. But he'll never be close to Michael because even if he win a lot of rings like Jordan, I think Jordan been doing him shit just because he could. I feel like if Jordan wanted to step out to the 3 and shoot the 3, I think he could have done that at a decent clip, 35% or some shit like that. D Wade been limited to do that. Even though he's still been good, he's still been whoever he been. But I think that been so much because he been limited to that's what he had to be. Or where he couldn't shoot a 3 ball. That just wasn't who he been. He just couldn't figure the 3 ball out or change his game in that way. So he lived at the 3 or not 3. He lived at the middle range game and getting to the bucket. But I'm really high on D Wade. Like to me, D Wade, he ain't overrated as far as like him being good or not or great or not. I think he overrated as far as like his standing. Like people will say he does third best shooting guard or some shit like that. It's like where did he like? Don't get me wrong now. Like Reggie Miller ain't won a championship, but people act like Reggie Miller ain't but a 2 guard in this league that been. I don't use the word dominant, but the man playing the finals, like he just ran up against Kobe them. He ran up against Lakers, Kobe and Shaq. Like he battled with Jordan and shit like that. Like him not having a championship shouldn't be held against him. Players like him shouldn't be held against. Like he tried. He just was in the conference with the greatest player ever. And then when he finally did make the breakthrough, he had to go on against the most dominant player ever with in my opinion, not another, but the GOAT or whatever. So how you skip past that? It's like there's a lot of 2 guards that get skipped past because they want to just anoint Dwayne Wade and Klay Thompson. When it's like Klay Thompson, he never led a team a day in his life. He never been the focal point of a team for him to even be claiming top 5 guard of all time. He just can shoot. Now D Wade led a team before, but I don't think that's enough. Like you get that 1 championship with a fairly still good Shaq, and then a super team. We don't question everybody. We don't question everybody NBA resume enough. We knock people for certain things. Yeah, I said I was like I don't like Atlanta. Like I don't Trae Young inconsistent to me, whatever. But watching Dyson Daniels play defense, like Matt, and that's what the other dude name, but I forgot earlier. Matthias Thybulle. I like how they play that unorthodox defense. It's like they as dominant on defense as some players as offensively. Same way how I feel about Zoe. I feel like if Zoe stay healthy, Zoe will be first team all defense every season. Shit, if he had played that season with the Bulls that he get injured, if he had played that whole season, there's no way he wouldn't be mentioned. I ain't gonna say he would have been a finalist, but he ain't no way he wouldn't be mentioned as one of the defensive players of the year. Even if he had been that season, if he had stayed healthy and had a healthy season to string along together, man, if you going to, and I ain't saying Draymond can't play defense, Draymond ain't still good defensively, but if Draymond is a finalist right now, Zoe would have been a finalist a couple of years in a row by now. Imagine Zoe and Dyson Daniels, a healthy Zoe, and when they were the Pelicans, and the Pelicans that get them, they have at the same time they have Bullet around, Bi and Josh Hart, and just keep that little click together and just find a score. Like it'd have been all right. Minus down, but I know I feel like if Alonzo had stayed in New Orleans, I don't think I think he would have been a better role model for Zion. I think Zion would have kind of followed suit. I think when Zoe leave, then it's like you got a young Zion, and the leader of the team was Bi, and then it's like Bi ain't really trying to be no leader. He's just trying to hoop and chill. And then when y'all did find a leader, y'all bringing not y'all, but y'all they bringing McCollum, and McCollum rubbed him the wrong way by going on TV and saying whatever he said about whatever, kind of rubbed Bi and think John the wrong way. And it's like, I mean, I understand he's a grown man now. I ain't trying to make no excuse and say it's somebody else's fault, but sometimes you need a good vet inside the locker room to keep everybody on. Hey, that's what we do. We work our ass off. We blah blah blah. Whoop, whoop. Instead of he gets drafted, he come into a room where Zoba the number 2 pick overall, Bi with the number 2 pick overall. Shit. I mean, who gonna teach him something? Everybody kind of entitled. Other than Zoe, like Zoe would keep him grounded. Because Zoe don't come from a bad background. He don't come from a background where like he trying to get to extra shit. But with Zion, like shit, as soon as Zoe leave, Zion had all type of shit going on. Outside of injury, like just with real life shit. Durant better than Wade. I don't even need to go deep in that. Yeah, I think when it comes to LaMelo and Trey stay healthy, but Trey inconsistent. And he a defensive liability because of his size. LaMelo, offensively good too, but he always hurt. And on defense, he a liability not because of his size, because of he just don't put 100% in playing defense. LaMelo literally played like a motherfucker who going the damn 24/7 the gym just to be hooping. He ain't trying to play too much defense here and there. He'll lock in here and there, but he ain't necessarily trying to do that. Yeah, Kobe supposed to have at least 2 MVPs. At least 2. And I being nice by not even saying 3, but he at least 2 MVPs he supposed to have. That's the only thing in my mind why people don't give Kobe that leg up in the GOAT conversation. Not saying that he don't be in the conversation, because he is in the conversation regardless of somebody want to feel. It's just he don't get that leg up because when you put all these different stats out, it's like, okay, how much MVPs he got? And it's like, that's the problem. But like I said, how much do MVPs really mean when Russ won back-to-back MVPs off of averaging triple-doubles? He averaged a triple-double, or at least damn near a triple-double, a third year in a row, and they give the MVP to somebody else because he been fatigued or whatever they were saying. But it's like, well, what is the stat? What is the criteria for MVP? If I can do what I did this year and win the MVP, do the same thing next year, win the MVP, do the same thing the third year, and it's like, nah, not good enough for the MVP. And then with Jokic, same thing. Jokic been doing the same thing for the past X amount of years. What about that 1 year that Embiid earned it? Same thing with this year. What is SGA doing differently than he did last year to where now he deserve it? It's like when somebody say the draft rigged, it's like you kind of, even if you ain't really the biggest conspiracy theorist, it's like you got to kind of open your ears and listen a little bit, because it's like, I know, like it's like things happen and it just be too obvious. It's like either this young really ain't rigged and he's just a bunch of coincidence, because it's like if it's rigged, you know, you kind of killing your bottom dollar. Like even if it's rigged and people find out about it, ain't even if it's rigged in itself, because you can rig it and nobody ever find out about it. But if it's rigged, then somebody can start seeing like leaks and stuff like that, and be like, damn, this shit might be rigged. It kind of kill your product to a certain extent. So you don't want that to happen. So you would think the NBA would at least make it a little less obvious. Like how we run down earlier, like the Pelicans star forces way out. Pelicans couldn't do nothing. They're a small franchise, whatever. And it's like, okay, cool. Y'all lose AD, we got y'all. We can give y'all Zion. It's like the Spurs been becoming like non-existent. And fans like me, I remember the Spurs being good damn in my entire life. So it's like to see the Spurs in a position where it's like, yeah, one of the cornerstone franchises or whatever like that, they going into redundancy, give them Wemby. Oh yeah, the whole thing with the Mavs or whatever like that, they just trade their superstar off the blue. And now it's like they got all type of problems over there. Let's give them Cooper. Oh yeah, the Cavaliers been shitty forever. Let's get them every first round pick we can think of, including LeBron. Cause them boy had an ass of first round, number 1 overall picks. They had like Kyrie, number 1 overall. Shoot, that shit crazy. Cause soon as LeBron, that same year LeBron, that was when Kyrie get number 1 overall, get choose number 1 overall, or was that the year after? After he'd been gone for a whole season, then they get the number 1 overall, they get Kyrie, a generational player, how they talked about him or whatever. They get Anthony Bennett at one point. Shit, when LeBron decided to come back to Cleveland, they were giving them boy, what his name was? They ended up trading him to Minnesota. He played with Golden State now. I think he's still with Golden State. Or did they trade him? He supposed to have been quote unquote another LeBron, but he traded his ass. As soon as they realized LeBron was coming back and he had one Kevin Love. So plenty of things in NBA history where it's like this team going through something and the next year they get the number 1 overall pick. It's like, what the fuck does Charlotte have to do to be that team that they just be like, hey, listen, we owe y'all one? Boom, that's his name, Wiggins. Yeah. It's like it could be rigged. Like I said, like I used to be the one used to argue against things in sports being rigged, because in my mind is like, yeah, I get why they would do it, but it's like, why take that risk to kill your bottom dollar? Like baseball, not saying baseball died because of this. Baseball been on a downswing. But that whole thing about when I'm about to say the Rockies, but when Houston, when they've been cheating with the signals and the signs and the dugout, it's like, I'm really into baseball, watching them at least at this point no more. I used to watch baseball heavy and shit like that. I used to play it, but it's like that really killing for me, because it's like, well, damn, you don't even know who the good players and good teams are no more. Like they doing all this shit, yeah, and they won the championship doing that. Is like, and then baseball act like it ain't been a big deal like the next season, and the season coming after that, and after that, is like, you would think y'all banned Pete Rose for fucking gambling. for life. But this team won a whole championship off of that shit. Maybe it might not have been no egregious cheating to where it's like, oh yeah, this whole team fucking takes steroids before the game, or oh yeah, they've been just knocking people out off the other team before the game start, or putting something in their food. Whatever, even egregious, he just been like, he still would have some type of skill. Even if you do know a fastball coming, you still gotta hit the motherfucker. Just like I feel like with steroids, you can be the strongest motherfucker in the world. You still gotta hit the ball. You still gotta have hand-eye coordination. But once I realized like this gaming, I can't bet on a baseball game because I don't know the intricacies of how to cheat or that teams be cheating and shit like that. And y'all seem to be cool with it. I'm not betting on that. I ain't not putting money into that. I can't root for the team, and I don't know if we cheating to get what we get. I don't, you know what I mean? So it's like, when it comes to things being rigged, I usually try to avoid and be like, nah, I don't think they'll do that. But I know. Like I said, I should be happy because my team was the Mavs, and we got the number 1 overall pick. We can go where we can, like I said, we can go to, hey, let's get this number 1 pick off and go get Giannis, or we can keep it. And it's how, from y'all point of view, you're a generational player. If I taking y'all word for it, it's like, hey, we got a generational player. But I know this shit just don't make no sense. The Wemby thing last year, and like I said, that LeBron going to Cleveland ain't never had something right with me when he first get drafted to Cleveland. It's like, what's the fucking odds of this player that y'all been showing on ESPN since he been in high school come out in the draft and just so happened Cleveland got the number 1 pick? The town that he from, born, raised, all that shit there, and he just happened to need a star player or somebody that blow their market up or get their market going. But these teams, when these teams get in this position where their whole existence, their whole fan base, like, they depend on them having the star players. Like with the Lakers could not have any star players on their roster. They still gonna have fans coming in and watch the games. Teams like that always gonna have a built-in fans gonna come see them. But you got teams that like you really need somebody there for people to feel like it's worth to go. And when a player got you in that position, like right now, LaMelo in that position with Charlotte. LaMelo understand he can be hurt every year, and Charlotte ain't never gonna have serious conversations about trading. I mean, up until now, I should say, they're not gonna have serious conversations trying to trade him because in their mind is like, if we trade him away, we want something for the fans to have to come in. We still got to make money, so we got to be a bad team next year because this player, all-star player, is the only thing we can use to get fans, and we can't find no other star players. Like, well, we just gonna have to be sorry again next year with them. And that hamstrung a lot of teams to keep players longer than they should. New Orleans, once they trade B.I., they've been stuck with Zion for another couple of years. You can't trade Zion now, not unless you bring in some other star player in, because y'all already a franchise that y'all don't got championships and a whole plethora of of history to with fans like, oh, I'm gonna be with them forever. Like, you don't got that. So now you gotta have a star at every point. Y'all ain't the Cowboys. The Cowboys can have the shittiest player in the world, and their fans will always say, oh, we gonna get them next year. Oh yeah, we win the championship next year. Because they got a built-in support for that damn team. Every team ain't got that, and if you ain't got that, your star player, they control everything. How you think Bradley Beal get a fucking no trade clause? This was understand. That's all we got left. And the thing I know about Bradley Beal, I never saw Bradley Beal as this superstar star player. To me, Bradley Beal is a he can hoop. But I don't see Bradley Beal as no part of no big three. Like, I don't think he a big three type of player. But when you play on these bad teams and you put up these good numbers on these bad teams, everybody look like something. Especially once you get a max contract to match it. They only give a lot of these players max contract because it's like, hey, listen, we know he ain't worth it, but it's like everybody fuck with him. Like the fans love him. Like, what we gonna do? We gotta give him. We gotta do something. We gotta keep him, and we can't keep him if we ain't paying the money. He deserved the money because shit. Even though we the worst team in the league, shit, he averaging 25 points. We can't just let one of the best players in the league leave, and now we ain't got nobody to market to our fans. Can't do that. Yeah, they let that whole Akron narrative and all that. They let that play out. The NBA say, "Oh damn, Nike running ads on Akron, Ohio, and shit. Why not? Let them just stay in Cleveland." Like the NBA like the NBA ain't dumb. They understand what player or what a player gonna bring to a franchise before they even get drafted. They understand that shit completely. They understand even if New Orleans say, listen, I think the better player in that draft is Ja Morant. They would have never taken Ja Morant before they take Zion. Because they understand how much money they throwing away. They ain't never been drafting Zion. Not saying that they did it, but it's like if it was like a toss up for the number one pick, like if you been like, damn, Zion could be number one, but Ja Morant could be number one, or fucking the other dude come from Duke, with Zion could have been number one. It's like if it would have toss up, they would always go with Zion because Zion would generate more money based on like his fanfare already. But if we just talking strictly basketball and what fits with what they got and blah blah blah, I mean they probably would have gone a different direction. But if you got a place and you play in the area where it's like, nah, our fans only here because of who we got on the team, you gotta go get Zion. Like they could have, like Pelicans could legitimately have gone to somebody else outside the Lakers. Well, I mean, maybe not because he already been telling teams like, don't sign me because if you sign me, I go to Lakers anyway. So if you trade for me or whatever, just know you only rent me for a season or two. So I mean, LA probably was his only real destination to get, for them to get that much compensation back. But I'm pretty sure if he been open to signing with other teams, Eddie would have gone to any. If Eddie would have gone to any team, long as damn aim at a place he don't want to go, like a shitty fucking town, like a Milwaukee or a Boston or some shit like that. Man, listen, they could have get a lot more for Eddie than Lonzo, Josh Hart, Bi, low package. But the problem is, if they are going to get draft picks and shit like that, they don't know if the draft picks would turn into stars. But Lonzo already has his own following. I mean, Josh Hart ain't had no big following, but I mean, shit, Josh Hart was beloved in LA. He been young with the young trio, the young Lakers or whatever. Bi, former number 2 overall pick. He can be a star at some point, which he end up turning into a star. It's like you gotta sell that shit to the fans. You can't just trade a star player and be like, oh yeah, well we getting some nice pieces back. Even though they nobodies, we getting nice pieces back and some draft picks. You don't got that luxury. Like Charlotte don't have that luxury of trading LaMelo for a bunch of picks. They need to go get some boy that the fans can get behind. And creating by LeBron probably ain't going back to Akron one time since he get drafted to Cleveland. He bought it fly over that shit every chance he get. He probably been mad as hell when he had to go up when Cleveland get the first number 1 overall. But that's the NBA for you. But it makes sense as a business, bro. Like that shit, it makes sense to rig it. Like it don't make from a business standpoint, it don't make sense to leave everything up to luck, especially when it comes to competition involved in it. You can't leave everything up to luck because, like I said, if a team be bad every season and they get lucky 7 out of the 8 seasons to get the number 1 overall pick, they just gonna have a bunch of number 1 overall, number 2 overall picks on their damn roster that could be talent somewhere else that can flourish. But since they're in a situation where every year y'all picking number 1 overall, so every year y'all got a new feature player, so every year y'all can't let these young players learn a role or learn who they is in the NBA or be who they gonna be 5, 6, 7 years down the road. Y'all chew them up and spit them out. It's like you wouldn't want to leave up the luck. You would want that to be a rigged thing. Like I wouldn't want it to. If I owned the league, I wouldn't want to be like, oh yeah, well Utah got a number 1 overall pick and they about to get LeBron. Who wants to see Utah as the main team for the last 10, 15 years? Like nobody wants that. Like the NBA don't want that. The NBA want Utah to be good, but they don't want them to be good to where they got the best player in the league, the most wanted to be seen play in the league. Said Denver lock up. Denver and Milwaukee lock up. Like they just happen to draft players that wasn't number 1 overall material when they first get drafted, but they develop into talent like Giannis and Jokic. But the NBA don't want these redundant ass teams getting their best players unless they ain't got nothing over there. Like Spurs ain't had pretty much nothing over there. They get Wemby. The Mavericks got something over there, whatever. But everybody like Kyrie out for the season. AD always fucking hurt. Ain't really nothing over there. You get him Cooper, even if Kyrie still hurt, or even if AD get hurt, you still got a Cooper flag to keep the fans in the seats. But like I said, like if you running the business, why wouldn't you want to control the outcome of certain parts of your business? So them rigging the draft, I don't think that's something. Honestly, I don't think it's wrong. I think it's wrong that they lying to the fans about if the draft rigged or not. But I don't think they're wrong for wanting to control their investment. I mean, that's life. It kind of, like I said, like the wrong part comes in with the lying part. Like, I don't want to believe every year we got a chance and we really ain't never got a chance, because then I'm going to start thinking you rigging everything else. Like, well, if y'all rig the draft, what else do y'all rig? How come this player gets more calls than that player? Now he look crazy. That's the only thing about it, is like, imagine how much careers and legacies that the NBA can derail based off of calls. Like when Jordan won that championship, when he hit the jump over Russell and against Utah, what if they had called an offensive foul? And even though they had a game 7 or nothing like that, but what if the Bulls end up going on and losing that series, and Jordan had 5 rings with 1 finals loss? Like, that'll completely change the conversation around how close Kobe actually was to Jordan. What if they had canceled the bubble season? LeBron would still be a nigga with 3 rings. Nowhere near, he shouldn't even be near GOAT conversation with 3 rings. So it's like, like what if Kyrie had missed that shot? Like what if they had actually called a foul on the Iguodala block? Like what? It's a lot of what ifs that a referee could either call a foul or call a play or not call something, and that can affect history. So if you telling me the NBA got a rigged lottery, like, that'll make me question that part of the NBA. That'll make me look at a lot of people's legacy a little differently. Because people complain about the calls that's being made if it's wrong or right. But they don't realize like it's a whole lot that can happen for somebody just not calling something. Like a referee just swallowing his whistle in a certain scenario in the game is like that can cause things. So if the fans would have found out that this shit really rigged, the NBA lose a lot of money. Because nobody wants to look, when I see competition, I look at competition and that's what it is, competition. I used to be a super big wrestling fan. Once I started realizing, of course I got older or whatever, like I'm not a kid no more. But once I realized wrestling been like just acting, it kill it for me. It's like I going through the stages of grief, like going from shock to denial to teasing everybody else for still watching them and hating on that, or you still watch that fake shit. I did all that. I come to the conclusion that like I ain't like competitive sports. Once I realized aim a real competition is like why I watch. I would never want to feel like that about basketball. So that's why I said like I get it. I understand the business thing. If it is rigged, it's just no, like that'll just kill competition for me. That'll just kill it for me. Cause like, no, so this team ain't never had a chance. Y'all just telling them they got a chance. Oh, cool. No, Tatum definitely ain't no role player. Tatum want to be seen in a certain light that people just ain't gonna see him, and he forced things too much. And when you look at his game, it's like it's not that he a bad player, it's not that he trash, and none of them shit. Like he actually is a good player. Like I just think when it comes to Tatum, it's like he carry himself as if he's a Kobe to the Celtics, or if he's a T-Mac to the Celtics, or if he's an AI. It's like he carry himself like he's the lone star and he's pulling his team through the playoffs and this, that, and the third. When it's like, no, they're like, you and Tatum is 1A and 1B, regardless of if the skill level super close or it's kind of close. Y'all 1A, 1B. Then y'all got Porzingis and y'all got a good system around as far as like the coaching and all that. Whatever's like, you've never been in a position to where like we had to see you in a different light. You got drafted into the NBA and you had Jaylen Brown, you had Marcus Smart, you had Kyrie, you had Gordon Hayward, you had Al Horford. Like you always had talent around you. There's never been a time you didn't have talent around you. You've been handed everything you've been on a silver platter. All you had to do is perform. All you had to do is perform. So I don't think he a bad player. I don't think he trash. I don't think he mid. I actually think he is at some point. At some point, I can see him being a Hall of Fame player, as far as like being inducted to the Hall of Fame. But remind you, like, I'm not saying being inducted to the Hall of Fame is nothing like, it's like, oh yeah, well, that ain't a big deal. But it's like, if you in the first ballot, it's like, you just, I mean, it kind of loses luster once you in the first ballot Hall of Famer. It's like you still Hall of Fame, you still get he in the Hall of Fame, you got the jacket, whoop. But it's first ballots, and then it's the rest. I think he can be a first ballot based on when he retired. But as of right now, it's like, what has he done outside to play his role? And like I said, a lot of people do give him unnecessary hate, but I think the hate comes from, like I say, he wants us to view him, not saying he purposely doing these things or whatever, because he could just be I don't use the word corny, but you got some people in this world that they just see themselves differently than the world see them. And they don't care about how it actually is. They just gonna run with it. Like, I may win the lottery today and win $1 billion. But I walk around acting like I work my ass off for this. Like I run a company and I put all my life into building this company, and I acting like I one of those dudes who going out there on their own and put their own hands in the dirt and get money. You know what I mean? Like I won mine off a lottery. They get theirs off hard work, but I carry myself like I one of them. It's like, yes, I'm rich as well, but I'm not one of them at the end of it. So when I do things or act a certain way to where like, oh yeah, I get this out the mud, they gonna look at me like, out the mud. Don't get me wrong now, you rich now, but you ain't get out the mud. You bugging. That's how I look at Tatum. It's like he just want us to view him. And like I said, it's not him forcing us, ain't like he telling us this, ain't like he's saying this. He really don't really talk as much. But he just ain't who we just don't look at him and Ant as the same player. I want to sit there and get in the conversation of who better between him and Ant. But I know when I see Ant, I don't get the same feelings I get when I watch Tatum. Pause. When I watch Ant, it's like I watching somebody trying to take a championship. When I see Tatum, it's like, shit, if he play his game, like they might win a championship. If everybody play how they supposed to play, they win a championship. With Ant, even to a certain extent with Jimmy Butler, even though I don't put Jimmy Butler up there or whatever, it's like Jimmy Butler got more of a, if he win one championship, it's like, well, damn, Jimmy Butler or Tatum. Well, Tatum better skill-wise, but I mean, Jimmy Butler, shit, he been like how Jordan been, boy, he going to get that shit. Like, that's how, it's just you view him differently. I don't know if that's something he, like, I don't know. I just don't, it's just hard to view him in that light. I don't think he gonna be no GOAT or no shit like that, but yeah, all right. I think they take away from what Jaylen Brown do. Like, they gotta understand, Jaylen Brown play both sides of the floor. Jaylen Brown, the actual leader on the team. You just ain't gonna say Jaylen Brown better than damn Jason Tatum. For whatever reason anybody got, they just ain't gonna say it. The most they'll say is, oh yeah, they right there. Oh, they 1A, 1B, but you ain't gonna find nobody that can say, oh yeah, Jaylen Brown better than Tatum. Because we don't see Jaylen Brown go missing. We don't see Jaylen Brown like said him and Tatum had a point in the game against what it is. What they playing in this round? Well, the first game, Jaylen Brown get ripped at the end of the game and they lose. And then the next game, Jason Tatum get the ball steal at the end of the game and they lose. Not saying that's why they lost, but they basically couldn't come through in the clutch. And it's like, that's what I see. I see you and Jaylen. If I gotta say Tatum is the best player in the NBA, then that means Jaylen Brown top 5. And nobody gonna say that. So it's like you can't, it's like, I just don't see Tatum in that light. Good player, just he always been, I don't use the word baby, but he came into the league with a team. Like he came into Kyrie and Al Horford and damn Gordon Hayward before the injury. I mean, that was the same season he injured or whatever, but shit, you come into the league with those level of players around you, and you had younger players around you that have been equally as good as you was at the moment, like a Jaylen Brown and a Marcus Smart or whatever. You wouldn't necessarily had to do nothing but the work on whatever craft you do. And he good at it. He good. He just, it's certain rooms. He ain't in that room. Like it's a certain room that players walk in. He ain't even in the T-Mac room. That's his ceiling right there, T-Mac. One of them players was like, oh yeah, he used to be hooping. The only difference between him and T-Mac is he got a championship. You can't take that away from Tatum. He got a championship. And they ain't like he been the main one, but he been one of the main reasons. Him and Jaylen Brown and the entire team, but he been the driving force. Without Tatum, they don't win that championship. But without Jaylen Brown, they don't win them. Without Drew Holiday, they don't win them. Without KP, they don't get through that finals against I guess they don't get through the final versus the Mavs, but versus the Mavs, KP been the difference. His mismatch on everything been the difference. Because Gafford and Lively ain't been getting out there to play that 3-ball or play in the high post or whatever like that. So that take them away from the rim and all that, the rim protect. Yeah, that script, like that WWF, like, man, I come from the Stone Cold, the Mankind, Undertaker, said The Rock, shit, King, like that's my era, our era, like the Hardy Boys and the Dudley Boys, and that's like WWE versus SmackDown. I'm like, yeah, SmackDown, like all that. I remember all the damn grocery store fights between Mankind and The Rock, the Hell in the Cell cages, like the getting slammed on attacks, Dude Love, Cactus Jack. I remember all them shit like that was my era wrestling, and I can't remember what event he been. But I remember watching the event. This is probably my first time watching pay-per-view event. I used to always just watch like Monday Night Raw and SmackDown on Thursday, and then he had Survivor Series on Sunday nights or whatever like that sometime, or at one point. And like I remember like always having to go to school whenever they had the pay-per-view event. The next day will be like that one classmate that had pay-per-view, and he'll tell everybody about what happened, and he'll be like, like, yeah. So my first pay-per-view event I watched, I can't remember what it been exactly. I just remember like something happened, and I just remember going. I don't think it been YouTube at the time. I think it's been regular like we had like this computer with it had internet like AOL online or whatever, but like you could go on different sites and we had internet service, but in like the little CDs they had or whatever. I remember just looking up different shit and I was reading different things, watching different videos, and they like, damn, like this shit really scripted. They had a microphone under the ring, so when you slam somebody, that's why it sounds so loud. I see that they be conversating with each other in between. He's like, I just couldn't like that shit just been. And I feel like I felt like it's like when your parent lie to you for the first time and you know they lying when they lying. Not like when they lying, you find out like years later or whatever. I talking about like when they lying to you to your face, but you know they lying as they talking. That's how I feel watching the scripted and how they like how wrestling really is or whatnot. Seeing everything scripted, it's like damn, like what the fuck? Oh, this must be WCW. They ain't talking about WWF. They can't be talking about. And then I start seeing like no, a lot of wrestlers who in WCW at the time or whatever, they come from WWF at some point. They were like, damn, so they telling the truth about this whole shit. And that ain't up just killing it for me. Like I don't clown nobody who watch them now, nothing like that. Like entertainment is entertainment. I just can't. I just like competitive shit. Like I like to watch competitive sports, and wrestling to me, competitive is more so like who we deciding winning the night or not. Like even when Owen Hart had died because he had fall from the balcony, I thought that been fake. I've been waiting years later for them to be like, oh yeah, well no, he ain't never died. He just said want to retire, and that was his way of retiring. No, he really died. But I thought that been fake and all. And Bret Hart used to be my favorite wrestler. My favorite wrestler was Bret Hart. And then when Bret Hart stopped, I don't know if he stopped wrestling or whatever happened or whatever, or retired, it's like he become Stone Cold Mankind. Like he's been a freelance wrestling watcher. I love some wrestling, boy. Like I ain't talking about like I used to stay up all night. Like I ain't keep even 1 second left before you go off. I seen every bit of that shit. I used to love me some wrestling. Now if I go, the only wrestlers I know about is shit, John Cena. And but I mean I guess I know about these other ones, but these are ones that I've heard their name and realized okay they may be the popular ones in sports. But even one dude, I can't remember his name, he been a wrestler. I want to say CM Punk or CM Punk. One I don't know how to pronounce. It might be CM or GM or something like that. But that's like the last big wrestler I remember like hearing people talk about as far as like being one of the bigger wrestlers in today's wrestling. Oh yeah, CM Punk. Like I remember him sitting down. He been talking to the fans about something. I don't know if he was telling them like the shit all fake or whatever going on, but I remember like people talking about him doing some rant or whatever like that changed wrestling or whatever. But I know I just guess like I know I just can't get behind wrestling like that. Should just say entertaining if it ain't compete, if it ain't real competition. Yeah, Roman Reigns. I heard that name too. Yeah. See, I've been hearing The Rock going back to wrestle, but it's like I know people don't understand like the golden era. I mean, I ain't gonna say this is the golden era. It might just be me saying this is my bias or whatever. But the golden era, I ain't kid, had to been that Stone Cold Vince McMahon beef, everything around that. But like maybe like a couple of years before that beef started, and a couple of years afterwards. That's the golden era of wrestling to me. That's when wrestling become like, I don't say household because they probably already been household now, but that's when they been like an addiction at that point. Like I remember when Stone Cold get hit by the car inside behind like I guess in the inside the arena or whatnot, and like he been going for months, and the whole thing been trying to figure out who been driving the car, who hit him or whatever. Become at the end of Vince McMahon, like the storylines in that era been better than any storylines that I can even like. They had the fucking the Edge storyline with like Gangrel and all them boy. Like they used to put the blood on everybody, turn lights off, blood be on the person. By the time the light come on, they beat up and all that shit. Like they had the Kane and Undertaker, like them being brothers and shit. Kane come to the main event, rip the cage off. Like wrestling used to be damn life back then. That been life. That fucking Hell in a Cell, the Hardy Boys and not D'Lo Brown, the Hardy Boys and with table ladders and chair matches. Man, so much storylines they had. Fucking Triple H marrying damn Stephanie McMahon. That come out of nowhere. This is actually real. Like, and that's the thing that make wrestling so good too, because it's like the CEO owner is Vince McMahon, but his whole family been like really into wrestling. Like his family been like was the wrestling storyline. Like you ain't Shane McMahon been the big story at one time for whatever reason. And his little battles with different people. Vince McMahon been a whole wrestler at one point. Stephanie McMahon, her daughter, Linda McMahon, like their entire family been involved in the actual business. So like even if you do want to save a fake, even that time I didn't think it was fake or whatever like that, but it like tie in so good together that it's like, yeah, that wouldn't make sense. Like this his company, like he's the owner. Now his whole family kind of like, involved in different aspects of wrestling. Or it wouldn't make sense for his daughter to marry a wrestler and the wrestler don't like him. Then they had wrestling been good. I feel like I can talk about that age of wrestling all day. I can't watch today's wrestling and not have that in the back of my mind like this shit fake. Like every time they damn suplex each other or some shit, it's like, oh, he just tell them that he about to do this, and now they got the script going. And that would kill him for me. Shit. That should make me want damn find a good channel dedicated to like explaining certain histories of wrestling around that time. I don't necessarily need to see the old matches. I just must all the storylines. Like I need to find like a top 20 storylines in WWF history type video. Get some nostalgia going. But I remember fucking Gold Dust. Shit. I used to watch WCW too. I remember when Goldberg first come to WCW, and Goldberg been spearing everybody. He been undefeated. I forget how much matches he won. And shit, I remember WCW's had the remember they had like the event where they had like 3 different rings. Like 3 different rings in one set. And I want to say even a Royal Rumble type thing, but I know that if they did have a Royal Rumble, I can't remember, but I know it ain't been better than WWF Royal Rumbles. And like that's another thing, like the Royal Rumble, I used to really feel like the Royal Rumble been like wrestling's version of the lottery. It's like if you win this Royal Rumble, you got a chance at the belt. No matter how small of a wrestler you was, this your chance to win the chance at the belt. And if you go against the person with the belt and beat them, you a champion and now you lit. And it's like, nah, that ain't how that go. Like they've been picking the winners. And it's like, damn, man, like that's the shit that used to kill me. Every time I think about some of my favorite moments of wrestling, I always go back to being like, damn. And they probably did that only because of this, that, and the third. They had that shit scripted already. So we sitting up all day and all night and all weekend waiting for the pay-per-view event. It's like, I wonder if so-and-so gonna beat this, that, and the third, or he got a chance to win the belt. It's like, that shit already written. We just sounding crazy. It's like no different than our favorite TV show. After the episode go off, you debating with everybody about what's gonna happen next and who did why and blah blah blah. It's like that's what WWF had turned into. Whole time we thinking this shit for real. Like we thinking X-Pac can go in here, do his thing, win, go for the belt, win. Or no, it don't work like that. If X-Pac ain't inside the damn plans of being the champion, then nah. No, Lupa be having a good top 10 for the year.